Boys, hi. I'm home. It's fucking wacky and wild, and it's comfy to stream again. It's kind of unfucking real. Hello, Leon, Brain, Wraith, what up, my boys? How are y'all? I hope you have had beautiful, 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 beautiful days. Tired as a motherfucker. Am I blurry? Webcam is blurry. Yeah, it's my camera. Hold on. I gotta figure out which way we gotta go with it. Hold on. Hold on. Which way? This way? I think we're good now. Okay, sorry. Sometimes when I'm gone for long periods of time, the camera will like unfocus. And I have it as a manual focus because for whatever reason, the autofocus with the camera being as close as it is to me, it doesn't like my face or like focusing on my face, which was, it's really weird. So yeah, we should be good now. Hopefully the focus is back in place. Yeah, I came home today and I'm gonna be real, I fucking slept first things first. But after I slept, it was time to get the stream setup going. So, we're good to go. Spit on it? Bro, I can't afford to spit on this shit. The fuck you mean? No sirree, Bob. I'm not spitting on that. What the fuck? Dusty, you're back? I am. Yes, hello. I have finally returned home after my long hiatus. My long period of avoiding all of you. I know. It's fucking tragic. It's fucking tragic. Been having a hard time on Ashes. Can't find a group to grind with. Interesting. Oh, damn. That's not too shabby. So, like, define having a hard time, right? Like, are you trying to grind mobs or, like, what are you trying to do? Because, like, I'll be real. Right now, mob grinding is more or less dead. I'm gonna be completely honest for a second. Mob grinding is really fucking cooked. The only incentivization for people right now is to try to get emblems and essences to sell, but people don't really want to do that, I'll be completely honest. Like, it's nice, but having that be the sole purpose is, kind of rough. 16 rogue trying to get back to max level. Right. Yeah, I mean, I have a couple takes on that level range. First things first, like, 16 to 20 is fucking torturous in the first place. I think 16 to 20 is probably your hardest stretch of leveling in Ashes. And once you get 20, it's kind of downhill. Just cruising, right? But, nah, I totally get that. That's probably the roughest leveling batch. This is probably gonna be the toughest time to level over the course of the next 30 days. I'll be up front there. The next 30 days will be a very dead state of Ashes as people await Harbinger. I think that a lot of the community is probably, not a lot, but like a decent chunk of the community is really banking on fresh starts. I still wish, like, I hope that we don't get fresh starts. But if they gotta do it, they gotta do it. Like, it is what it is. I'm not sure that immediately solves everything that's been bothering Ashes. And I don't think that is, I don't think it's a big thing. So, like, I don't know, man. I'm torn on it. I would love servers that are in a better state, you know, progression wise, everything like that, than what we currently have with Shoal. But at the same time, we need Shoal to be able to economically recover, or our long-term economy is going to be fucked regardless. So, like, that's the big thing in my opinion. Winning to level in the Harbinger and Fishing Patch. That's a smart way to do it, Sleazy. I'll be completely honest. Like, the Harbinger patch is going to bring in a lot of players. It's going to bring back a lot of players. But now till then, like, I'll be straight up, it's going to be rough. There are not going to be a lot of people that are playing Ashes in that time. I don't know how it's been in, like, the 5 days that I've been gone. Like, almost a week that I've been gone to TwitchCon shit. Speaking of which, this is, like, almost as long as my TwitchCon streams have been. Bye, guys. So, like, I don't know. I think people's expectations need to be tempered properly for this. And if they're not, then that's going to be a big thing. But, like, I'd be shocked if there was enough content for your average player to even enjoy right now. If I'm being honest. Hoopsie! What up, my boy? How are you, dude? I hope you've been fucking beautiful and peachy and sunshiny. Times are rough, but I hope y'all had fun. Dude, let me tell you, it was a wonderful trip. It was so fucking fun. And we had a lot of people who's like, you know, it was their first time out at TwitchCon, their first time out at a con in general. Dude, it was fucking awesome. I would do it again in an absolute heartbeat if I could. We'll do it again next year. And hopefully with more planning, we'll also be able to get way more people out for it next year. Dude, it's just so fucking fun. Like, I'm hoping I don't get sick, like that post-con flu and shit. But bro, it was such a good time. We yapped with some brands. I still gotta follow up with a couple more. But most importantly, like, I understand, Dusty, sponsorships are important. Brand stuff is important. You've gotta do the brand side of it, right? I just like chilling with my community, man. I'll be honest. Like, a brand may one day want to give me a whole lot of money to wear their shit. But that day's not gonna be right now. And I'll be real, I'm not the type to just go glaze somebody with the hopes that if I get big down the road, that glaze has, like, helped, you know, establish that. But TwitchCon's lame. Have you been to TwitchCon? TwitchCon was fun as fuck. I'll be honest, if you have been to a TwitchCon and feel that the experience itself is, like, lame, obviously, everyone has their own preferences. But you're in the busiest part of San Diego. You are at an entirely community-based event. You can talk to people from your favorite, you know, community circles. You can talk to representatives from your favorite brands. They have community things for you to do on the floor. They have things outside of the con. Like, personally, I think it's pretty fucking cool. I think there are definitely some lame elements to it in certain extents. I think the IRL streaming is very lame, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Yo, Wooly, Curated, what up, my boys? How are you guys? RIP Zodiac. Bro, I'd be willing to bet that activity is going to go down exponentially for a lot of guilds in the next 30 days. I would say probably in the next, like, week to 2 weeks. Again, I don't know how bad it was while I was gone in terms of, like, oh, we're taking a break, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're staying active, whatever it may be, right? I'm not quite sure where that was at because I was simply too busy to follow all of that shit as it was happening. But I would wager a bet that we're probably down a few guilds as a whole, just in terms of, like, guilds taking breaks. The guilds that are here are probably all down a substantial number of players. And something tells me I know where a lot of people are going. Chat, who works at Red Bull and wants to get me, you know, a Red Bull sponsorship? I would happily be a Red Bull athlete and content creator. I'm just saying. I'm very athletic. Fellowship BF6. New World. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'll be completely real. They're going to New World, dog. And you want to know what's crazy? New World would also have more players if there's server capacity actually like worked for it. It would have a lot more players. New World is actually fucking killing it right now. Like New World's going insane. Pretty much every content creator that is an MMO interested content creator is going over to New World to check it out. It is kind of insane. Kind of insane. Fellowship though, I think Fellowship dope as fuck. I actually played Fellowship really early on and am like familiar with their developers. So I may do some Fellowship stuff at some point. I actually played a Devolver published game while I was at TwitchCon that low-key might be a fun filler for me. It's called Ball X Pit. It's fun as shit though. A little roguelite, like base builder type shit. Dude, it was really fun. It was really fun. A couple of my friends are on the grind talking about level 70. And I'm still uninterested. Like, the thing about New World is that it is leveling and like accessibility to baseline content wise really there. Like, the thing about it is the high-end content, typically raids, typically wars, stuff like that. Those things have always been so incredibly gated, and they still will be. Like, wars are probably meant to be that to a certain extent, especially with the cyclical rotation of them now, with the territory cycles. But like, New World's accessibility is good.
I'm still trying to retrain myself. I'm actually
it's
wearing
good.
a shock collar, but I have it wrapped around my balls. So I'm really trying to retrain very quickly, as efficiently as
I feel the zap. Yo,
get
Sloth,
out of
Blotto, what up, my
those.
boys? I've been mega bonking and playing Ball X Pit. Dude, I went to a Devolver, like, brand mixer thing, like, brand and content creators that we got invited to. And, like, day one, I talked with a shitload of people. Bro, day two, I went back and I, like, brought our group, because day one was, like, the invite day. Day one, I went over and, like, yapped with their people, and was basically like, hey, can I bring my entire group back tomorrow? And they were like, yeah, feel free, like, bring all the RSVPs you want, blah, 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 blah. So I walked in with a gaggle fuck of people. And let me tell you, a lot of people were mingling. Bro, I was literally sitting in a chair in the living room playing Ball X Pit. Dude, it was fucking fun. It was fun as shit. I'm gonna try to get them to send me a couple copies for, like, my Switch and stuff. That would be huge. That would be fucking massive. For me, New World burned its player base so much early on that I just can't fall back in love with it. Yo, Nan, what up, my boy? Like, I totally get that. I totally, 1,000,000% get that. New World's launch should not have happened when it did. And if New World had launched in this state, then it probably would be insane. But also, 4 years after launch, maybe enough time for a lot of people to, I don't know, kind of forgive and forget to a certain extent. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Yo, Sat, what up, my boy? Game completely dead. Nothing worth playing / fighting for. I'm back to dooming. Ashes are New World. Also, hi, Sat. Hi, John. What up, guys? Are we waiting till 7 for PvP, or can we just do it now? I have nothing going on. Now, I heard a rumor that Intrepid is going to be nuking the shit out of all the food buffs and stuff like that. So I am probably trying to craft my Boski before food stuff gets nerfed. Although I need to see if a lot of people are actually quitting right now, what the econ's looking like. Because I might be able to get a 29 for hella cheap. Comparatively, anyways. Ashes? Yeah, I mean, but what is like... I guess my question is, what is worth fighting for? Jesus Christ. That's a Red Bull sponsored burp. Sorry. So like, whoo! What, like, in the grand scheme of it all is like worth fighting for, you know? That's my question. Duck, Quack. How are you, my friend? Keith, what up, my boy? Good to see you guys back. That's the big thing is like, what do we want? Not the Red Bull sponsored burp. Labels out. I'm avoiding jet lag by chugging Red Bulls that I brought in my checked bag. I stole these. Well, I shouldn't say stole because they were free. I took about 30 of these bitches from the partner lounge at TwitchCon. Let me tell you what, I paid for my ticket in Red Bulls this weekend, and I would like to thank both TwitchCon and Red Bull for making that experience possible. Also, the partner lounge fucked this year. I'll be real, I snuck into the partner lounge last year. This year, I didn't have to sneak in, thankfully. Bro, the partner lounge was fucking sick. They had, like, free drinks as much as we wanted. Not like alcoholic stuff, but like Red Bulls and shit. And then they also had, like, catering that was specifically in the partner lounge area. So every single day and like throughout the day, they rotated in different like foods. Oh, dude, it was so good. Did Zine sneak in? I just brought everybody in. Yeah, like, so that's one of the things I talked about security wise. Bro, security didn't do shit. Like, I'll be honest. So I have like a crossbody, right? Like a bag. And it has 3 pockets. Pocket in the front, right? On like the front face. Pocket up top where it unzips this way and you put stuff in. Then against my body, there's one more pocket where you unzip the one against my body. Security would, keep in mind, you walk in through the door, metal detector in front of you, and then your bag goes on a table around the metal detector, okay? Security will look in your bag and then just kind of pass it along, right? They would open the bag, kind of rummage through it for a second, and then just call it good. Not a singular time, all of the duration of TwitchCon, was the pocket closest to my body actually unzipped and opened up. I could have literally brought in whatever I wanted due to that pocket not being looked at once. Not a singular time. So, Flanky Wanky, what up, my boy? How are you? Security was shit all around this year? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say like all around, but also I feel like we just kind of get free reign as soon as you're a partner, and some people didn't even need partner stuff. Like, some people just walk by security into like the partner only areas. I would group up my entire group of like 6+ people, and then I'd just be like, yeah, this is my team. And then we'd walk in. I'm the only partner in the entire group. I'd get every single person together. We'd walk by, I'd talk to the security guard. I'd be like, oh, what's up? How are you today? We'd chat for a sec. And then I'd just walk down the escalator with every single person in my group. No other partners. We'd all just chill down there, mingle, get food, raid everything. It was definitely worthwhile. But yeah, bro, security did fucking nothing. The actual, like, the venue is awesome. I love the convention center. It's my 2nd year going out now. So that's great. But like, I don't know. It genuinely felt like security essentially did nothing. And like, they gave us like these wristbands, right? The wristbands have the little RFID chip right here. So we're supposed to like scan in on these things and then go through. I'd just scan mine. I'd be like, yeah, they're with me. And then everybody else would just like walk with me. And then, honestly, when we were down in the partner lounge, my entire group went over to the partner gift table, and they were like, oh, I wonder if I'll be able to get anything. Scan their wristband. The scanner goes, and it's like, nope, they can't have it. And then the person working the partner table is just like, yeah, feel free to take it, whatever. Like, it's not like a big thing, but it's like, okay, what's the point of even having like partner and like affiliate exclusive areas if you are legitimately just going to allow every single person into those areas? Flop, what am I, boy? Do you meet anyone neat? I was at the Hard Rock Hotel taking a tinkle. A very firm, swift tinkle. And I'm washing my hands after the tinkle. And I hear, soda? And I turn and I'm like, no, not mine. Because I thought somebody left a soda in the bathroom, which I thought would be really fucking weird in the first place. And then dude's like, oh, my bad, no, I thought you were soda popping from the side because of like the hair and like the face and stuff. And I'm like, nah, but I mean, I totally would be if that was available. And I'm like, wait, are you Cypher? And dude's like just looking back at me and he's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh shit, dope, dude. So like, you know, we were in a fucking bathroom. I'm not gonna make like a huge deal out of it, but I was like, oh dude, that's awesome. Like, used to watch a ton of your content. And then he asked me like what I made for content, blah, blah, blah. Told him about MMOs, because Cypher started in MMOs. And like used to do ESO and shit like that. So like, we're just chilling, literally at the bathroom sink at the bottom of the Hard Rock, just fucking yapping, in the middle of everything else. And I just told him about, you know, ashes and stuff. Told him if he ever wants to check out another route into MMOs. 07, I'm here. Probably would have had better odds mentioning New World right now and just pretending to be a New World content creator still. But, you know, it is what it is. But he's already, like, checked ashes out before and is familiar with it. So, we had a good yap. Just chilled literally in the bathroom with Cypher PK. Only weird thing about it is he was most definitely pissing at the urinal on his phone actively. And like, I don't mean to start any slander, but dude was actively like pissing and phone out at the same time. Because I went into the bathroom and he was urinal 1, so I skipped urinal 2 and went urinal 3. But like, when I was examining the situation, I'm just like, why this dude got his fucking phone out? And he was back too, so I didn't know it was Cypher until he called me fucking soda popping. So yeah, I was just like, damn, why dude got his phone out at the fucking urinal? And I'm like, I'm gonna stay one away from this man. So I gave him a little piss buffer and myself a little dick pic buffer. I didn't want to get involved in anything like that. He's a busy man, gotta multitask. Bro, he had like the Red Bull hat on and everything. Like, that shit was dope as fuck. I need one of those, like, those Red Bull hats. I remember him from ESO. He was mad when I first got into that game. Oh, yeah. So, like, we actually talked about ESO and stuff. Because, I mentioned, like, you know, how I switched from New World to Ashes. You know, played Fortnite way back in the day. Switched from Fortnite to New World. Went full-time in New World. And then I was just kind of like, you know, what was your driving, like, I guess, focus to stay on Fortnite when Fortnite was kind of like, you know, getting going? Because he was comfortable in ESO. He was a little larger than like I was at Ashes and New World peak during his ESO time, and then like really just in New World. So I was just picking his brain on that because I was like, you know, MMOs are in a dying ass spot. It's a really tough scope of like gaming to be a content creator in right now, if we're being real. And there's just there's not a lot of hope for it. And he's like, honestly, with Fortnite, he saw something where he enjoyed it, and he saw a lot of other people blowing up from it, and he was like, why not me? And then just kept going with it. So it was a cool conversation, man, genuinely. So yeah, like, we made up these fucking cards and shit for TwitchCon. So, sauced him a card, told him to pop by the stream if he ever had questions about anything MMO, and I'd help him out with whatever. But Cypher's a cool dude, other than having his phone out while he pissed. But yeah, really cool dude. Let's see, other streamers, I mean, like, chilled with Mocha, DJ Chris Lee, Triode is his new name, after dude renamed. Like, we hung out with a lot of people. We hung out with a whole lot of people, so that's cool. But I don't know. I would say Cypher was probably like the big, like, I don't know, clouded person that I talked to this year, like the big, like, famous, recognizable name that everyone would know. Because for me, like, last year, I went as much less of a, like, you know, an established content creator, so to say. Also, Das, buongiorno, my boy. I went as much less of an established content creator with, like, a community that was coming out, you know, with me to hang out, so to say. And I went out as kind of like an impromptu, like, oh, I want to come out. Who in my friend group actually has, you know, space? And then I went out like solo pretty much, staying with a friend group and was just walking around the con floor, just, you know, doing my thing. So this year, the focus was a little bit less on like, you know, being a fan, so to say, or like the viewer side of the experience. And more so being like the streamer side of the experience and more of like a guide for TwitchCon. We had a lot of people in our group that were like first timers. So instead of this year where it was like, you know, instead of last year where it was like me just doing a little bit of everything and not really knowing what to do, we were kind of more focused within our friend group and our group of people. But I mean, I still talk to, like, outside of streamers, you name the brands that were there and have made some pretty substantial connections there. Multiple development teams, higher up people from different companies, from like Antisocial Social Club to Gamer Subs. It's fun time, man. It is a really fucking fun time. So like, I don't know, I think that TwitchCon is entirely what you as a person make it. And I think that if you have it's the same thing that I always say, right? If you have a group of people or you have an objective that you really want to build towards and accomplish, then TwitchCon can be fucking fun as hell. But there are people that will just like show up and they will have no plan, they will have no group, and they will have no idea what they want to do or where they want to do it. And they'll just be like, man, this sucks. And like, I definitely see that side of it. It would absolutely fucking suck at that point. So like, I don't know, I totally see it, so I see it. But I also think that people just need to I guess realize is a very community-based thing. And if you're not doing community-based stuff, you're gonna struggle. Yo, Casey's, what up, my boy? Just saw a meme on Instagram of a chicken fucking an egg. What in the fuck? What? That's not a part of the question. Can't do that on a fucking road. Code DustyWhy go hard? Yeah, Code DustyWhy will probably go hard very soon. Yes. Yes, I'm gonna have a follow-up meeting with him. But we did quite well there. It was a fucking blast. Now, the next question is, when you guys blow up Code DustyWhy, what flavor would we bring in? That is the question. That is the question. You're saying you planned relatively well and also executed on said plan. Yeah, like, Carla did a lot of the planning in terms of, like, events and restaurants and stuff that we wanted to check out, but, like, part of the advantage was that I had been last year, and so I kind of like knew what was going to happen a little bit. And I kind of knew like which events would be better, which events would be worse. You know, I'm not a huge like city person. I live in the middle of fucking Maine. But I will say San Diego is one of my favorite cities. I really like San Diego a lot. There is an impossible amount of food. The people are nice. The weather's great. It did not smell like piss this time, with the exception of a few homeless people that smelled like pee. But like, San Diego is really moving up my list of cities. So I had a lot of fun out there. Got over that. Really always a good idea to plan. Been with groups where we have no plan and we all kind of get nothing done. Oh, dude. It is fucking beautiful when you actually have a plan And I think the coolest thing this year is like, last year we had a plan that brought us point A, point B, point C, point D, point D, point F, point G, like all of those, right? Just bang, 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 one after the other. And it was a breakneck pace last year because there were so many events, and we were going with people who, like, you know, I like marketing and networking and stuff like that. But I like organic marketing and networking instead of like, I'm going to walk up to you out of the blue and be like, my name is DustyWhy and this is why you should give me free shit. I don't really like that. So last year, it was a lot of like that networking side of things as the emphasis. It was like a business trip. And this year, it was absolutely a leisure trip and like a vacation and a fun time. But we still got a metric fuckload of business actually accomplished, and it was all organic, which is really cool. We had a lot of good run-ins, some great, you know, great conversations at events and stuff as well. So I think this year was like, it was a really good mix of, you know, having a lot of first-timers. So they had the, like, the wow of being out there and stuff. I had some experience with TwitchCon from last year. Psalms was with us and he went last year as well. So we were both a little bit more aware of, like, you know, what we could do, what our time spend could be and stuff like that, even with the addition of planning. So that was great. Next year, our entire group that we had this year is going to come back out and more. We already have plans for an Airbnb that's going to fit up to like 12 or 16 people. And for my people who are spending $3,000+ on accommodations, what if I told you that your stay for the entire weekend would be about $100 for the Airbnb? Yep. Yup. GG's. It's a big Airbnb house. Yup. I'm in. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. We got the plug. We got the plug. So apparently, fucking half of chat's just in the San Diego area for whatever reason. And we have a hookup on a fucking Airbnb that is just gorgeous. Like, nicer than any house that I have ever lived in by far. We're going to have pool, jacuzzi, fire pit, yard area, lot of space, lot of shit. So it's going to be an absolutely gorgeous place for next year. We'll have plenty of space to spread all of our shit out. It's gonna be so fucking fun. So saving solely for TwitchCon. This is the thing too. With everybody being aware, literally a year in advance of, like, you know, our goal is to go back out for TwitchCon next year. I think that is probably something that's going to, you know, multiply our numbers. I think this year, like, my immediate group was, I'd say about 10 to 12 people that'll be confirmed for next year already, in terms of people that were already out there. Maybe a little bit more. And then we have, I shit you not, probably another 20+ people that want to come out next year that weren't able to make it this year. Like, it's fucking insane. Insane. Need to save for a new rig, but going to a con would be dope. So, like, the thing with TwitchCon is it doesn't need to be this ungodly expensive trip. So, flight, depending on where you're coming in from, will probably be your most expensive thing, along with the ticket. The ticket is, I want to say like $375 or some bullshit like that. Flight's gonna be whatever your flight is. Your stay for your accommodations can either be the most expensive part of your trip or the most affordable part. And it all depends on, like, how early you get reservations in, what you find. Last year, I spent $600 to sleep on a couch. This year, we spent like $200 to have rooms to ourselves. So, like, you can definitely save money. There are people that were staying in hotels that spent fucking $3 grand. Streg. And like, I'm gonna be real. There's so many ways to make it pretty affordable. Flight for me would be like 2 to 3K or so. Yeah, just go to TwitchCon EU. Although TwitchCon EU, I don't know how packed it is compared to NA. But I feel like TwitchCon EU is questionable. Questionable. Like 5,000 miles away? Listen, that's no excuse. That's no excuse. We're trying to plan out. Is there one in EU? Yeah, it was, hold on. They do, I think it was Rotterdam this year. TwitchCon EU. Let's see. Yeah, it was Rotterdam. Which I don't know where the fuck that is. But I don't know where it'll be next year. TwitchCon has chosen Rotterdam as a home of TwitchCon Europe for 3 years from 2024 to 2026. So yeah, next year will also be in Rotterdam. You're only a few miles away. Wait, did you pull up to TwitchCon? Or nah? Been a house student, got a girlfriend, can't buy shit. If you pimp out your girlfriend, that'll help you buy the house. No. Bruh, what is up with motherfuckers that were in San Diego that didn't even pull up to say hi? You guys are fucking savages. They're like, I swear to God, I don't know why, but there are like 10 of y'all that live in San Diego, minimum. I have apparently a lot of chatters that live in San Diego. Bro, multiple people were just like, oh, Dusty, I know exactly where you are right now. And I'm like, A, weird, B, come say hi. And they're like, oh, I'm just chilling at home. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this bullshit? Y'all say you actually like the stream and then fucking, you know, it's fine. It's fine. You'd show up for Iron Mouse on a fucking iPad. Beretto, what up, my boy? I don't know what day it was. Don't worry. Don't worry. Planendorf bought his tickets with the intent to pull up and hang out. And then forgot what day the event was on and thought it was 2 weeks later. I messaged him Friday and I was like, yo, big dog, what'd you get up to today at the con? And he's like, the fucking what? And I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean, what? And he's like, brother, isn't TwitchCon 2 weeks from now? And I'm like, dude, I'm literally in San Diego, like, as we speak. So Donger came Saturday. He most definitely forgot that Friday was the thing, but the dates can be tough. The iPad? Hoofs. Hoofs. The fucking iPad, brother. Is that granite gonna be high rarity if I turn back for it? Low key, high key. Low key, high key. Hold on. Yeet. I feel like this is gonna be heroic. I don't know why. Bro, I saw a really like dystopian type shit. Like, cause there were no, I'll literally go fuck myself. There were like the VTuber like rolling cars and stuff, right? That were going around, and they had their whole mobile setups. And then there were the iPad VTubers. I personally witnessed with my own goddamn peepers a VTuber like in the cart setup talking to a VTuber on an iPad that was being held up by like the VTuber's manager or something. And this might be like the start of the boomer in me coming out.
Farm him, reaped. Dead, fucking idiot.
But that's really strange to me. Like, that seems really Black Mirror dystopian type shit. And also, one of the larger controversies at TwitchCon, post-TwitchCon, is a lot of VTubers are saying that like, oh, fans brought gifts to the meet and greet and those gifts were then thrown away by like meet and greet staff, blah, 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 blah. Is it not dystopian that we're bringing offerings to fucking iPad gods? Like, is it not strange to anybody that we are just bringing these fucking iPads gifts and just leaving them there for them as like sacrifices knowing full damn well that that person's not actually like at the con, wouldn't it be more fruitful to just send something to a PO box? VTuber meetups are corny. I think meetups in general, like not meetups in general, but I think meet and greets are very inorganic, and like I have a problem with inorganic networking and meeting, because I'm gonna be real, like, and I've said this the past couple of years, if I was going to meet fans, I don't think I have fans, but like if I was going to meet fans, I would want it to be like an organic, you know, they see me out on the floor and they're like, Dusty, or I see them out on the floor and I'm like, oh shit, I recognize you as well. And that's a cool meetup. That's a community-based thing. I feel like sitting there for a meet and greet and being like, oh, I'll sign this for you. Oh, thank you for coming. Oh. Hey, thanks. Next. Bro, I worked at Starbucks. Like, I was a store manager there. We did the same thing to motherfuckers in the drive-thru. Hey, good morning. How's your morning? I don't care how your morning is. Just order your drink and get the fuck away from me. Like, I don't actually care. None of those streamers actually fucking care or retain shit. Like, maybe if you bring them something super cool, they'll be like, oh my god, wow, senpai. But like, I don't know. I don't know, man. War. What do you mean, war? How many cats went? Current cats? Only a few. But like, all-time cats, there were a decent amount of us there. Like, our group, like my direct group was like 12-ish over the course of it all, with people that like came and went and shit like that. And then we had an extended group of another like 20 or so people that we hung out with. So it was definitely a good time, but next year will be a whole hell of a lot more people because of the time to prep. I think, honestly, like, we have already had so many people that were
not
just,
good at math.
It's not gonna happen.
I'm not very smart.
We had so many people that were just like wanting to go, but did not end up pulling up, that were like, I will definitely be out next year as well, which of course things can always change. But like, we already have hard committals from a good amount of our people. And more on top of that with people that were kind of like on the fence about it this year. So I think that's cool. Like, just the thought of having more people out is a very encouraging thing. Very encouraging
Fucking
thing.
cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni
Yo,
hao.
ni hao, panda. Couldn't even tell who it was, just lines. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. I just, maybe if I was a super fan of a certain content creator, it would be like way different in terms of how I thought about the meet and greets and stuff, and maybe I would see much more appeal to it at that point. But honestly, like, if I ever end up getting asked to do a Twitch meet and greet and my line is long as shit for whatever reason, it won't be. But if I ever get asked to do a Twitch meet and greet and my line is long as shit, bro, I will roast y'all for standing in that fucking line. Just catch me on the convention floor at an event or something like that, and then come say what up. Also, fuck the content creators that think that they are so important that the only time that they show face at the con is to run a meet and greet and then try to talk about how much they love their community when all they go to are super exclusive, rich, famous content creator only events, and they want to act like they're there for the community. They're absolutely not. They say that shit to get more and more money, and they're like, oh my god, I'm so thankful for everybody that showed up to my community meet and greet. Now I'm going to go out to this super exclusive, closed door, gated off, black tie party with 6 other content creators, and we're gonna put our pinkies up and talk about our millions. Bro, that's literally it. Like, it's fucking cringe, man. It's so fucking cringe. Yo, Clue, what up, my boy? Don't worry, be like, I'll be so ahead of the game. Oh, dude, it's like, that's the type of content creator that I would, like, not want to be. I'll be real as fuck. Like, I think part of why I always say that I don't like YouTube and stuff. I don't like curated content. I don't like feeling as though I am watching an actor. If I wanted to be interacting with an actor, I would watch a movie. And the thing with streaming now, and content creation in general, is there are so many, I guess, curated images and personalities and content creators where it leads to a spot of nothing actually feeling like a real organic interaction, because they're always playing a character, they're always over the top one way or the other, and like, I never want to be that, dog. Like, I press start streaming every single day and say, man, I hope somebody shows up so I have someone to talk with. And fortunately, people show up every day at this point, but there were many days where people didn't show up. Like, I don't like a lot of other content creators. I'll be completely real. Like, I'm gonna be talking with people from Antisocial Social Club. I'm like the anti-streamer streamer club over here. I hate most streamers, bro, with a burning passion. All that fake ass, veneer ass, smiling ass shit. All of that yelling and getting a fucking clip farm going naturally as soon as something mildly, you know, variant happens in your day. Bro, it's just cringe ass, fake ass, curated shit. And that was probably my least favorite thing about TwitchCon this year. Everybody's just clout fiend now. Every fucking IRL content creator with a camera crew bigger than their viewership wants to walk around and take up the entire convention floor with their fucking squad. And they want to try to be fucking Kai or Speed or anything like that. Like, bro, I had to truck a couple cameramen. I literally was walking a couple times, and there was an IRL squad walking down at me. Bunch of fucking 5'6" ass dudes with baggy ass Jenko jeans on. And I'ma be real, I truck sticked a couple motherfuckers over the course of this con. I just walked through them, bro. Most streamers are like 130 pounds. I just walked through hoes. And it's, bro, it's just cringe. It's fucking cringe. It's really weird. So we're literally fake moments. Hold on. It's not just fake moments. It is fake moments built on a fake persona that is putting out a fake personality with fake reactions in fake situations that are often scripted. The number of times that content creators will literally plan out skits with other content creators for something as simple as a gaming stream would fucking shock you, no clickbait. I have had other content creators reach out to me in various titles and go, hey Dusty, I was thinking we could run this skit. We could do this. We could maybe run some of this together, and then this situation pops up and we like play it off like this. And I'm like, no. I don't do skits. I don't do planned content segments, whatever you want to fucking call them. I'm not an actor. I'm not trying to get an IMDb. I stream video games. And I fucking yacht. Bose, what up, my boy? How are you, dude? Much love. I hope you're doing absolutely wonderfully. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate, dog. Unfortunately, with the amount of money in streaming now, there will always be these problems with actors. You want to know what's crazy? People say, unfortunately, with the money in streaming now, if you average... Oh, fuck. There's a giant-ass moth. Oh, shit. There's a fucking moth in the stream room. Oh, shit. I just saw it flying, and I thought I was gonna get fucking murdered. Oh, fuck. There's like a final boss fight. What the fuck? Oh, I'm so scared. Bro, it's fucking huge. What the hell? I mean, I'm gonna just let him fight. Bro isn't bothering me. I'm gonna just let him chill. He ain't hurting no one. He's just chilling. It's Moss house now? Yeah, I mean, he's vibing, bro. I'm gonna be real, like, I just looked and he was just up on a light hanging out, so, like, I don't I don't see any problem with what he's doing. But yeah, so this is the thing, right? If you hit 100 viewers during a stream at any point, you are in the top 0.x% of Twitch. Point. Not top 1%. You are in the top 0.x% of Twitch. Keep that in mind. No, wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah. 1,000%. 1,000 fucking percent. Twitch falls off a ladder so incredibly fast. And you need to keep in mind how many total channels go live on not a full-time basis, but on a very, very, very short-term basis. A few days a week, if that. A few days. That's the largest thing to consider, in my opinion, if I'm being real. So, like, with last week's viewership in, because keep in mind, like, the past 5 days, I've had no viewership because I've been streaming an hour a day at TwitchCon. But I am, with viewership considered, with the last week, where I literally killed my viewership by like half. Keep in mind, past 30 days, 115 average, 105 average, last 7 days, 72.8 average. I am top 0.14% on all of Twitch from that. It is not something where a lot of people have a lot of viewers. Like, this means that roughly 1 out of every 1,000 channels is going to be seeing 100+ viewers. There are not a lot of content creators. There's a lot of people streaming to 1 to 2 people. There are a lot of people that are streaming to 0 people. Yes, yes. The most popular viewership bracket is 0 to 5 viewers on all of Twitch. So, people have to remember that on top of that, it's always the people in the top 50-ish who are making a lot of money who are doing the cringe stuff. You're absolutely wrong. I'll be honest. So, I'ma contest that for a second. I'ma contest that. Okay, don't okay me because let me ask, were you at TwitchCon? What is your exposure to the entire content scene? Because maybe you have your influencers at the start, so to say, right? And like, I'm willing to listen. Okay, so essentially what you have are your meta makers, so to say. Your meta makers are your people who are going to do it first. Your Kais, your Speeds, your Ninjas, your Nick Mercs, your Northern Lions, your Lyrics, your Soda Poppins, your Summits, your Shrouds, your X's, your Goats, right? That top tier. And then underneath that, you either have people that say, I'm going to do what I do and make my content and hope that that blows up, or you have people that say, I am going to do this, exactly what they do, and I'm going to be them. I'm going to be Kai Cenat. I'm going to be XQC. I'm going to be Northern Lion. And I'm going to be real for a second. The number of groups of content creators that were IRL streamers that had, I shit you not, because you can see someone's viewership whenever you're walking by them, and you can also look at their tag to get it. More people had a camera crew larger than their viewership base than people that had 10 viewers or more. More people had camera crews that were larger than their viewership base at fucking TwitchCon to try to clip farm. I saw people with a 6 to 10 person camera crew streaming to 4 viewers. And I'm like, brother, you would be better off having your entire camera crew go home, holding your phone yourself and telling all of your friends to lurk in your chat. Like, it's fucking weird, man. So, I think the problem, right, is that there's a certain I call it like Nickelback syndrome, right? And some people really enjoy content. For a certain reason, you know, no matter whether we like it or not, every content creator that has blown up put out content that people enjoyed. Some people can find that content cringe, fake, boring, dumb, stupid, whatever. Some people can really enjoy that content. Either way, people blew up because their content was their content and it had enough people that liked it. But what I think happens is after people blow up, people keep trying to get bigger, better, louder, faster, right? And that leads to the character, as we mentioned before. Loud is funny, everything's a clip, everything's an opportunity to turn it into a moment for monetization, a controversy, a clickbait, a drama, all of that shit, right? And once that gets a hold of people, it changes their content entirely. Now the problem is, people that have no viewers and people that have, you know, no growth or anything like that, they just try to emulate. That's it. So a lot of the so-called Twitch culture is cooked at the moment because instead of being themselves, they're trying to be someone else. It's not even Twitch culture. It is literally everything. You ever watch an internet anarchist YouTube video? Congratulations, internet anarchist is fucking Walmart Sunny V2. I watch internet anarchist as well, and I like his content. You ever listen to a modern rapper and realize that their bars and their flow and half the time their beat is the exact same thing as 72 other modern rappers, and then you go listen to like That Mexican OT and you're like, oh damn, that's a That Mexican OT beat, and then he comes on with his bars and you're like, oh, that's That Mexican OT, and you know that that's different. Everything in life right now for so many people is comparative. That's literally it. It is, this is working for somebody else, so I'm going to do this. This person looks good in this clothing. I'm gonna buy this clothing exactly instead of find what I look good in or what I like. Somebody else says this restaurant's good. I'm going to go to this restaurant and just get something even though it never appealed to me before and I had no reason to go there before. And because this food reviewer doesn't like my restaurant that I go to, this restaurant's now bad. Because this YouTuber hasn't said this game is the next best game of 2030, I'm not gonna play it. Because this YouTuber said it's awesome, I'm going to do it. Because this person makes millions of dollars yelling and screaming with all of their friends because, you know, brands sponsor them. They do it without realizing what happens. So, that's for the DustyWhy haircut today. Listen, the DustyWhy haircut is a cross of like thousands of men who get sunburned in 65-degree weather with a touch of hopefully some influence from somewhere else. I'm hoping it looks somewhat cool and hip. That's the biggest goal. Music, everyone's sampling something else. You're describing the basis of late-stage consumerism. Yes. And it's the... Fuck, like what should I call it? I guess the need to try to emulate what is successful instead of trying to do something to create your own success. It's like if fucking patents and trademarks didn't exist and everybody was just making fucking Nike products for shoes, or everyone was just making Logitech G Pro wirelesses, and like everybody was literally just cloning other shit but doing it worse because they weren't the original manufacturers of it. There's nothing new. Like, everyone's interesting enough to keep people watching. So, I'm gonna be real. This is also a big part of content right now. There are YouTubers and short-form content creators, and then there are long-form content creators. And I personally feel as though a lot of content right now is best served for YouTube and short-form, but is trying to be forced into long form because nobody's saying I want to be a YouTuber because everybody thinks YouTuber is Mr. Beast and not Moist Critical and not their favorite gaming YouTuber that's doing speedruns. Everybody just thinks YouTuber is something different now. YouTube is short form curated content. Twitch is live organic content that does the best and always has. And as curated as shit can get on a high level, The largest content creators did not get to the largest spot by curating all their content and working with brands when they had 0 views. Very simply put, they did something original that made people want to watch. So, in my opinion, a lot of these like clickbait, loud is funny, hype clip farmers, bro, do it on YouTube. YouTube's good for that shit. Like, you won't believe who I ran into at TwitchCon. And then it's like, the fucking blurred out somebody standing back to a urinal in a Red Bull hat, right? That'd probably do pretty fucking well. Like, this large content creator was on their phone in the bathroom. You won't believe who it is. That's a YouTube story. It's not a Twitch story. I'm not gonna turn that into a 10-hour stream. Also, the number of... Bro. Y'all are gonna fucking hear something that resonates with me on a personal level to the point where I'm gonna need a bong rip after that. For the love of fucking God. Also, hi Zop. If you are IRL streaming, or you are video game streaming, or you are hot tub streaming, or you are making any form of content, interact with your fucking chat. Bro, nobody's gonna fucking care that some fucking Kmart swag lord that's trying to be fucking Kai is walking through fucking mouth closed going, trying to aura farm, and then they see one thing, and then they go, whoa! Like, bro, oh my God, streamers fucking suck at their job now. Bro, we literally have one job and it's to interact with the people that literally make it possible for us to stream. If I ignored my chat, spoiler alert for anybody that's just doing it for money, I wouldn't have subs because nobody would fucking give me any money. Like, I'm not just interacting for the money, but if you don't interact, then nobody's going to give you the money that you want in the first place if you are just clout streaming. Like, brother, you have to fucking interact as a streamer. You sound like streamer's dad? Bro, I'm gonna be real. It's really fucking easy to grow on Twitch. I'm gonna be real. I know that's a controversial take. It's really hard to grow to 10,000 viewers. It's really easy to grow to 10 viewers. And then once you get 10 viewers, it's really easy to grow to 20 viewers. And then once you get 20 viewers, it's really easy to grow to 25. But for everybody, that's not growth. It's really fucking easy to grow some community on Twitch if you just play a game in a directory and engage somebody when they come in. Harder directories to grow in are larger directories. Don't stream Fortnite or Dota or COD or any of those. Stream in a smaller directory. Stream an indie. Wait for somebody to come in and then just yap with them. Give them a reason to stay and come back again. Like, bro, I'm gonna be real. Sometimes I feel like the streamer dad to a certain standpoint. Because I look at the route of where content is going, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you guys even attempting to do, man? And I'll be real, bro. You can tell the culture has shifted. Because people come up and they'll talk at TwitchCon, like, my badge had, like, the partner heart on it, so everyone could tell I was a partner. People would come up and talk, and they'd ask about stream, and when they found out I was a full-time streamer, very, very, very frequently, the next question would be, oh, how much you make? Oh, what's your sub count? And then they'd be like, oh, I'm trying to get like that someday. I'm trying to stream full time too. Like, how much money you make and how long did it take to make money? And I look at them dead in the eyes and I say, brother, I've been streaming 9 years. And I've been full time for about 2. And I watch the light drain from their eyes. And I watch their smile fade. And I go, you want to know how much I make? If I took the amount of hours that I stream in a week and worked a minimum wage job, I'd make about double. work a minimum wage job, 60 to 70 hours a week, and you making more than I do, boys. GG, well played. Now, this is a hell of a lot better than a minimum wage job, but like, everybody wants to think there's so much money and glory in being a full-time streamer. Like, it's fun as fuck. It's the best job in the world. But brother, we do not make, unless you are one of the tops, more money than your average fucking bus driver. Like, it's still, I got the coolest job in the world. I love what I do. But to anybody that might be out there that's like, man, I really want to stream so I can make lots of money. Bro, I had to budget. I buy my groceries on sale so I don't have to like spend a lot of money. I buy $100 an ounce weed and smoke mid so that way I can save. Someone out there is going to say, Dusty, just stop smoking weed and you'll save more. I won't be able to save money if I throw myself off a bridge. Thank you for your concern. Everything's fine. I actually have a small goal to get a large enough audience so when my good friend finishes their indie game, he'll pay me to promote it. It's fucking funny. Like, bro, honestly, YouTube for that. Try to post shorts and like short to mid-form YouTube content, in my opinion. Because one thing that is like really important to keep in mind is data can be manipulated and numbers can be manipulated like in any way. And if I go up and I say to somebody, let's see, analytics, discovery, or is it engagement? Oh, it's engagement. Okay, so if I go up to somebody and I say, hey, my name's DustyWhy, I have 100 average viewers on Twitch in the last 30 days. Awesome. That's great. That's cool. That's a number. If I walk up and I say, hey, my name's DustyWhy, and in the last 2 months, I have over 3.5 million hours, million minutes watched on Twitch. 3.5 million minutes watched on Twitch in the last 60 days. That is going to be a huge number. I have, 1,000 follows and 3.6 million minutes watched. That is a much larger number to throw out. That also illustrates, like, I have a lot of viewers that watch my content. So, with YouTube and TikTok, you'll see a lot of people that are like, short form or like video posters, and they'll be like, I have amassed over, X amount of views on my content. And you look and it's like, one short that has 750K, and then the rest of their shit's like 3K views. And they're like, I have 1 million views on all of my videos. Data ain't everything. So, I'll be honest, bro. Like, if you just want to cheese out the easiest fucking sponsored content of your life, post on TikTok, post on YouTube, and then just combine the total views from those things for all of your posts for 3 months. And then say, hey, my content has put out this many views. Would you like to maybe sponsor one of my videos? Even if it's like you just get some keys to give away. That's a cool thing too. Like I went to a Devolver meet and greet, and like a Devolver, community mixer, stuff like that, meeting with the publishers and the team and everything. That went absolutely phenomenal. I talked to them about sponsored content. I nowhere in that brought up the kind of like the aspect of like, make sure you pay me.
Do you love me?
Yo, Henry, thank you for the 12 months. Do I love you? Based on what's happened at TwitchCon, I'm not comfortable answering that. Not comfortable answering that. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I choose Red Bull. Red Bull gives you Twitch Primes, chat. Somebody Twitch Prime in this bitch. Yo, paid actor, what up, my boy? Also, Pen, hi. My concerns for streamers is aging streamers aren't as interesting since new and young ones are always coming up. Nah, that's absolute cap. That's absolute cap. Like, new and young ones, sure. But you're also trying to a certain extent, like, if you are working a job, there's always going to be new talent that's coming into your job that could replace you. If you are an athlete, There's always going to be newer players that are coming into your sport to also replace you. You know why they don't replace LeBron James? Because he's fucking LeBron James. So, the thing with aging streamers is if you're aging and your content is aging and your content sucks as you age and your community finds other people to watch and you don't bring in new people, then awesome. You're gonna fall off. I've streamed for 9 years. I started streaming when I was 20. My stream is larger at 29 than it is at 20, or than it was at 20. My stream's going to be larger at 39 than it was at 29. My community's gonna be older. You guys will have a lot more money to give me way more subs, but because my content is something, ooh, Willow, that is going to continue to adapt, evolve, and hopefully improve over time, it is very doable to build a large, consistent audience. In my opinion, just count as 7K hours in New World Square. No, we're gonna bring that up when I talk about how I'm gonna be going back to New World later tonight. That's a joke, by the way. Arcane Adam, if you're out there, it's just a fucking joke. It's literally just cap. Bro, when I did OPRs, Arcane Adam literally came in and was like, this Ashes update looks a little weird. I was scared as shit. Gonna serious game whatever he has for free because he's got a massive passion for his product. Yeah. And like, I'll be real, even if you can get like keys to give away and stuff, that could be a huge thing too. Because again, tying that in and doing like, you know, an exclamation giveaway in chat, but also over on YouTube, right? I put in 12 hours playing this new indie game from this developer. Here's what I love about it, and here is how you can win access for free. As a hook in your video, you're just like, what's up guys, it's your boy Zop. I just checked out fucking Ball X Pit after talking with Devolver. Devolver published this title and it, you know, this is the developer for it. I had a blast with it. It's a roguelite with some base building elements, a ton of fun blasting progression for you to work through, and you guys can win a copy of it just by clicking the link in the description. Huge thank you for so-and-so, you know, so-and-so studio for actually sponsoring this video and making it possible. Make sure you check out my Twitch for more content. Congratulations, you have an entire script to base off of. Just clip that and reword it. And then that is your generic thank you for sponsoring the stream YouTube bit. You can do an 8-minute video off of just that. I'll be real. Like you could straight up pull that off. Someone pulled a U and tried to make out. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Someone pulled a U is wild. Please don't go back to New World. I uninstall for good. So like, I'll be real. People also like watching people they can relate to within the same age cohort. To a certain extent, yes, but I also think that age is just a small factor in it all. I think that good content is timeless, and like, Tactical Grandma at TwitchCon was not being walked up to by, you know, other grandmas. Like, Tactical Grandma also pulls a younger audience too. It's just, again, like, I don't necessarily think that we've seen Summit old as shit. Hold on. Summit 1G age. Summit's 38. Summit's basically fucking dead already. So like Summit and Tactical Grandma are basically the same streamer, just in terms of that like age bracket. And they have very like I guess varying audiences. But yeah, I mean, people like watching content they relate to or just content they enjoy. Literally any way, shape, or form of content that people will enjoy. And the thing about it, right? It's all relative in terms of, I guess, like how you feel about your content and your community and the state of things. And this is also what I've talked about with like the comparative state, right? So, in terms of, I guess, like the content sphere. I meant more so it's easier to align with streamers your age if they're talking about relatable things. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, relatable points are always a big thing, but like, I'll be honest, I'm not the most like relatable person to a lot of people in chat. Like, I don't have kids. I don't have a job. I drive a Honda Civic. I don't really do too much. Like, I just yap, and like maybe a lot of people feel I'm relatable because I'm not anything fancy. But like, I'm just a fucking dude. I don't think you need to be overly relatable, because I think with the grand scheme of like Twitch viewership, right? If you want to grow to be like Summit 1G size, then like, good luck. Good luck. I'll be real. Good fucking luck to you, dog. Good luck to me. Good luck to anybody. Summit. Never even thought he'd be Summit size when he first started streaming. So, like, I genuinely wish you all the luck in the world. Yo, Arnold. Thank you for the 2 months, dog. Much love. But again, this goes back to my take of, like, it's actually really easy to grow on Twitch if you are talking about growth in the right way. From 1 to 5 viewers, from 5 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, so on and so forth. Not, oh, it's impossible to grow from 1 to 10,000 viewers, so I'm quitting. Right? There are so many fucking people that watch content that you will absolutely have content that appeals to somebody. It's just a matter of who your content appeals to, how much content you're able to put out, and how much consistent content you're able to put out. That's also one of the plagues of like clip farming nowadays, is that it lowers the consistency of your content so incredibly heavily, because now instead of actually like, you know, getting on and doing your thing and having that like, you know, everybody comes here, they know I'm gonna yap and they show up for the yaps and they stay for anything else that's gonna be exciting and it's a bonus. If clip farming was the only thing that we did, the second we're not clip farming, stream's boring. You have to have a baseline that is entertaining, and then your high moments need to be your high moments, right? And so many people try to build up a, not a YouTube, but a Twitch live audience that is built around retention off of clip farming moments. And the thing about clip farming on Twitch is even if you have a hype moment the last 20 minutes, it's gonna go up and then it's gonna go back down. And you want to know what happens on Twitch when viewership goes down? Your viewers disappear. It's not like YouTube where my views stay +1 because you decided to check out the video at any point in time. The second you leave my Twitch, GG fucking well played, brother. That's all she wrote. That's all there is to it. I lose a viewer. So, I think that it's all about, again, just understanding what type of content you want to make, understanding what your goals are, and being realistic along the way, man. I talk about how the Harbinger update, it's going to bring a lot of growth into the channel. I'm not expecting the channel to blast up to 2,500 average viewers, but we'll get a nice chunk off the Harbinger update. In between now and the Harbinger update, we'll probably see a little bit of a fall off in terms of viewership as people take their breaks, as people, you know, take time off, get ready. Some may just outright quit. There are going to be a lot of people that go that route as well. So remember when you had front page? Oh, front page is cool as shit. Yeah, front page is cool, but also the thing with front page, and maybe Twitch hears this and I don't get front page anymore, but front page is just legal view botting. I'm gonna keep it I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, it's literally just legal view botting. My Twitch sits on the front page, and like, yes, it's all organic, like it's actual accounts that see my Twitch on the front page, but it's literally just shoving people into the channel. If you get approved for front page and get anything less than 100 follows that day, you're cooked. It means your content is fucking RIP. Sanctioned view botting? Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, front page though, front page is really good for impressions, but really bad for conversion. Impressions are somebody seeing your channel. So like, somebody clicks on Ashes in the directory and they see my channel. That's an impression, right? A click through and an engagement are follow-ups to impressions. So click-throughs and engagements are what streamers are looking for. Because you see my stream, you go, oh, that looks like a crystal clear camera. That guy looks, you know, swaggy as shit. There's gameplay. Let me check it out. Then you click. Click-through rate. +1. Then it comes into engagement and retention. You engage with my channel, I need to instantly engage you and get you in conversation, get you involved in something, or just have it on your second monitor where you're going, yeah, Yeah, no, that makes sense, Dusty. Then it comes to retention. Retention is how long can I keep you here before you say, good enough for me. And then you head out. That's the hardest part of Twitch. If you can get click-throughs and you can retain, you grow. If you can't get click-throughs, then it means your channel is not standing out enough comparatively to other people. Your titles could be bad. Your stream could be ugly. You could be ugly. Anything could happen. But people really underestimate how a good title and above the pamphlet advertising can actually impact the stream. If I am just putting out a bunch of hubbub and hullabaloo, right? Then that's not gonna get anybody in. If I change my title right now, like, chat, do you want to do a social experiment? Because I could change my title to massive unexpected update, and people would come in and they would say, Dusty, what's the update? What's going on? And then I look and there are 2 viewer streamers that are just like, swag YOLO 69 fuck bitches as their title. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's awesome, man. Like, if I have my title as, we are getting the, largest update this month, and then somebody else's title is Tuesday, what are you gonna click on? There's levels to it, man, and people need to be aware of all the levels. You're advertising, you're marketing, you're acting to a certain extent, you are engaging, you're in front of a camera, you're on a stage. Like, you need to have every single fucking aspect of it. Fuck it, it's Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday kind of a banger. Tuesday kind of a banger. I got all 3. Yeah, then you throw in the fact that if you're like dumb and unentertaining, then it's gonna be even worse, because then you just turn into a lol cow. That's your best case scenario. Like, there is still, by the way, there is still an opportunity. Dumb, stupid, unentertaining. Just get into controversies and let people make fun of you for a bunch of money. Any tips on how to not be ugly as fuck? Be a VTuber. That's it. If you're ugly as shit, just be a VTuber. Bro, I'll be completely fucking real. Now, keep in mind, ugly is relative, dog. Ugly is always relative. I'm ugly to some people. Some people look at me and be like, that is an AI generated white man. And I'm like, hell yeah, brother. Thank you. Some people look at me and be like, that's a handsome AI generated white man. He's got really cool flowing hair. So, what's the new huge update? Exactly. Exactly. We're learning. The advertising is working. Yeah, no, I'll be real, bro. Just be a VTuber. Because being a VTuber is easy. Because, like, I don't even think people expect VTubers to be yappers. People literally just go in, watch a VTuber play games, and then just hear the occasional, and then that'll be more than enough for them to stay for like 6 hours. Like, literally, I could play Phasmo, and then once every 3 hours, I could be a VTuber with, you know, big old bosoms and stuff, and I could be like, oh, goodness heavens, this is scary. 1,000 viewers in the VTuber community, bro. I could be a shark. What would I be for a VTuber model? I would have huge titties. Bro's never watched Philly shows. I can name one person that is an exception to the rule, therefore the rule is false. The exception to the rule does not dictate the rule, zombie. You know this. You absolutely know this. Just because you make one good call doesn't mean you're a good caller. We've said that to a lot of people before. We said that to a lot of people before. Can be a VTuber and just do a bunch of goofy ass voices? Yeah, what the fuck do you mean? Bro, half the time you just have to be a VTuber and breathe into your mic a little bit. Yeah, just give one word answers to your entire chat and then just kind of scoff when somebody asks you something that you don't want to answer. Just because New World League 1 is good doesn't mean we needed 2 more. Yeah, actually, we didn't need 2 more, but a landlord did. So, you know, It is what it is. Sometimes there are other needs that must be satisfied along the way. Yeah, I mean, bro, how to get like, I like to watch rich streamers lose more money in 2 hours than I make in a year. Hear me out. If you guys give me an insurmountable amount of money, like just an unfathomable amount of cash, I would also be happy to gamble your money away on your behalf. Yeah, I mean, I just don't have enough to gamble yet. Like, y'all get the nest egg up a little bit, and I'll absolutely burn cash. I'll do crate openings. I'll give shit away. Like, I don't fucking care. It's not my money anyways, bro. This shit, like, 60% hoofsies at this point. So, like, y'all get to engage in that a little bit. A little bit, I did peep a bit of train wrecks during the Gamba era. Yeah, I just don't necessarily think that's, like, I'm gonna eat you out to Carla. What? What a typo! Just while I'm making eye contact with Carla. Man, goddamn! Goddamn! What the helly? Man, on that freaky shit. Oh my god. Oh, it's degenerately entertaining background scream. Yeah. And like, I'll be real. Once you get big enough, you can do literally whatever you want, and people will show up anyways. But like, if I went to open, and not even, because at my size, I'd still probably get people in to do it if I was doing anything Gamba or like crate packing and stuff. But like, if somebody with 10 viewers was just cracking packs, I don't necessarily think, no matter how rich they are, that's gonna pull them a lot of people. There are certain things. Yo, Pen, I hope you have a beautiful night, my friend. I appreciate you. I think there are certain things that like open up, so to say, once you're a very large content creator that just doesn't open up otherwise. And anytime I hear somebody say like, oh, I want to stream variety, I'm like, oh, you don't want to grow. You want to have one viewer forever. Congratulations. Happy for you. So, I don't know, man. I think it's just different levels of shit on like large and small content creator scales. And then especially on like, you know, the large scale. Like, I'm large to some people, I'm small to somebody that has 1,000 viewers. So like, I don't know, there's just levels to it, dog. What if it's one really affluent viewer? Oh, bro. I've seen some shit. Like, not on my end. Like, I'll be real. Everybody want to say, oh, he's a whale. I could not live solely off of hoof gifted subs, just for transparency. I could not. So even on my end, we don't even have one really big, like, you know, fucking oil prince, so to say. There are 1,000% people that have one Omega juicer that will gift subs, bits, donos, buy everything that they want off of their Amazon wish list. Like, there are streamers and communities where the streamer is very comfortable just being like, here are all of my expenses and things that I want. Pay for them, pussies. And like, good for them. I'll be real. And sometimes it's literally just one person that's just going crazy with it. Sometimes it's a simp. Sometimes it's somebody that really believes in somebody's content and wants to enable them to go full time. Master Chief, don't ... You are, you're this month's sub leader. I can flick on the all-time leaderboard real quick though if we want to see. I'll let you, Master Chief. Much love. Much love. But like, genuinely, there are absolutely different forms of it. Sometimes you got people that are like, oh, you're a small content creator. I really want to help support. Here's, you know, 500 gifted subs because you work very hard. You know, work and stream at the same time and you're here, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's generosity. Then there's also simping. Simping go crazy. You'll have people that are broke that are gifting subs, bro. You will literally have people that'll be like, I got $100 in my bank account, so I have $100 for my king and or queen. And that shit, I'm like, please don't be that irresponsible with your money. Like, at the end of the day, I do that. Yeah, but like, not, hopefully anyways, not to the point of like going out of your way to like gift a bunch of subs to the channel and put yourself in a disadvantageous spot because of that. And I'll be real, a lot of content creators don't give a fuck about like if their community can or can't afford the support that they're getting, if people are putting themselves in a bad spot because of it. Like, there are so many people that just see the monetary side of it and they just say, oh good, somebody's giving me money, give me more money. Who doesn't cash out their life insurance and get a second mortgage to give subs? Okay, hear me out. On that second mortgage thing, Zine is currently like working a working a mortgage job, and every 6 months you can refinance your house. So essentially what I'm going to do is take all of the money from everybody that they currently have, and then they'll go through Zine for a refinance. Zine will get money off of the refinance, and then we'll double down on the income that we're getting from our simps. So essentially, I'll get it on the Twitch side, Zine gets it on the mortgage side, and then we split and we make the gamer house. Very soon. Selfish and hate ads? Yeah, I mean, that also makes sense. That's also part of why I stream on YouTube. Like, I don't expect my YouTube viewership to ever touch my Twitch viewership. I don't post on YouTube. I don't, you know, clickbait and play into the YouTube algo as much as someone should. I don't expect shit on YouTube. But on YouTube, I run no ads. I have no background music in case people don't like background music. Different viewership experience. That's what I try to give to people, in the sense of like, you don't like ads? Okay, you don't have to pay. Like, here's you know, an alternative for it. So, yo, Patosho, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. You missing rent because you're gifting a random on the internet money? Yeah. That's the thing, man. I always tell people, like, if you guys are able to monetarily support, brother, I am unemployed. Like, I don't make sponsorship money. I don't do sponsored streams. I don't have millions of dollars in the bank. I am dependent on other people's money to pay my rent. But I will tell people, if you cannot afford to do this without literally losing the money and never worrying about it again, please don't. If you have bills to get caught up, if you have food, if you have a family to take care of, if you have a nest egg that you're trying to build up in case something goes wrong in your car, do not monetarily support me. Do not gift me subs. And I say this as a small streamer. I average 100 fucking viewers. I have 1,300 subs. I make enough to pay rent and put a little bit away. And I am thankful for every single penny that people do send this way, because I know that this community is not putting themselves in a disadvantageous spot. I would not want somebody taking out their last fucking $5 bill and be like, Dusty, please take this and buy some 18% sativa with it. I don't, bro, like, take care of yourself first, and then once you're taking care of yourself, then take care of me or other people or do whatever else. But always take care of yourself first. All I'm hearing is Carly needs another job. Bro, like, she's barely even fucking working hard for us anymore. I don't fucking get it. Like, one job at 40 hours a week. I'm streaming fucking 60 to 70 hours a week. And like, I feel as though if she's only working 40 hours a week, then she could probably just get another job for another 40 hours a week. And then we'd probably be fine. Because then it'd be like, I'm working too, so I wouldn't really be unemployed. Can I be a part of the gamer house if I don't stream? I get bodyguard. Yo, like low-key, high-key? Low-key, high-key? Yo, Diggity, what up, my boy? Low-key, high-key would be fire. Carla could VTube. Carla could VTube. Honestly. But like, streaming's not for everyone, man. I'll be real. Like, I think that some people really enjoy the constant interaction with people. Like, I love being surrounded by people. I love, like, when we were at TwitchCon, I liked having the group around me and, like, you know, having our group of people all interacting and seeing everybody just you know, together. That's a really cool thing. People can come up to me and talk to me any amount of time over literally anything, and I will sit there and yap with them for a fucking hour. There were so many conversations where I had to be like, yo, here's my contact info, hit me up, but my entire group's leaving, I've gotta go. Like, it's a fucking blast. And for me, part of it is because, like, I grew up in a very small town in the middle of Maine. Like, we had one stoplight in my town, and we said, go to the stoplight and go this way to give directions, because that was all we had. So, like, from my standpoint, I love the social interaction. I would, you know, I've said this a lot. If I was a big streamer at TwitchCon, I wouldn't want to do a meet and greet, because I would just want people to come up and yap to me organically. Like, I love that aspect of it. There are a lot of people that don't enjoy that social aspect of it for whatever reason. And I don't really know what you're streaming for at that point. But, like, there are a lot of really anti-social streamers as well that, like, don't want to be, like, recognized by their communities, don't want to be talked to by their communities out in public. Like, I'm not a huge, like, social media person. I don't post on Twitter much. I don't post on Instagram at all. Like, that shit's cooked to me because it's all fake. But it's the origin of streaming for a lot of streamers. What, not liking the social aspect of things? Nah, I think that's the origin of gaming, if I'm being honest. Like, I think gamers wanted to game to escape from things, and that's why video games got so popular. Streaming, in my opinion, the people who were... Gaming was the origin of streaming on Twitch. Right, but you also have your gamers who are social. You have your gamers who are... Believe me, I've been here for 9 years, before IRL was a thing, really at all. I've been through the pools, beaches, hot tubs meta. I've been through the big titties meta. I've been through the green screen shorts meta, the clear ass chair meta. I have seen so many Twitch metas, you would think I'm a fucking balance patch person for Twitch. Like, I've been here for all of it. But the black stripe meta, oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh, that was an awful one. So many fucking metas. So many fucking metas. Oh god. Oh god, it's so bad. But yes, so like, I think that streamers were typically the people who were more of the outwardly social people in the gaming community and people who enjoyed that aspect of it. Because again, streaming, yes, born from gaming, but it was also born from the people that wanted to put their gaming POVs out there for people to watch. Before streaming was about money, before what I do for a job was possible, before nanoleafs existed on every person's wall, right? That's the big part of it, I think, that people forget, is you have to have something that sets yourself apart. More social streamers did rise up faster in viewership unless you were a legend gamer like Faker. Oh yeah, there are competitive streamers, there are social streamers, and then there are streamers that cross over both aspects of it. Competitive streamers, the problem that they typically face is that, like, someone like Faker, where his entire career is in League and he's got so much outside money anyways, he doesn't fucking care. But, like, you take somebody like a Deadlock competitive player, and if Deadlock dies right now, the #1 Deadlock player is not going to transition to another game and immediately have their same viewership anywhere. You take a competitive fucking Rocket League player, it's going to be based around competitive. Their viewership goes up for tourneys and it goes down for 99.9% of other content. There are event streamers, there are competitive streamers, there are a lot of things. Now, there, of course, like I said with Zombie earlier, there are exceptions to the rule, 1,000,000%, right? 1,000,000%. You have competitive players in one game that transition to a different game and do even better because of it. So that's the thing to keep in mind. Exceptions to the rule, though, are not the rule itself. They are the exceptions. And with people like Faker, dude's got so much fucking, like, actual just... like perma lips attached to dong levels of glaze from the entire League community, as deserved, that he could put up a stream for 32 seconds, fart into his mic, and get more subs than I would in an entire 10 hour. Again, levels to the shit. He happened to be, well, I don't know if there's like an argument with the league thing, or not, but to my knowledge, he's pretty consensus like the GOAT of league to most people. But like, as someone like that, where it's just that different insurmountable level, right? You are the best at a game that then becomes one of the most transcendent games to hit the market at any point. He's got 5 world championships, I think. Yeah, well, how many New World League runner-up titles does he have? Fucking 0, pussy. How many wars has he won? It's fucking ridiculous. I'm just putting that out there. Just putting that out there. But yeah, like, there are absolutely exceptions to it. But it's also like the scenario of, you know, if I keep putting myself in a good spot with Ashes, chilling at the top of the directory, hanging out, building the community and solidifying here, and Ashes blows up, then you could very well be looking at 10K plus viewers in here on Ashes launch. Very, very easily. MMOs and a lot of games in general, like if they do end up blowing up, you see the content creators blow up with them, right? And with League being one of those things where it's just, it's expanding. Like, I don't know, again, what their player metrics are looking like, but the presence of League overall is like watching syrup go over a pancake and down onto a plate. And like, no matter how thin the syrup gets, it just keeps spreading and taking up more space. That's League, man. It just keeps taking up more and more and more space, no matter what happens. And with content creators there, they will also take up more space, especially if they were in the OG parts of it. New World content creators, it's not blowing up to the point that League is, but you also see some New World content creators whose viewership is taking up more space. So League feels like it's been in decline. Every gaming community has. I don't think that gaming as a whole is in a good spot right now, especially gaming content creation. But League has been a consistent that has faced less attrition, in my opinion, than other titles, if that makes sense. I think everything has been in decline for a while for gaming, and very few things are like good, so to say. But yeah. Kind of impossible not to decline after the COVID spike. Yeah, no, I agree. Stimmies for expendable income. Literally nothing else to do without like risking your fucking life. Yeah, I totally get that shit. That's the reason why gaming's gonna decline. So I think this relates to business stuff as well. But like, in business, if you hit an all-time high in sales one year, your corporate side will always say next year we hit another all-time high. And the expectation will always be to grow. And at a certain point, your market is going to shrink. So essentially, gaming in COVID was massive. Massive. It was a, Jesus fucking Christ, Mothra ass fucking moth flying around the room right now, bro. What the helly? Dog, this shit's huge. What the fuck? Bro, what am I supposed to do about a giant ass fucking moth? What the fuck? Bro, I'm so scared. It's just like fucking tweaking. Oh, fuck. Oh! Bro, it's doing like swoops and shit. Uh-oh. Like, I don't want it to kill me. I don't know how it got in the first fucking place. I don't even know how. Maybe it'll follow me out. I'll be right back, chat. Capture it in the cup and then set it free. Bro, it's just tweaking. I need a hand, dog. I'm gonna have to scoop out the air with a fucking cup. Brother! He has landed in the most inconvenient spot possible. broski is fucking chunky. Bro, I need you to land and you won't land. Please! Oh shit. Brother just took a swoop at me, dog. He's coming for my life. What the fuck? Oh. I don't know where it just went. I have no idea. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Brody ran the fuck away like crazy. Like, I was trying to put it in a cup, and then I was gonna bring it outside and, like, set it free. If you're in the US, just shoot it. Oh, I'm trying to be a humanitarian. I feel like with everything going on in the world right now, a little bit of peace may just be what we need. And I feel like any life spared is a good life spared. I don't know. Huh. Huh. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Alright. Dusty, can you get the fuck over here? So, good day. Where is it? I think I'm safe for now. Anyways, so we're talking about like why I think streaming, or I guess like gaming in general, has gone down in recent times. So, what I'd like to talk about for this is essentially, yo, Pear, what up, my boy? My day's going fucking beautiful. I'm home. Again, corporate greed. I don't think it's just that. So, what I think we're seeing for any basketball fans is a transition from big man ball to the three-point shot. For football fans, it's a transition from the run game to the pass game. Okay, so what I'd like to discuss is the viewer and streamer ratio, and honestly, the total number of viewers of hours streamed. So here we have Twitch tracker stats. Okay, and pre-COVID, you're looking at about 50,000 average concurrent channels, 40,000 in 2018, the year before. Now, I've been streaming since about 2016-ish, when there were about 20k channels active. So, COVID hits, and you've got a huge burst in hours watched, hours streamed, monthly broadcasters, Twitch growth, everything, right? So, after COVID ends, naturally, you have people that are going to be going back to work. You have people that are going to be, you know, going back to their normal lives, less expendable income, all of that. Okay? But this is where your transition to the passing game, from the run game to the pass game also comes in. Post-COVID, we saw a huge prevalence of like, and I would say this started through COVID with more like parasocial streaming, because people were lacking a lot of their like normal interactions, I guess. So you had kind of like the come up of the just chatting as like a huge thing. Your React meta started to take off. And I think once the React meta started to take off, you had your clip farm start to take off as well. So post-COVID, people go outside again, blah, 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 blah. Transition to IRL streaming starts to occur. After COVID, you have not only fewer total viewers, fewer total like broadcasters, slightly, all that stuff. But what happens is your gaming subsect died out after COVID, right? What people replaced it with was the IRL streaming, because it's as simple as I'm anywhere doing anything. I have phone, I press go live, I'm now streamer. It got even more accessible than it was before. So now what it's looking at is essentially, and I don't have the stats on like what percentage of streamers are IRLs or just chatting versus like gaming streamers, but I can sure as hell tell you that the ratio has increased drastically from like IRLs to gamings comparatively to even 5 years ago, man. It is, it's night and day. So I don't think it's necessarily just like corporate greed. I think that's the easiest way to say it. And it's also kind of a cop-out. I think it's natural transitions and meta shifts over time. I think COVID was a huge, huge, huge player in all of that. COVID was the reason why we had the boom. COVID was also the reason why IRL streaming became a bit more prevalent, because people could go to those areas and see those things through the streams. So like, that's my take on it. In terms of like gaming in specific, I do agree much more on the, you know, the corporate greed side of things. The thing about gaming right now is that I feel as though it lacks a lot of passion, so to say, from development teams still. I feel as though it has, like you've said, shifted very heavily to the side of, you know, trying to maximize profits. Also, happy birthday's up. Trying to maximize profits on things instead of trying to put out a product that is like, you know, funded by passion, right? At the end of the day, it's very much so a thing where you do have to make money on your product that you're putting out. Like, you've got to make money to run a business. Everybody fucking knows that. But it almost feels like everybody making games just to have a job and not to chase their dream. And I feel like we need more people whose dream it is to make, you know, the specific game that they are working on, and to have that come to fruition no matter what it takes for them. I feel like that is something that is like most definitely missing the most. Is just I'm working on a project I'm incredibly passionate for, right? What type do you think Steven is? Personally, Steven is, yeah, I think far from profit driven, if I'm being honest. I think that this entire world exists because Steven saw a vision for something and had the means within, again, primarily his own pockets to make it happen, and is doing what he can to facilitate that. I think that Steven is much more on the side of passionate man who wants to use his resources to essentially create his dream, right? So if I wanted to have like a really cool basketball court, then I could use my dollars to go build basketball courts and stuff like that. Steven wanted to use his dollars to build this basketball court for people that are playing this instead of basketball. And I kind of like, I see that a lot, right? I think people can say what they want about how he got his money, his background, whatever. I don't fucking care. I'll be completely honest. I don't pocket watch people. But at the end of the day, I see that this is very clearly a world that he wants to build and wants to see come to fruition, and also wants to provide to a lot of other people to have the same experiences that, you know, he wants to have with it. And I think that's a cool concept in today's day and age. Now, the problem is, can passion beat profit? In a world where passionate titles were all that existed, the most passionate best title won. In a world where passion can be potentially outdone by mass advertising and marketing and sponsored campaigns and just throwing money at something mid until it's good, can passion come out on top? It can. Have we seen that recently? Is my question. Everyone's quick to say No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky, phenomenal in the state that it's in comparatively to when it launched. They're doing great on their side. But is No Man's Sky anywhere near what it could have been? Why not literally any indie game? Are individual indie games outperforming profit-driven products in terms of player bases in a sustainable way? Megabonk in a sustainable way? Because as of right now, Megabonk has, what do we have? 1 month of time to go off of. And Megabonk is already, as of right now, 40% lower than peak. Almost 50% lower than peak. 24-hour peak is 35% lower. So, Hollow Knight. So this is where I'm going to interject. Just because you like a franchise doesn't mean that it's a globally known successful phenomenon. With an MMO, I don't think you're looking at something that's like a Hollow Knight-esque title that's well loved once every 12 years. The thing about passion-driven MMOs and passion-driven large products is that you're not trying to have people come through and complete a, you know, a linear game that you're gonna get. What's Hollow Knight's game time? 50 hours if you do everything. Long-term sustainable. People are going to come in and then go out of that, and then as people continue to do so, it loses playability, right? That's just what happens. I think Fellowship has a shot. I played Fellowship very early on. Was an absolute blast. The thing with Fellowship that concerns me is that it's just the same thing all the time. Hades and Terraria. Hades has an all-time peak of 50,000 players and a current peak of 5,800. Are we looking at Hades 2? Because Hades 2 has an all-time peak of 112k players and a 24-hour peak of 34k. Incredibly small in the scheme of gaming. I hate to break it to you, but again, just because you like a project does not mean that it's a widely successful global phenomenon that's going to outdo all of the massive titans of gaming. As much as you can like it, you're wrong. These are not outdoing profit-driven products that are churning. Call of Duty, killing this in numbers as soon as their new one drops. Battlefield, murdering it, holding it down and going until its head is flat. Constantly. Constantly. It is no competition. That's simply it. Stardew had to bring out the big guns. Stardew Valley has fewer players currently than New World does in a 24-hour peak that is over 50% lower than its all-time player base and still gets absolutely annihilated by most AAA titles in terms of raw player base. There are more players on console on New World than there are on Stardew Valley right now. Your big gun is a 22 and AAAs are shooting 50 cals with belt-fed fucking rounds because they can afford them. New World just dropped a new expansion. And you know what they're gonna do every season? Throw money at it to drop new expansions. Yeah, that's why money wins, Nin. Yes, you're understanding now. Because Amazon games can just go bam, expansion, bam, expansion, bam, expansion. Call of Duty can go Call of Duty, Call of Duty, Call of Duty, Call of Duty, Call of Duty. You can't beat it. Brother, it's immortal. It's never lost. Profit wins, money wins. It has never been shown that passion can outdo profit, especially in the MMO scene. And this is the tallest task that, in my opinion, any MMO developer has taken on, trying to tackle an entire titan of an industry with an out-of-meta subgenre of MMOs in a world of instancing instant gratification. This is, in my opinion, the single hardest task that an MMO world has had. Blizzard had profit and fumbled the back then. WoW peak player base in April of this year was 603,000 concurrent. Let's see. I can't find an October one. Can I find an updated one? All I can find are old numbers from websites that I don't necessarily know the validity of, because it's all Blizzard stuff. It's all estimates. There's a total subscriber count estimate of 7.25 million across all versions. But that seems high to me. WoW Retail has an average concurrent player base of 200,000. WoW Classic has an average concurrent player base of 338,000. And Classic Era / Anniversary was 93,500-ish. According to what I can find. So just WoW Classic beats out any of the indie games that have been listed. Or just WoW Classic at, like, Anniversary or whatever it was. Like, say what you want, but like, brother, profit, like, money rules all. I think Curated done well so far. There's still a mountain to climb, I still believe. Oh, I 1000% believe. And I'm not saying it to like doom or anything. I'm playing Ashes. Like, I'm not going over profit. I just think that it is very important to recognize how tough of a task is actually being taken on here. Minecraft was indie. Congratulations. The exception to the rule is not the rule. Hold on. Let's see. What did Notch work on before Minecraft? That is my question. Because Mojang definitely popped with Minecraft. But Notch... I'm pretty sure worked on much more before Minecraft. Pretty sure. Let me see if I can find something on it. Minecraft sandbox game published by Mojang. Right. Studio is best known for developing Minecraft. Mojang was founded by Notch in 2009. As Mojang for Minecraft's development, Studio inherited its name from another video game venture person had left 2 years prior. That's Notch, by the way. Following the game's initial release, Notch, in conjunction with Jacob Porser, incorporated the business in late 2010, and they hired Carl Manne as the company's chief executive officer. Other early hires included Daniel Kaplan and Jens Bergensten. Minecraft became highly successful, giving Mojang sustained growth. The desire to move on from the game, person offered to sell his share in Mojang, and the company was acquired by Microsoft in November 2014. So Minecraft is now Microsoft since 2014. So unfortunately, it seems like Minecraft's sustain has actually come from this. So yeah, Microsoft subsidiary 2014 to present. Notch, exhausted from the pressure of being the owner of Minecraft, published a tweet in June 2014 asking whether anyone would be willing to buy a share in Mojang. Several parties expressed interest in the offer, including Activision Blizzard, EA, and Microsoft. Phil Spencer urged Microsoft's newly appointed chief executive to purchase Mojang to set out a pretty bold vision for Microsoft's gaming business. Furthermore, the company had $2.5 billion in offshore bank accounts that it cannot bring back to the United States without paying repatriation taxes. Nadella separately stated that possible use of Minecraft with the HoloLens, Microsoft mixed reality device, to have been a major factor in pursuing the acquisition. The company first approached Mojang regarding a potential acquisition in June 2014, making its first offer shortly thereafter. Mojang subsequently hired advisors from JP Morgan Chase. Microsoft's agreement to purchase Mojang for $2.5 billion was announced on 15th of September. The three shareholders at the time, of whom Person owns 71% of the shares. The acquisition was finalized on November 6th when Mojang became a part of Microsoft Studios. As a part of the transaction, Person received $1.8 billion. That's Notch, while Porcer and Mane got $300 million and $100 million respectively. All three left Mojang. According to Bergenston, the change in ownership went against the studio's independence-focused culture. Many employees were wary about the uncertainties they could face after the acquisition. Everyone who remained with the company for 6 months thereafter was awarded a bonus of $300,000 after taxes. Jesus Christ. Jesus! So yeah, everything that Minecraft has had for sustenance and success since 2014, which would also be the SMPs, is due to Microsoft. So yeah, it all just breaks back down to profit, dude. I'll be real. Even something successful like Minecraft, it got bought by Microsoft, and that was again back in 2014. So let's go Minecraft player base by year, and then we'll see if we can find anything by year. Yo, Sonya, what up, my friend? What was the joke about the virus server? I think it was a typo, if I'm being honest. There was a CM post. Also, Cypher, I hope you're having a beautiful day. There was a community manager post that went out that was essentially like, oh, hey, there was a problem with like this patch on Vira. We got you guys. I think they just meant to put Shoal, but could be wrong. But I wouldn't read too far into it, if I'm being honest. I can't find anything directly about Minecraft's player base year over year. Minecraft active player count worldwide. Minecraft, to look at the numbers. Minecraft units. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Minecraft units individual sales. 4 million units in 2011, 9 million in 2012, 33 million in 2013. The sale was finalized in 2014. And these are the annual unit sales up to 2021. So, again, I'd probably be willing to say that, keep in mind revenue. I'd be willing to say that Minecraft's success probably partly due to that Microsoft acquisition in the long term. And I don't even think that Minecraft would be in the spot that Minecraft is in right now without Microsoft acquiring them, without Microsoft juicing Xbox with it. Like, Minecraft also runs the same category as League for me. Easy, accessible, and runs a potato. Yeah, no, that's valid as shit. That's valid as shit. Like, Minecraft's incredibly fun, right? Very easily accessible. But again, clams. If you throw enough money at shit, you can make a pile of shit look pretty appealing, man. You stack up a few Benjis on a pile of Dukington, and out of nowhere, people are picking through poop to try to get that money out of it. It's just what happens. So, I don't know, I was crashing this PvP spot for some reason. What do you mean you always crash in this PvP spot? Have you updated your game? I'm saying money doesn't work. I think in gaming so far, Passion get pretty far. In extremely rare cases, Passion has been shown to be able to put products in a good spot. And that is extremely rare cases. But again, as we've said multiple times, the outlier to the rule or the exception to the rule does not determine the rule, right? So again, who says this can't be the rare case? Oh, I'm not saying it's not going to be. Yeah, no, I keep in mind, I'm not dooming at all. I'm just conversing. Like, I'm basically just in this for the conversation. It is incredibly hard for indies to have staying power without an exorbitant amount of dollars being thrown at them. And keep in mind, a lot of your indies that you've listed don't have competitors that are like those AAA plus titles that they have to worry about. Minecraft wasn't really competing with too much in that directory or in that genre when it did come out. So, there are obstacles that come in. You know what I mean? So it's like, MMOs probably a little bit different in terms of like the competition and the player base and everything like that. And in terms of how much money is being shelled out from other developers. And the fact that you're trying to break into an already evergreen. Like, people have been playing their MMO of choice typically for a very long time. So, yo, Vickery, what up, my nin? My dude, my man. And then I was reading Nin's message as well. How's the game, bro? I've been debating it. It's a blast. It's a fucking blast if you have a community to play with. If you don't have a community to play with, it can be rough. Even if you have a community to play with for some people, it can be rough. I'll be real. I have fun with it primarily because I get to sit here and yap with chat. I can kill mobs, which right now mob grinding kind of sucks because there's not a lot of like immediate value from it. I try to find PvP when I can. When I can't find content, I get to bail out and yap with people. Right now, what Ashes is missing is a lot of like replayability and a lot of like, okay, I have my gear, what do I do with it? That's gonna come online from systems that are planned to come in that just aren't in yet because it's still in development, right? So the thing to remember with Ashes is you're getting like the very bare to its core stripped down MMO existence without a lot of the polish, glitz, glamour, shine, and you are seeing it in its base. If you enjoy it in its base, then that means you're absolutely positively going to have a blast with it when it's anything more than its base iteration. And I look forward to that a lot. Like, as soon as arenas are in, and we have replayable PvP content that we can queue, where we don't have to get everybody together in one specific area of the map and get a caravan out, and try to convince enough people to show up so we can actually have teams, it's going to be nice. So, I think systems-wise, you know, it's in development. It's going to be lacking systems until, you know, they say that we've got them all. And right now, they're definitely not trying to tell us that we've got all the systems that we're going to have. So, my personal advice is, if you are looking for something to hop into, and you're not enjoying other things, then it can be great. I've got a lot of hours in, And it does feel as though you are building towards the long term in Ashes, because you quite literally are. Everything that we have at this point in time is going to get wiped. Everything is going to go away at a certain point. Like, it's going to happen. So, if you're cool with that big long term, then it can be fun. If you're looking to come in and have, like, the quickest route through leveling, a ton of players active all the time, and all the polish, all the lights, all the glitz, all the glamour, all the systems, that's gonna come up a little short. I'll be completely honest, but I personally think it's a blast, if I'm being real. Now, again, because I didn't have other shit going on. Go play New World. I mean, bro, I'll be real. Like, most players probably will go play New World in the MMO scene right now, just because, again, I say this a lot. If you were returning to New World after a launch, after an update, after anything, or even as a new player for the first time, you're gonna have a couple to a few hundred hours of content. You're just straight up going to. Like, it's a good in that sense, where if you're one of the players who, like, you know, doesn't have the desire to just blast through everything, you can still get good time out of New World, and it's improved a lot. But it's, I don't know, I just think it lacks that long-term, like, evergreen potential. And it's more of just a, you know, flavor of the month seasonal type game that struggled with longevity. But who knows, man? Maybe these changes are actually good for longevity. So I think Ashes definitely continues to get better. I think New World now is going to be in an even tougher spot in the long term, unless they can manage to put out even more content to build on top of what they've already put in. Because, like, everybody's having fun right now, but what happens when people have their gear and then AGS doesn't have another big expansion plan for, like, 2 more years? That's where New World runs into its problems. And that's where New World loses a whole hell of a lot of people. But again, on a very shallow level, it is fun. It's a combat system that you can do literally anything with, so. Last night when they did the server restart, something went wrong, and the server didn't come up. Then Amon made a comment, how there's now an issue in their workout breaking fire up. He got clowned on a lot. Listen, dude was probably tired as shit. Wasn't that at like 3 a.m. or something? Because I'm sure somebody got called and like fucking woken up and disturbed. And then they had to try to deal with that. Since we moved here from the beach, I get the UE crash to desktop every once and out. Wait, what? Really? That's so fucking weird. Like, why? What do you think would be causing you to crash? 100% he was still memeing the shit out of it. Poor guy. Poor guy, he's just trying to fucking help. Wasn't it cryo? Ended up being an AT&T DNS issue. The fuck does that even mean? And should I yell at Carla? So, where does AT&T come into this? The fuck do you mean AT&T? Do you have to flush your DNS or did you call AT&T? Bruh. Means Carla shot the servers. Wait, what is the... It was AT&T users having the issue. What? What the fuck do you... So, like, AT&T specific internet users... Work all the way later. She works for AT&T. Yeah, it's her fault. Yes. Yes. People were having to set other DNS settings to access. You route it yourself? Okay, I probably shouldn't route it myself. How are the scrims? I think people are just dueling. I'll be completely honest. I don't think a lot of people are on right now. I think some people are dueling. I think we're waiting for more people to come out right now, just trying to get it going, but this is going to be a trying 30 days for Ashes. Let me tell you what. Dusty, do you lose to stack fighters? How high am I? Like, 330 fist power. No, how high am I? I don't care about the fighter. I have to substantially misplay. Because all of a fighter's damage is predictable as fuck. And I can literally just, like, dodge roll out of most of their stuff. I can lose to fighters if I misplay and get caught in one of their big combos. It's one of those things where, like, if I'm fighting a player, if I'm fighting against a fighter and I don't fuck up, then I don't think I should lose to fighters. But the second I fuck up, I feel it, you know? So as long as I'm playing fine, then it's easy, but Cats vs. Amnesty, yeah, dude, I've been gone for 5 days, and I think Amnesty or the EBC or whoever just, I think that's the one that's on the other time zone, right? I don't know. I think we've tried to deck them a couple times early in our day, and it's still too late for them, and then by the time they hop on, I think we're all like, we're all going to bed, so. Taking a break, nothing to do right now, and Ashes and Arc Raider still my heart. Yeah, I think that's important for people to, like, not burn out, if I'm being real, especially for November. November is going to have a lot of content, and hopefully bring in repeatable content. And so, like, I, even on my end, will probably be, like, I don't know, maybe doing some, like, Ball X Pit as some filler content. May fucking level a character and check out Season 10 or something in between now and then. But also, I'll probably still just be over here. So, decked you twice now and you guys are in bed. Hard time zones to organize for sure. Yeah, and then we deck you guys and you're in bed. Yes, dude, it sucks. It sucks. And I've been gone to TwitchCon for 5 days. So, I wasn't around at all this last weekend. I've been gone since Thursday and just got back today. I hopped on a fucking plane at 9 p.m. last night. Slept overnight, landed in Boston at, I want to say like 5 something. And then got back home and I slept a little bit. Because sleeping on a flight when you're tall is not possible. Because I also can't afford first class and I didn't put up a dono goal for that big of a ticket. So, a fly peasant. But, dude, it's rough. We threw a cheeky deck last Sunday, nobody showed up. Yeah, like, I have a feeling, honestly, that player base is going to be really, 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 really low for the next 20 days or so. Also, Foop, I appreciate you, my friend. I hope everything's been good without me. I've seen it with Phase 2. I've seen it with Phase 2.5. I've seen it with a lot of other games. It's the content cycle. So right now is also going to be a very volatile time for player base because nobody knows if there will or won't be fresh starts. So everybody will be kind of like hesitant, right? A lot of people will be looking at it very standoffishly in a sense of like, okay, well, if November drops, then I'll just level a summoner in November or level with the people that are also, you know, that are also leveling then, and then just catch up then. And if fresh start drops, then why play now? I think that's a lot of people's kind of thought processes with it at this point in time. And I totally get that, but we're also at the end of a current content cycle, so I think guild leaders need to get together and create wars and do content, do large caravan runs, etc. So I think the problem with a lot of that, and like, I agree, keep in mind, we're a guild that does 7 nights of guild events a week, specifically to try to keep player base up and like interested. But the skill separation, not even just skill separation, but like knowledge separation, gear separation, like progression difference, all of those things make it very hard for, I would say, 9.5 out of 10 guilds to actually just say, oh, let's go PvP other people. Let's go drop a guild versus guild deck. Let's go drop a caravan and run that across the map, right? Because there is that element of like, oh, we're just actually going to get cooked. So that's a big thing that a lot of people kind of got to deal with. And I think that that's why we don't see a ton of people that are like punching up, so to say. You have your guilds that are like you know, at the top, so to say. Your top 5 or 6, I'd say, is how many like active PvP guilds we actually have at this point in time on NA. And then underneath that, there's like a pretty substantial drop off where it's like these guys kick the shit out of each other and then everybody else just watches from the cuck chair and doesn't really get any of that content. So yo, Havoc, Surround, what up? Even starting a week late put me so far behind this phase. Yes, Econ's already shaped up. Like everything in that first week or so is such a problem. Also, Keith. I should probably try to get Keith to make me my Lego Glory Bound. So that way I don't drop my power too much before the food gets fixed. Because the PTR patch notes said that food's getting substantially lowered, right? So do we have info on that? Because I have the stuff for a Lego Glory Bound right now. And then I also have a lot of extra mats, so that's why I'm farming the Sandful's Essence. That makes sense. So, have they changed level 29 recipes since I've been gone or no? Because I will 1000%, like if we get these going and then end them as well, then I will 1000% go over to Jova and get all set up with you. Getting 250 power is not that much work. Getting 250 power is not a lot of work, correct? But from a standpoint of like playing from behind, if we have 40 people in our raid and we're 250 power on average, and you have 40 people in your raid and you are 310 power on average, well, out of nowhere you're going to be looking at, what is that, like 2400 power div? 60 times 40 equals 2400. So that's going to be a 2400 power diff, which is essentially 10 bonus people from the 250 power side, and that's with only 310. So if you're one of the higher geared people and you're sitting at 350, 360, then you're going to skew that even more, right? So with that power discrepancy, that can very quickly scale up in an incredibly meaningful way, I think, especially once you get into large scale. And the second you're playing from behind with that power scaling discrepancy means you're simply, you know, not in a spot where you can fight for the best stuff, keep up with the best stuff. You made Academus monitor your rat fuck, huh? Yeah, I need to try to craft a couple of Academus pieces before they fix it, because they said people wouldn't be punished for it. Which is wild to me, by the way. I still have no fucking idea how the Carfin event was absolutely cooked for blue weapons and it got disabled and people got like actual threats over it. And people were calling for IP bans. And then the Akadira stuff goes unpunished and everyone's just like, ah! Bro, double standard at community. Like, not ours, but like just the overall Ashes community. They wanted to prosecute or persecute or whatever it was so quickly when it was something that didn't benefit them. And then there were so many casual players that were like, Akadira's not even broken. You know why? Oh yeah. It's, so, keep in mind, I'd criticize Polar for a whole lot of shit, but it's 1000% the Polar debuff. Yeah, it is, it's straight up just, it's the Polar debuff. That's about it. Carf event was only available to one guild. Akadira is available to everyone. Carf event was only available to one guild because no other guild was good enough to contest them. Akadira being available to everyone does not make it accessible to everybody because you still have to farm the mats, have the recipes, have the emblems, have the essences, and it is still bugged. A bug is a bug, and just because your guild was not benefiting from the bug does not mean that the second bug is okay. That's what you've got to break it down to. That's like saying, just hear me out. You literally said, this bug is bad because it's only available to one guild because they were the strongest one to fight over it. This bug is not bad because we don't have to fight over it and everybody can abuse it. That's not a good mentality. Those are both bugs. Akadira is not supposed to be craftable in the way that it is, and they are both bugs. Blue weapons are actually less impactful than Akadira gear is existing in the economy. Carfin level 29 weapons in blue rarity would have largely been replaced by epic and legendary item level 26 weapons and would not have mattered 3 weeks into the server. Akadira is going to matter for the rest of the server because it is item level 29. And that is huge. I think it's bad because no one knew about it. No, everyone knew about it. What do you mean? That's cap. And again, I'm not a polar sympathizer or anything, but that is absolute cap. And I'm going to show you why that's cap. Ready? YouTube Studio, content, videos, Ashes of Creation's new world event is fun. Okay? We're gonna go into this video real quick. 7 months ago. Okay? Ready? Crazy, huh? Hold on. Let's go find the final kill of this. Oh, wait. Disciplinarian kill. Hold on. Oh, wait. That wasn't even the disciplinarian kill. Keep in mind, this was shitting out loot as well. This wasn't even disciplinarian yet. So that's a blue weapon drop. Disciplinarian kill. Double blues. 7 months ago. This was known. It was absolutely known. It was 1000% publicly known by a lot of people. And again, these weapons would have been replaced by this. So, if we want to look at the impact of the Caravan weapons, that's best served by going to Ash's Codex. And we'll look at long sight bow. And we'll look at it in blue. A blue long sight bow. Pull up the compare tool. And we'll reset this. Long sight bow in rare versus glory bound longbow in heroic. Is that really that game breaking? For a guild to be able to farm up heroic eye level 26 equivalent gear. Also, you could have just contested him off of it. Same with Caravan. No one knew until Buller got caught. Just because you know, you don't know doesn't mean nobody else knows. Many people knew that Caravans outside of Riverland's Wood was still scaling off of rarity. Nobody thought it was bugged to the point that it was a huge thing. That's the big thing. Multiple people outside of just that one Caravan apocalypse have used 24 plus slot Caravans for many things this phase. That's like, just because not every single person in the community knows or can access something doesn't mean that it's inherently not known at all. Like, Caravan weapons are equivalent to heroic eye level 26, which we've had for weeks now. Okay? With me? Akadira gear is eye level 29. That is not going to get replaced by Steel Bloom gear. That is not going to get replaced by anything lower. It's simply not. The set bonuses scale up. The rolls scale up. It all just scales up. They do the opposite for Akadira, leave it as is so everyone has the ability to craft it. Why are you advocating for them to keep a bug in for more people to abuse? So if you were in favor of them taking away weapons that were earned from the Caravan event, then you also need to look at where you're standing on this and realize that from your own perspective, you need to be supportive of the upgrade station, or like the crafting area actually being proper for it. And then you should also be in favor of crafted pieces being taken out. Because if you advocated for Caravan weapons from the event to be taken out because it was bugged, then you also need to advocate for armor generated from a bug in Caravan to be taken out. I think that's very simple, and I think anything else is your own personal bias of saying we're able to benefit from this, so it's a good bug. No bug is a good bug, and if they have something that is working improperly and they leave it in, no matter who is benefiting from it, that is bad. That is very bad. You're equating craftable gear with something you can get in mass super quick as well. Get in mass. It's 2 weapon drops on a, what, 20-minute timer? Sure, you can farm it up, but that's also a very well incentivized event. Crazy how when that event was in, people were actually wanting to fight over it. People were all calling for it, and it was very contested. Just because people are mad they couldn't kill Polar for it doesn't mean that that was inherently a bad event. That event created more friction with people wanting to fight over it and bringing people out to Caravan and to the areas of the map that are actually supposed to have people there. That event was really fucking good for the game to exist in the way that it did. That's my honest take on it. Instant power boosts are also not instant because this is not an instanced off form of content that everybody can get. If you're wanting to look at the amount of total goods that can be produced via crafting on a server on a daily basis versus the number of weapons that can be put into the economy from this event on a daily basis, the number of potential craftable goods are exponentially higher with how much rarity spawns into the world. Keep in mind, you can gather this stuff for a glory-bound longbow in literally like a day. It does not fucking take long. It is cheap to make. It's easy to make. You can legitimately have most of your mats for it in a day. And with quality being the way it is, you can boost it up to heroic easy as shit. That is also near instantly acquirable gear. Honestly, probably more readily available in mass to have your entire guild go out and say, I need you 20 chopping trees, you 20 getting moon bolts or whatever it is, fucking moon bells. So that's my take. That's my take on it. Marcus said they won't remove the crafted Acaderia, but fixing the bug makes it so everyone who's been able to craft it will be infinitely ahead. Therefore, they said that will not remove it, then make it available for everyone. I still think that's a bad take. Personally, like, I see what you're saying, but also I think it's an L on Intrepid's part to not treat this as a bug that is the same or higher priority than the Caravan event. I think all of those gear pieces should be taken out or just remade with different stats on them for the existence, like for the short-term existence of it. All of those recipes should be disabled and uncraftable until they are actually available and meant to be available until the bug is fixed. I think they should stop people from crafting it. I think they should remove the pieces that exist the same way that they stopped people from doing the Caravan event and they removed the pieces that existed from the Caravan event. There would be fewer Caravan weapons existing in the economy right now at this point than there are Akadira pieces, and the Akadira bug is impacting the game more in a percentage of total used gear than the Caravan event would have. Because again, the Caravan event is something that is finite. Finite. You get 2 weapons every single time you do an event. I could have every single person in my guild go farm and we can get a whole hell of a lot more than 2 weapons. I'm gonna be real. I think the only people that are going to be huge on the side of like, this should stay in, blah, 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 are going to be the people that crafted it already. And you can try to sugarcoat it as much as you want with being like, oh no, it's for the other players so everybody can catch up. It's because you have the gear or you want to make the gear. Casters don't have anything in the eye level 29 breakpoint that's currently craftable. Fizz are not supposed to have anything in that breakpoint that are craftable. It's tough. I think they should have removed the steel bloom drops too. The Steel Bloom drops I actually disagree with removing because that wasn't a bug, that was just a poor developer decision. Those drop rates were not bugged or unintended, that was fully intended and that was just a bad choice on their part. So I don't think that that should have been removed, so to say, whereas that was just a really bad, not well thought out change. I think that the stuff from Steel Bloom that should have been removed was like the Steel Bloom jewelry that was craftable before it was intended. But I think any Steel Bloom gear that was farmed up from the mobs during the time that the mobs were knowingly, willingly, and intentionally boosted in their drop rates. The options there, you roll back the entire server and say, oopsies, we didn't mean to do that, that was bugged. Or you say, we made a bad choice, my bad. And they said, we made a bad choice, my bad, not this was bugged. So if a bad balance patch happens, then, you know, that's gonna happen. I think that's different than something intentionally being bugged. If I can do it for sure, and if they took it away, so be it, but the reality is Margaret said they won't. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I know they're not going to, and that's why I'm criticizing the choice. Yeah, no, they're not going to. They're not going to stop people from crafting it, and they're not going to treat crafting it as a bug. But when Polar did something that was less impactful to the overall economy, people were calling, and keep in mind, it was the community as well. People weren't saying, oh, well, let's leave the event up so now everybody can farm their weapons. We'll all get it eventually. Everybody said, I want Polar IP banned, hands cut off, hardware banned, houses burned down. Like, I want their heads on stakes outside of Intrepid because they are cheaters and domestic cyber terrorists. Like, bro, you need to understand. The second it was Polar that was doing something, the entire Discord was up in arms. And then the second it's something that Casual Andy might have a chance to get in a more reasonable manner, it's now something that should be kept in. It's now not a huge concerning bug. The Caravan event, again, I would like to just throw this back out there. The Caravan event existed for a long time. This was 7 months ago. Join Dusty and friends on a world first guided tour through the Tower of Caravan. Yo, Nell, my dog. We did this shit early as fuck. Early as fuck. Okay? This has always been in. It's because of Polar's history of abusing bugs, not only the event in a vacuum. You need to not look at it like that, and you need to look at it as this is a bug or this is not a bug. You cannot say, I don't like this person, so they should be held to a stricter standard. You need to be able to look at it from a clear, not clouded mentality. I don't like the OCE guilds because they always come up with cope after being on for 2 hours and then logging off as soon as a deck comes out. That's why people called for them to be banned. So why are people not calling for people to be banned that are crafting Akadira stuff for their entire guild? Check fucking mate, dog. You do not know who in Polar has a history of abusing bugs versus who doesn't. And you were calling for all of Polar to be banned, and other people were, without knowing specifically who even had the weapons and who was abusing it. I have not. If you have not, then good for you. But the entire community at large has done that exact thing. It's not because of Polar's history of abusing bugs, because if I ask chat right now to name 5 specific people in Polar and send me proof of them abusing a specific bug other than something that is hearsay that you have heard through the grapevine, then you're invalid. Someone could tell you I have a 7-inch cock. Brother, it's 2. I hate to break it to you, but people can fucking lie to spread falsehoods, libel and slander. I do not have a big dick. Don't believe what you hear. It's false. I'm all balls, no shaft, right? People can hear all they want. Polar abused bugs and exploited to get world first 25. They didn't. That group was literally followed by a GM and streamed. Polar abused bugs and exploits to go level their guild so fast. They didn't. They doubled back and power leveled the same way that I did when we caught up, but with more people. oh, Polar abused this, that, the other. Just because they're ahead of you doesn't mean they're abusing it. Just because Supple's ahead of you doesn't mean Supple has an overlay for gathering. The community is very quick to witch hunt and very quick to get caught in a very dangerous game of telephone. And again, ask anybody in the Discord to name 5 specific people in Polar, 5 specific things they've exploited with proof. And I guarantee fewer than 1 out of every 100 people will actually be able to articulate that. And they'll just say, well, all of Polar exploits. It's their whole guild. It's a community thing. It's ingrained within them. I, too, can say Applebee's steak is sizzling, slamming, and sexy, but that doesn't mean an Applebee's steak is going to definitely be the best steak. I can say whatever the fuck I want, but if I don't back that up, then it's not valid. You need to differentiate your personal biases from the playtesting. If I don't like you, I'm not going to call for you to get banned for doing something and then also do that thing and be like, it's okay because I'm a streamer and I like me. I'm not going to be like, everybody except for the guilds that we don't like, go make this, and I'm going to advocate for it to be okay until they make it. I will say this is a bug. This should be dealt with as a bug. If Intrepid has established, we are going to deal with this bug in this way. Unintended gear generated into the economy, either leave it in and let it ride, or take it all out and cook the source of it. Unfortunately, they've now had 3 different iterations where they have flip-flopped every iteration. Steel Bloom jewelry, craftable early, stayed in, not treated as a bug. Carfin event gives gear to Polar because Polar was holding down the Carfin event and other people couldn't fight them off of it because they weren't as strong. Competition on display. Treated as a bug. People called for IP bans. People called for hardware bans. People called for all of Polar to be shut down. Akadira gear, once again, just like option 1, where it was accessible to the mass public and it wasn't held down by one guild that was in control of an objective, which is the point of Ashes, by the way, to be in control of objectives and friction in the map. Nobody bats an eye. It's not a bug. It's not punished. Gear's not taken out. Where's the line? Genuinely, where is it? And again, when everything happened and Polar accounts were banned, I said if people were exploiting, ban them. If people in my guild are exploiting, ban them. If I'm exploiting, ban me. I'm unbiased. Very much so. Very much so. A million, jillion, trillion %. But now you're also putting words in people's mouths. Who? I'm speaking in terms of the outward community and how this is treated on a personal bias. And again, you, hold on, ready? There's a huge number of players in Polar that's not abusing bugs at all. I'm going to pin a message from you real quick and then reply to this real quick so you can see it. Where quite literally 5 minutes ago in my chat, you typed, but that's because of Polar's history of abusing bugs. You yourself put those words into your mouth and said that's because of Polar's history of abusing bugs until I called you on it. You were a victim of the telephone until I called you out on it. No words were put in your mouth, and now you're saying there's a huge number of players in Polar that's not abusing bugs at all. I didn't put those words in your mouth. You did. That's your personal bias, and that's what I'm here to call out. Personal biases have no room in basically disciplining actions. And when personal biases come in, that's when things get hairy. And again, that is the community sentiment. The Polar is exploiters. Polar is bad. That's the community sentiment. Brother, we've taken in people from Polar. Guess what? Cats aren't exploiters. Cats aren't doing it bad. We have Gonchi and Cats. You want to know how many things he's exploited? I can't tell you. I'm bound to an NDA. But way less than he did in Polar. No, I'm kidding. He actually hasn't exploited shit. As you said, a whole lot of people in Polar aren't abusing bugs at all. Whole lot of people in Polar saw an event that presented world friction and held it down through an all call with their guild and enjoyed being able to hold that down and seeing other people come along and being like, no, 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 not today. And keep in mind, that was probably a really cool feeling. And then it came out that it was a bug. And a lot of people said, oh, fuck. Okay, that sucks. My bad. And then a lot of people probably logged in one day realizing all of their shit was going to be taken away. And they said, what about the Steel Bloom jewelry that everybody has? And then they're looking at this probably going, well, what about the Akadira gear that everybody has. We cannot persecute a small portion of a community because people don't like them. Brother, that's literally like, that's like IRL world issues of like spewed hatred for one demographic group pulling over into how they are treated as a whole. It's literally saying one of them is bad, so they're all bad, except it's in an MMO right now and you're not doing it IRL. I'm gonna be real, it's the same fucking mentality that leads to that. And for all of your interactions in life, I would encourage you to be hyper aware of that and try your best to very much avoid that. Can I have double standards like I have so far in P3? I think it has been very bad in P3. Yes. And I think the... Plural cool, they crafted my Akadira. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. I hate you, Snake. Can you craft me a set, by the way? I don't have any yet. I just need a few pieces of it, if I'm being real. Literally, I only need a few pieces. So... This was a post Steven post. Okay, fine. They're just engaging the economy. Yes. That's the biggest thing. I 1000% agree. They're dropping in Carve? What we're dropping in Carve? Akadira pieces? Yeah, so we're Carfin weapons. Like, Strag had 2 Carfin weapons. Like, what, week 1 of the server? The weapons dropped as well. It's not like the event was the only source of fucking weapons. It was just something that you could hold down as an event objective with friction. Also, Hastrag. He said he could 1v1 you, he didn't. Massive. I mean, maybe I shall. But like, the shit still drops. It's not like that's the only source for you to actually get your weapons. So everyone that's just like, well, only Polar could access that. Only Polar could access that event unless you were actually doing something to push them off. You go farm 3rd or 4th floor outside of the event, and you still have a chance to get weapons. It's just gonna be a lot lower. From my standpoint, a bug is a bug, an exploit is an exploit, an unintended item being generated unintentionally is unintended and should be treated as such. Akadira gear is being unintentionally generated. Therefore, it should be treated as an unintended bug and should fall into line with the same treatments of other unintended gear generation bugs. That's my thought on it. But there's been a flip and a flop and another flip back up to it. So, just T3 armor, right? T3 weapons are legit. Yeah, it's just the T3 armor, like the eye level 29 armor, and it is not even all armor. It is just the Akadira set. That one specific set is not bound to Grandmaster armor smithing. It was available as soon as Journeyman tables came up, but the Carfin emblems were not dropping until a recent update earlier this month. So everybody saw that they were available, stocked up on materials to make it before the hype hit, and then once Carfin emblems became available, they instantly made that item level 29 stuff without needing the precursor tables to craft the eye level 29 stuff. So it would essentially be like when people were crafting skin strippers at 2700 power, if there was a recipe that was just allowing people to whip out like thorn strike bows right off rip. Like, it is really a big problem. And I'm actually kind of fucking shocked that they're just like, oh no, it's not a big deal. Just keep making that shit. Wait, 200 gold in 3 days, farming car 4th floor for emblems. Oh yeah. If Polar did that, they'd be calling for a wipe. Oh god. Oh, can you imagine if Polar was the first guild to be in full Akadira gear? Oh my fucking god. Oh dude, the Discord would have been on fire. Yes, 1000%. If it was Polar and Supple in full Akadira pieces, everything would be on fire. 1000%. So really call for a wipe every day? Yeah, but even more people would be. That's my take on it. Is your world still not worth it? I mean, depends on what you're looking for, honestly. Worth is all relative, my friend. I think worth is just like where you're looking to allocate your time, what you're looking to get out of something. For some people, going for a walk's worth it. I'm sitting in a chair right now. It all just breaks down to what you're looking for. I think the thing with New World at the end of the day is like, it's still the same New World. It's still just log in, queue for PvE content, complete content, queue for PvP content, complete content, log out. There's not really a sense of like, what am I building towards? What am I building for? What am I doing all this for on the larger picture? At least for me, it's kind of like missing that soul piece of it. And I also feel like it is going to struggle with retention a couple months through. Because like right now, people are still getting their gear squared away. Awesome, good for you guys. But as soon as people get gear squared away, it does always turn into the same thing. It's like, what do I do, you know, now? What do I do with this gear? What is my purpose? What is my objective? And I think, again, that's probably the biggest point of just like player fall off and concern for me. With New World is just like 3 months from now, where's it going to be? I think that people will get geared. I think that people will end up like falling out of love with it, so to say, yet again. And I think that people will still see the same accessibility issues with like war and shit, right? More raids, good. More PvE content, good. But again, why do the PvE content once you've got your gear? So the biggest thing now is like, how long is it actually going to take people to get their gear in a spot where they're just like, all right, bet, done with this content, as that's always been the issue before. I'm nowhere near well-informed enough, so to say, to determine what that point of fall off will be. I'm guessing 200 to 300 hours probably, which I think for New World is phenomenal. I think that's great. I think your average player will be able to get 200 to 300 out of it, which is way better than the 100 you could get before. So like, I think New World is in a good spot right now, but I just have kind of like, previously it's always been a week. I agree. I think that it's a step in the right direction for him, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not here to just sit here and hate on New World. It's just like New World, what it was for me at one point with like the rose-colored glasses and all the excitement and stuff that I had for it. Even when I go over and play it at this point, I just don't really feel that same hit. You know what I mean? There's a part of me that's like, you know, pop over, see what your viewership does. We've got an Ashes update in like 20 something days. So, you know, we got time. I could do literally whatever. But the other part of me is just like, New World just feels like it's not really building towards anything. And even if they have a banger update like this, right? I would love to just gas up this, this nice little 89.1% player base jump with the Season 10 update. But I'd also like to point out that October was a 374% increase. Before that, October 2023 was a 166% increase. Before that, November of 2022 was a 95% increase. This is New World's yearly dead cat bounce. October, November 2022, October 2023, October 2024, October 2025. The only problem is, while these numbers look amazing, it's the smallest dead cat bounce they've had percentage-wise. Everybody's gassing up these numbers, but when you're looking at 374, 166, and then another cumulative 100 plus, this is nothing. Like, this is not that large of a bump up for what was released and how gassy people are getting about it. Personally, this is smaller than the jump that they had in literally 2 months, 5K to 61K. Now they're going 10K to 50K over the course of 4 with the hype. And everybody's saying New World saved, New World saved, New World saved. I think that New World is in a better state than before, but I think that New World is still plagued by the same issues of New World, and for that reason, I'm still out unless they pay me. I have no money. If they pay me, I'll go play. But make it YouTube short. Bro, if you want to clip it, I'll post it. I would appreciate that actually greatly, or even just like get me a timestamp on it. I need to be better about shorts and stuff. I think very simply put, it's New World's yearly content cycle on display. And the important thing to remember as well, it's month 4 of 4. So I said this in October when we hit month 3 of 4. New World has never been able to string together more than 4 months of consecutive player growth. The last time they were able to do that was August 2022. So this is their longest sustained period of growth since 2022. But what happens in November? What happens in February? That is always the question with New World. And I think that this is a much better state of affairs than we've seen with them before. And I think that this is an improvement on a lot of the core fundamental issues that were, you know, putting New World in a really bad spot. But part of me still feels as though no matter how you swing it, it's still just New World, right? And again, I could go over there and have any amount of content in the game. I have companies that are offering me accounts to just warlog on whenever I want. I have people that are offering to literally log on to my Steam and level my characters and gear my characters for me. I'm still not. None of my characters are leveled. None of them are touched. I have no gear waiting for me. I don't care. Like, if I go back, it'd just be to pick away and level because, like, the next 20 days of Ashes are going to be fucking rough player base wise. But even then, it's just for filler content. I'd be more likely to just play fucking Ball X Pit because Ball Pit's dope as shit. It goes hard as a motherfucker. We'll say New World's in a better state than before, but they had lightning in a bottle and fumbled it so hard. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Emu, hold on. I need to get water before this. Cam is blurry, FYI. It's when I sit too far back. Yeah, sorry. I gotta fix this shit. It's, I have a manual focus on the cam. So when I get really lazy and lean too far back, I get punished for being a lazy piece of shit. So, honestly, I'd say blame me instead of the camera. Like, instead of cam blurry, be like, Dusty, why are you a fucking jellyfish postured lazy piece of shit when you come in? I think that might help more, Rob. Thank you. Or I could figure out how to autofocus a Sony A7 with a 50mm lens on it. Emo, you fucking hold your goddamn horses. 0.2 seconds. Just coming to be like, yo, posture check. Bro, I got a posture check redeem. I literally have a channel point redeem. Yes. For that very reason. Because as I'm yapping, I talk with my hands a lot. So in like really deep yaps, I will like start leaning back and I do this a lot to ponder because I feel like this helps me ponder. So I'll just be like sitting back and I'll just like, eventually I'll like pick a leg up on the desk and I'll be like sitting here just pondering like this. And then everyone will be like, Dusty, am I drunk or is your camera drunk? Also, I just got back from TwitchCon. So why are you healing? Stop trying to fucking damage me. What do you mean? Why are you hitting me? Hold on. I gotta go get water, and then I'll boop you. Yo, Bear, what up, dude? Blur will continue until posture improves. Maybe the beatings need to continue as well. Maybe. What's my blur point right now? Here? How close does it go? Oh, yeah, I gotta zoom that bitch out a little bit. Hold on. Where's that? Wait, why do you actually kill me? I had materials. Bruh. What the hell? This is mean. I feel like that wasn't really necessary. I feel like that was quite rude. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm getting water. Are you playing some Deadlock with your boy? Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to do that? Consider your statements before they come out of your mouth. That'll get you in trouble one day. Be right back. Alright, Swag Lord YOLOtron. No scope 720. We're up. I'm on my way. Emu, I want you to know it's dickin' time. And I've got some set aside just for you. You're gonna fucking love it. You be Dusty in the 1v1. Dude, I went to TwitchCon and I fucking got washed. I've forgotten how to play, I've forgotten how to act, I forgot what to do. I'm quite literally down horrendous now. There is nothing that I can do in my wheelhouse at all. Also, I need to get my goddamn bow crafted. That's probably number 1. Are we just... You were gone so long that I fucked around and got geared. Did I come back and I'm fucking irrelevant now? Just completely pee-pee poo-poo gear? I gotta get my bleeds out on this and then we'll be fine. Hiya! Whoops. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Alright, maybe I actually am washed unironically. I just fucked that combo so hard. All is well. I just stack up these debuffs here. We get the wounds back up, and then he's going to try to Puri his stuff. And then, as long as I keep my wounds up, it's literally just a war of attrition. We're watching tape on you while you're gone and they plan accordingly. Yes, 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 yes. Sometimes that's all it takes. You just gotta study up a little bit. And then sometimes the studying is not enough. Sometimes it just gets hairy. I probably shouldn't have tried to burst him there. The more conservative play would have been to save that grab until he was actually, like, you know, healing himself and then to pull him out with it, but... That's fine. He's doing a good job trying to get away from the combos, though. It's just, I have a lot of pursuit that's going to make it very hard for him to do so. And I'm also going to try to make him uncomfortable here and get a shaken combo out on him. Okay, yeah. That's GG. So... essentially, what happened there was I switched... Almost had you. I was up against the ropes, dude. My resources fucking low. When I switched to my two-hander, I put out Shaken, which is minus 15% Fizzmit with any deadly extended finisher, or, you know, any extended finisher after a deadly finisher. So if I get any of my deadly procs, then I'm going to put Shaken on the target, which is minus 15% Fizzmit. So anytime that I have my, like, my wound stacks up, and I can keep somebody in melee range, I can switch, try to get Shaken up on them, and then I can just nuke them off of that. And I wasn't doing, like, quite enough damage to burst Emu without, you know, getting cheeky pulls out of Divine Flare and stuff. So I just needed a little bit more burst. So what do people get for gear while I was gone? Because I feel like between Akadira shit and between 29 weapons, I'm about to see some stuff. Is that a Blood Runner hood? What fucking helm is that? I definitely feel like I need to get myself... I think it's 2 pieces of Akadira that I'm looking for. So whoever got extra mats, hit your boy up. Means Op had a big push. You got goodies? Cause I like goodies. I'll be real. When am I not gonna be a citizen anymore? It's like a day, right? Next payment due. God fucking damn it, bro. I'm trying to let my citizen drop off so I can go get a citizen cape, and then I need to get my citizen cape, and then I need to get Akadira gloves and bracers are the 2 pieces that I'm looking for to start out. Blue Warrior and Roast Orange should be craftable now or very soon. Yeah, fuck that stupid caster shit. Dumb, stupid caster gear. Oh, goddamn. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby at all. So, wait, 5-2? Interesting. Interesting. What are you running for your 8th piece? Or are you running 3 on the Bloom Warden? Or are you 6'2"? Is 7 Rose Thorn really that bad? Like, if you just juice every single piece of Rose Thorn? 6'2"? Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. For the crit chance, yeah. I guess crit power is kind of meh. And then 2 for a little bit of extra con. Yeah, that seems nice. Armor Smith should be fixed. Check Discord coming next week. Wait, deadass? Where they post? The fuck? Wait, what? Sorry. My bad, guys. Bugs? Alpha 2 bugs issues. For AT&T customers. Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, do you have a link? Did I do that? That's my bad. That's my bad. 0.17 next week. Is that going to have... Make your shit now? Yeah, I need to link up with you tonight to make my glory bound. Alright, I'll get the... Do you want the full combo? Because I need to get, like, buffs up for that. I need to debuff you real quick. Ideally, I get the fucking bleed proc. But... Kill yourself. What's the debuff? So, I have a couple of debuffs that I rock for ones. The first is my longbow combo. So, I run Heartseeker. Any deadly extended finisher after a deadly finisher, or any extended finisher after a deadly finisher applies bleeding. So, if I get the deadly finisher proc, which is a 55% chance, then either one of my extended finishers will put a bleed on you. So when that happens, my next ability within 10 seconds has 5% increased accuracy, 5% increased damage, and 10% crit damage, and it doubles against bleeding targets. So if I hit you, my next ability within 10 seconds is going to be 10% accuracy, 10% damage, and 20% increased crit damage. Then over here, deadly finishers and extended finishers empower your next ability, deadly finisher or deadly extended finisher, used within the next 5 seconds, with 25% bonus crit strike chance. Whoops. And then this is 2 stacks of that, and it applies to still, but is no longer consumed by my deadly extended finishers. So any bleeding target, as long as I'm putting that out, and then I'm getting that, like, actual bleed proc. Yeah. So it's just like, it's after that debuff goes out if I hit a bleeding target. So then on the, like, two-hander side, this is base damage and fizz attack speed. So good. And then I have concussion, which is more damage and shaken. So shaken is minus 15% fizzmit, which is really, really, really strong. And this is applied on a deadly extended or extended finisher after a deadly finisher, or a deadly extended finisher after a finisher. So if I get either deadly proc, then I instantly apply that to you. So in an ideal world, I'll put out the... Like, I'll put out the actual debuffs on you with my longbow, and then I'll try to, like, basically creep in on you and try to gap close that, because you also get staggered from that. So then when I creep in, it's yeet, yeet, yeah. And then I still have vengeance up. So that's the full combo. Vengeance is another 400% damage, because it... No, 300%, sorry, Dusty Math. It's 120, 130, 150. Wait, 400. God damn it. I hate this game. 400. I'm still jet lagged, I'm so sorry. My math is not good. Anyone lose money in the Winstead Casino yet? Wait, you actually won? Jesus Christ, I'm not going over there. I feel like that's a fucking plug from the Winstead Casino. Just bow out of me. I want to see how spamming nothing but purge feels. You want to know something kind of funny? You can't really keep up. Cause the thing with clerics in 1v1s that I always try to explain to people, because people are like, oh, a cleric would just out sustain your damage. And I'm like, right, but they can't out heal my damage while also damaging me, while also dealing with all of the status effects that I put out. And like, tank is a debuffer and a nuker and a support and an initiator, like, and a tank. We have a lot that we put out for like self buffs and debuffs on enemies that make us holistically very strong, especially when we're isolating one target. It's like heal, condition removal, and 90 DPS. Yep. That's literally it. So if you beat a tank, then they're probably not going to be like getting their combos out on you. And then you want to see something funny? Here, I'll put some bow autos out on you. And then I'll come in. And then once you try to put a Divine Flare, like cast a Divine Flare on yourself whenever. Just try to mix it in. And I'll show you the trick with Divine Flare with new grapple changes. Yeah, Divine Flare doesn't work for you anymore. I just keep grapple up until you Divine Flare, and then I pull you out of your Divine Flare before it goes off. You literally can't do a single fucking thing against a tank as a cleric right now. If the, yeah, like, if the tank has any brain whatsoever, you just can't do anything, dude. Because grapple goes off faster than the actual Divine Flare cast is. So, like, as soon as you go to cast it, all I have to do is walk away from your flare, pull you away, and then I can also pull and wall. So, like, even if you're purying, keep in mind, as long as I'm getting my finisher procs out, you pury something and it should reapply, because I also put out stagger on all of my finishers. So you're gonna have a stagger proc in there to deal with as well. You've got every stack of the antis. You can't Divine Flare yourself. It is, less than ideal. It's a knife from dodge to roll out of gravel, but it's really hard to hit. There is indeed. You have to play off the audio cue more than you have to do anything else. Yeah, I can literally just sit here and poke you to death. And you can't do anything. That's, like, just very simply put, I did nothing but spam Purify. Yeah. Because, watch, heal yourself up real quick. Every single, because of, on my class tree, Courageous, weapon combo finishers and extended finishers generate 33 courage and apply staggered to targets hit. Taking damage also generates courage. So, like, if I just put out a regular finisher, so like, watch Moretto real quick. The second I hit him with a finisher, 5 debuffs. 5 debuffs for him to remove. Okay, fine. Whoops. That's not good for the combo. Actually, kind of less than ideal if I'm being real. It's okay though. All is well. I'm out. Nope. I'm out of that shit. I'm gonna try to, like, maybe pressure this a little bit in melee. But you do not really want to toe-to-toe trade with a fighter, especially once he's got his heals up. That's where it becomes a little rough. But we might be able to get a little fancy schmancy here. Maybe not though. No! I try to get too fancy schmancy and it might be a bad spot for me. Unless I can burst him here. I'd have to get real lucky with the damage though. I just gotta try to keep some form of pressure up here. Nice. Whew! Like, so that's the thing against fighter, by the way, what I mentioned. Also, come on. How are you, my friend? Thinking about making a tank? It's fun as fuck. That's the thing with fighter, like I mentioned. If I misplay against fighter, then I feel it because fighter hits really hard, but you can avoid a lot of fighter damage if you're playing properly. It's just like when I pulled out my sword and I was like, oh, let me toe-to-toe trade with Moretto because I'm fucking quirky. Like, that was a bad decision and I lost that trade because, lo and behold, fighter hits fucking hard if you just stand still in melee range. Who would have fucking thought? So, if I misplay against a fighter, I feel it a lot. I think the class for me that's just like the biggest Dusty go fuck yourself is Rogue. Bard is another one of those things where, like, if I tempo a Bard, then I can deal with them well. But Rogues just fuck me. I hate Rogues. More AFK bow autos on me. I got you. I got you. So, my gear right now, I'm going to be making a Lego Glory Bound, but I have currently a Heroic Glory Bound Longbow, Epic Night Reaver Greatsword, Epic Steelbloom Jewelry. I have 6-piece Rosarium Guard. I have 2-piece Blood Runner set. So, genuinely nothing crazy. Power-wise, I sit at 270 unbuffed. I'm gonna be making my Lego Glory Bound. That'll hopefully, like, bump me up a little bit. I'll get that done with Keith tonight. And then from there, I'll probably try to get some, armor made. Ad? Wait, there's no way Twitch hit you with the strategic ad. That's fucking demonic. So, also, once I get the bow autos out, and I have you like debuffed from the bow, I can also try to, hey, you've cleared it. You're up tremendous. I can also try to spam like more debuffs in if I get a head on it. And then I can try to like sword it. Because with sword, if we get that off, that's going to be another set of debuffs on you too. And now I have 5 on you. So if I can keep you in melee range, then I can put 5 there. So that's kind of cool. Sword can... Oh. Did Axe just murder you? Oh no! Wait, what happened? Thinking rather from Caravan until I drop some rare gear than do a 1v1 with a tank? Yes, yes, yes. Took a damage tab. What, my combat? I think it was Axe. It wasn't me. I did not do it. I did not do it. I did not do the lethal damage. I am not a Moidawo. That's not me. Oh, fuck, man. I hate rogues. I swear to God, I hate rogues. Rogues. Oh, fuck. I knew this was coming. Fuck. Fine. I hate rogues. Hold on. Let me switch one thing out real quick. Uno. Mento. All right, we're good. Ready when you are. Easy W for you. Yeah, I mean, whatever you say, bud. Boop, boop, boop. We must chase this. Oh my God, dude, it's so fucking hard. What in the golly gosh and gadzooks is that shit, man? I did it art! This is tragic. Oh, he's tanky too. I hate rogues. I hate rogues so much. They have so much in the kit. So much in the kit. Rogue hurts. Rogue sucks. Rogue is unfun. I'm tabbing to Emu now. Okay, we actually got a good in off that, but I just don't think I have enough in the tank right now, if I'm being honest. The sustain, it's juicy. The CC, it's so much. Yeah. Rogue tough, man. Rogue is actually like the hardest 1v1 in the game for me. Especially if they're geared. Especially if geared. Shit's crazy. What if you're a woundy tanko? What, me? Or if I wasn't running? What beats rogues easily? In 1v1s? Multiple people. Literally just multiple people. Rogue is like the best. The only way to beat rogues is by being super aggressive. Yeah, and the thing with being like super aggro is you have to be able to catch them and full CC them, which is like, in my opinion, tends to be a little bit of an over gearing thing, right? So if gearing's ever equivalent and the rogue has hands, like Glow's a good rogue player as well. I don't even know what the gear's looking like, but like you can tell Glow knows how to play the game. Staggering CCs properly, using different CCs on different timings to not force lockouts, and then getting backstab chains off on me is really big. 270 power unbuffed, equal gear. Literally equal gear. So, since we're equal gear and you have hands, that's where it comes down to that like matchup-based thing, right? Only one because I made it out for resets. You only won because I lagged and I got DDoS'd and you're a stream sniper. No, yeah, that's the thing though. You were able to tempo. Yep, exactly, exactly. And if you're able to get those tempos off, right? Then it can be a problem for me. And like Bear said as well, Bear also has hands. If you can hyper aggro rogue, then like we can kill. But if the rogue's able to tempo us, then we get fucked. It's the same thing like Rogue and Bard, I think, are very synonymous. Bear, I'm sure you feel the same way. But like Rogue and Bard are both, if they start dog walking me, I'm like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, here we go. Like the second I'm just like, I'm on the leash, I know it, and I'm like, yep, here we go, this is gonna be bad. And like Glow's first couple combos went out and I lost the initial trade and I'm like, oh fuck. Oh god fucking damn it, here we go. Like the second that your first reset came out, and I got the tomahawk off on you, but the tomahawk traveled too far, and I had to like charge to get up with you. That reset got you in such a good spot because it interrupted my first combo and just didn't let me get that like, that initial advantage to push you. Yup. By the tempo at the start, immediate mana drain, damage jump, then reset. I absolutely agree. Cool thing too about a tank, feel free to try it on me if you want to fight again or whatever. Even if you don't want to go the mana drain route, really fucking annoying thing against a tank is the slow. I think it's like your withering poison, because in that scenario, if you're slowing us, even if I get you in a combo, it doesn't fucking do anything, because tank operates in like activated trip windows, right? So I trip you, I do damage to you while you're in that trip. Right before that trip wears off, I trip you again, do damage, and then you get your lockout, because I only have trips and stuns. It's all the same bucket. So the slow basically makes it so in the event that I even hit you, I'm just like, I follow up in my pulve, which is right now 1.2 second cast, but I'm like, and that time you're already out of it. So like, I probably shouldn't say that tech, because ever since mana drain got nerfed, I actually hate that slow more than I hate mana drain. Because with the slow, you don't even have to get out. You literally don't even have to get out. You just sit there and toe-to-toe trade, and I just can't do anything. My fucking, my slam becomes like a 1-2. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I went through 2 different TSA security lines because one paying attention and got dropped off with Dusty and went through the wrong terminal. Wait a minute. You went through the wrong terminal. How did you go to the wrong terminal? And you can't get like terminal to terminal once you're in? I feel like that's kind of cooked. Withering, not chilled. Chilled could also be good, but I think withering is more of a slow. What's the stat differences between the two? I knew he wouldn't know. Do they not have like terminal transports? The other terminal's like a mile away. I thought they had trains and shit. They do? But I had to wait. Were you late? We had so much time. So, we actually, funny enough, also did not get through scot-free. So essentially, we get in and we go to like check in at the kiosk. Kiosk bugs out and it's like, go see the support desk. I think withering's the one you're talking about. Yeah, it is withering. Withering is a weakened one. Now, like, I know chilled is different, but I'm also wondering, like, what's the total effect of chilled? Chilled is just a 50% movement slow, right? Or is chilled also attack speed? Because I know it's the movement slow. No, I think chilled is also attack speed, right? Chilled is slows, you're not... Okay, it's not attack speed. Okay. Just 50% movement. That makes sense. That makes sense. Why have I been reflecting chilling layman against fucking bards then? Bro, I just hate chilling layman. Such an annoying ability. So toxic. Yeah, the weakened one is the one that you're gonna want. Cause like, here, hit me with the weakened poison, and then I'll just like, I'll throw a combo on you, and then see if it even hits you. Yeah. Like, you can legitimately, you can just stand toe to toe with the tank at that point. Dude, it's so fucking strong. I hate that shit. Stomps, why did you get your own row? Bro, I had an aisle seat, which was a W overall, but like, it was still a little less than ideal. Hiya! 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 Dude, everything is so slow. It's like I'm playing in fucking quicksand, man. Bruh. No. No. It hurts. It hurts me very much. I'm so slow. I shouldn't have told him the tech, dude. The shit's forbidden jutsu. It should not be known by the general public. I've just ruined tank 1v1s even more against rogues. Oh, these targets make it so hard to tab. Hiya. No, I guessed wrong. That's unfortunate. We're fine, actually. I think. Maybe. Yeah, because I have to burn so much that my mana's still dropping like fucking crazy. My debuff bar is insane, bro. I'm not even calling it a debuff bar because it is genuinely just... like, it's all debuffs, man. Hit me. Bruh. My reflect didn't reflect! Everything sucks. No, this is actually cooked. That's actually fucking full cooked. And then I just got thumped mid goddamn shake it off cast to deal with the incoming thump. I casted it on an audio cue and it went through too soon. No! Dude, it's so slow. It's so fucking slow. I can't even get autos off with it up. The Forbidden Techington. Please. I need to buy like 30 seconds somehow. Somehow. Hiya. This is the end that we need. This is it. This is my chance. One opportunity to seize everything I've ever wanted. No! Not like this. Not like this. All right, we're up. I like to move it meta. Do you like to move it? Because I love to move it. Hold on. Okay. We might be up. Excuse me? None of that just hit? Question mark? I am confused. What intonation is happening with my hands? Is everything just tweaking right now? Hiya! Yeah, but that fucking Kobe of a ground pound hits? What do you mean the ability that moves me to somebody and hits them doesn't hit? But yeah, so that's the biggest difference. Mana drain is more of obviously like the direct cuck your mana route. I feel like the slow is just you flew in the air on my screen? You flew on my screen. But yeah, like you see the difference in kind of like the security of it, so to say. I feel like in 1v1s, the slow is crazy control. Yup. I feel like I kill a lot more rogues using mana drain comparatively to the withering. Simply because like mana drain is great when you drain my mana, but the entire time that I have mana, I'm still a threat to you because I'm playing within my trip windows. And the second you mitigate those trip windows, you mitigate my threat and you can play more forgiving. So it may be like, you know, a little bit slower of a kill or whatever, but you also have so much more of like, I don't know, like just the ability to stand in and misplay a little bit, if that makes sense. You just get away with more as a result. I was able to keep distance so much easier. Yep. Yeah, it's real fucking strong. Really fucking strong. Because everything from me getting my autos out and getting my combos up for my like my courage, stagger on you so you have less disable evasion, the debuffs and the buffs, like all of those things are now completely being controlled by you. And in instances where you're on me, I can't even auto trade with you. I've essentially got to try to block and hope that you're in front of me for it or get a reflect off or something like that. So we'll see more balance 1v1. Actually, like, I agreed to a certain extent with secondaries and ability trees, ability ranks and stuff like that coming in. But I also feel as though some archetypes are just like naturally going to be stronger 1v1. And I think that Rogue is traditionally kind of like the king of 1v1s. Being able to reset like that over and over is kind of unbalanced. Yeah, but the balance isn't around 1v1s. It's kind of my counter to that, right? They're pretty clear that their point of balance is 8v8s. And anytime somebody asks me what beats a rogue, I say multiple people. Because even if he's going on me, if we have a second person that's healing me, peeling me, stunning the rogue, pressuring the rogue, whatever, that eliminates the rogue's kit quite heavily. And basically makes them play on the back foot and be less of like an all-in I am controlling you type thing, right? It's kind of the same thing with a tank, except tank is more like pressure you in your face, run you down, and rogue is a little bit more of like the delicate in-out reset play. But same overall concepts. In a 1v1, rogues can focus all of their CCs on you in the perfect chains and the perfect times and have all of that to actually like, you know, the full CC you in a valuable way while also dumping damage into you uncontested because you're CC'd. So that's the big thing. I think it's a really annoying kit in general, if I'm being real, to deal with. But I also think, you know, the trade-off of Rogue tends to kind of, in a lot of times, be, you know, stronger in 1v1s or those small-scale guerrilla fights. And it's a lot less good in a lot of mass scale. And I think that's part of the cool balance of Ashes is they're like, you know, you will maybe play a class and build that class based on the role that you want to play. If you want to play a certain role in a group, you're going to do something a lot different. So, yo, Knight, what up, my dude? How do you get that amount of life? Almost 7k? Fortitude bonus. Steel Bloom gear will also help, like Steel Bloom rings and necklace. Martyr's Mantle has 246 on it. Glory Bound Bow has 340 on it. So just being aware of like max HP pieces, Blood Runner boots, all that stuff. I sit at 271 fizz power, 97% fizz speed, 34% crit chance, 202 on the crit power. And I'm also going to be making a Lego bow as soon as I can link up with Keefington. So I don't know where the big Keef's at, but you're alive? I was at TwitchCon. I streamed every day. I'm sorry you missed it. Rogues are great in groups, just play a different role. Yeah. Same thing with tank. Like in 1v1s of the tank, we're very frequently trying to, you know, apply pressure, be oppressive, just not let anybody reset, whatever it may be. The second we're in groups, we play an initiator role, we play a supporty role, we play a disengagey role, like, we do a lot. You're in New Zealand. The fuck are you doing in New Zealand? Crows, thank you for the 10 months, mon frere. I appreciate you, you're a legend. Just staying in Discord, the instant CCs are kind of OP when most classes need to set it up with days, etc. Are there classes that need to set up with days and shit? I feel like pretty much everything has insta CCs. I think the thing about rogue CCs that make them strong is that there are a ton of different buckets of CCs. So you have stuns and trips, freezes and roots, in caps, and silences? Is it? Freezes, roots, trips, stuns, in cap, silence, I want to say, are the 6 like hard CCs. So essentially, those are in buckets where they're grouped into pairings of 2. So the thing with Rogue that makes it incredibly strong, in my opinion, in 1v1s, is that it's got so many different buckets to pull its CC from for a very high percentage uptime on a lot of very impactful and effective CC. And it essentially allows them to just stagger so much. So much. Silence is our best CC, can double strike silence and it doesn't consume advantage. Thump. Yeah, it's really strong. It is, it's an annoying class to play against in 1v1s. And it's the same concept as tank though, right? So if I'm a tank in 1vs, I can chase, I can oppress, I can put pressure on you. I can do legitimately anything that I need to try to pressure you out. And the second groups are, Jesus! The second groups are brought in, it's an entirely different element to it where we will then play completely different, right? We've got to spread CCs, we've got to use CCs, maybe not to just like CC combo and CC chain people down, but instead to attempt to, I don't know, interrupt a heal or some bullshit, right? We'll play a little bit different depending on what's going on, but allegedly he was at TwitchCon. I was absolutely at TwitchCon. This is not Dusty AI at all. 4x Cole procs. Is Cole still worthless? Or is it good for quite literally anything? That is the ultimate question. Keith, what do you mean you're in New Zealand? Wait, are you not on? Are you actually in New Zealand? Like right now? The fuck? What are you doing in New Zealand? Fuck off. Is that just because we're not using steel ingots right now? Or like what? What is... I've transported to New Zealand. What are you doing in New Zealand? Why do I feel like this is like sexual code for something? I feel like I'm... Like, are you physically IRL in New Zealand right now? Because if so, why? What? Gamba. Listen, man, I just want a bow crafted. I just want a bow. Keith's brain rotted. The drop bears have got him. He's high off the fucking kiwis. I hate it here. Wait, Nin, so how much coal did you get off your procs? Like, was it 4 bulk batches that all procs coal? Because that would fucking suck. That would be, sad. $5x coal per. Oh, it's because you're being a pussy. Yeah. Wait, Gamba. What do you know about crypto? I know nothing about crypto. Wait, is Gamba like a crypto event? Like a crypto orgy? A cryptorgy, so to say? What's going on there? I didn't know that was a thing. I thought you were saying that you were fucking gambling. I was like, where in New Zealand would people gamble? Why wouldn't you just go to Vegas to gamble? A waste of 20 Lego rock. If you had used that 20 Lego rock for something productive, like running all 20 of it at the same time, then you probably would have got something good. It's just RN Jesus doesn't reward bitch shit. Are your mats in Jova? Yes, indeedly they are. Although I need to make sure that I have my essences from Kaltorum. Because I don't know how many essences I have over in Jova, so I'm going to double check. How you feeling? I mean, I'm chilling, dude. I had a blast. I'm still tired as shit. I'll be completely real. I didn't get dick for sleep on the plane. Like, bro, I'm too damn big to sleep on a fucking airplane. Unless, like, I charge chat more in dono goals for first class. I'll be real. It's just, it's an unattainable goal. I'm too damn big to sleep on a goddamn plane unless I'm getting better seats, and I'm too poor for better seats. So, you know, I'll just stay not sleeping. So tonight's gonna be a good night to catch up on sleep. We landed in Boston, called an Uber to go over to where we parked the car, and the Uber driver went to a completely different part of the airport. And then they were like, hey, yeah, no, I can't go over to the side that you guys are on, bye. And then canceled. So that was cool. Second Uber driver was really nice, though. So drove over, got the car, established some vibes there, and then drove home. Bro, I'm gonna be real, I was dozing on the drive home. I was tired as a motherfucker. I was so cooked. Like, so I got home, I brought bags in. Carlo went to sleep immediately. I took a little nappington, woke up, showered. Now I'm on stream. That's been the entire day. I'm getting hungry as dick. I should probably make sure that I sleep a lot tonight so I can be like back to normal tomorrow. And I'm also hoping I don't get fucking COVID. Oh, I need to check my storage. Cause that shit sucked last year, bro. That was the worst part of TwitchCon last year. It sucked. Did watch someone larger than you lay down and sleep on my flight. How? Oh, also my seats didn't recline. Because we had the row in front of the exit row. Full rows. What the fuck? Yeah, no, that would have fucked. That would have actually been insane. Damn, I feel as though I have been scammed. I feel like I missed out on something good. Jova. Do I have... How many essences do I need? Do I need 40 or 50? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wherefore art thou, Boio? Floor rebound is 50. That's what I thought. 6 rows around me, or like one person to a row. Well, and because nobody wants to fucking go to Chicago. Like, why the fuck would anybody ever want to willingly go to Chicago? Just answer that. Get robbed? Like, why? What? Hey, fuck you, Chicago's great. At what? Genuine question. What? Like, what does Chicago even fucking do? I don't think I have any Riverlands in here. I do not believe. That's tragic. Southern Harbor, Eastern Harbor, nothing. Vex is gonna be nothing. Halcyon. Oh, damn, I got Hella in Halcyon. Okay, I'll just swing over to Halcyon then. Alright, cool. I have to go to Halcyon, then I have to go to Jova. And then we craft. And we're up tremendous. But Chicago I've seen from other people going, does make it seem super nice and chill. Yeah, sure. Sure. It has everything Maine doesn't, and it's a city. Maine has a lot. Like, what do you mean everything Maine doesn't? Like a fucking nightclub? I feel like that's what Maine doesn't have. You gotta go to the old port for that shit. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Better than St. Louis, and I go there every day, unfortunately. Oh no. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, come on. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Chicago's the home of house music. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense then. That makes sense that you guys would have nightclubs. But also, how many people in those clubs be strapped up? That is the next question. Because, like, Chirac does not seem kind to a Dusty like me. Which one are you going to? Yeah! Yeah, that's the question. That's the fucking grand what if. And that is why I don't go out and why I like Maine. Dog, I just chill here. I exist. I have nothing too pressing to do. I ain't got too much going on. We just exist and we vibe. Fortunately. Fortunately. I like Maine though. Like, I would rather visit cities for things like TwitchCon and shit than live in a city, I think. It's a little hectic. Everything's expensive. The air smells like shit. The water tastes like shit. It's all kind of ass in cities, but it's cool to visit and just be like, wow. But I genuinely feel like living in Maine is really nice. There's not too much traffic. It's a pretty cool experience. Like, we got 4 distinct seasons over here, so I enjoy it. Live in rural Illinois, but Chicago's a fun time. Yeah, exactly. Like, I love going out to, like, TwitchCon. It's my second time in San Diego. San Diego's been dope both times. It's been very fun. I like Boston a lot. Boston might be one of my favorite cities. I think New York City smells awful and is a fucking rat-infested shithole. If I'm being completely honest. Yo, Julie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Like, I think New York actually smells like open ass. What? Excuse me, where is my water? Right. Right. Oh, that's fine. There we go. I just wanted to cross the goddamn river. The fuck, is that a new bug? Chat, have we run into that already, or is that new? Because I feel as though that river doesn't exist. Okay. Okay, thank God. As long as that's not new. I was like, I do not want to be finding new shit right now my first day back. I just want to be blissfully unaware. Heard of that a few times? Okay, cool. Cool. As long as it's known, then I'm good. I don't have to go play New World. The goal now is to hit the dip set over to Halsey as I go through. And then I'm going to drop down to Jova with my essences in my inventory. Then we're going to link up with Keith. And we're going to capitalize on crafting food before it gets nerfed. Because apparently nothing's a fucking bug anymore. Am I going to Jova? I'm a KT. Oh yeah, I mean, if you want to, I can always find someone to craft if you're not trying to come through to Jova. But like, I can definitely get some. All of my mats are in Jova though. I can ferry them back up if you'd rather craft here. But I have all the refined mats and shit in Jova right now. I think, yeah, they're all refined. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But just let me know. If you want to head down, I can, you'll probably beat me there, honestly, since I do have to swing by Halcyon. And I also will have some extra Riverlands essences in case anybody needs some. You said you need anvils, right? It's not too bad without a crate. Okay, massive. Appreciate you. Do you have the food already? Or do you need me to grab food? Because I will happily pay for your food. I'll also check for some anvils essences. What are you trying to craft from the anvils right now? Out of curiosity. Melee weapon? If I had to guess. Like an eye level 29 one. Wait, were my rangers fighting a rogue 2v1? Night Reaver? Oh, duh. Yeah, no, that checks out. That checks out. I don't know why, I forgot Night Reaver was anvils. I've had mine for fucking a second now. Yo, Sulos, what up, my dude? Look, he's back. I know, dude, I'm so happy to be back. I'm tired as shit. But I'm so happy to be back. Almost killed one of them. See, that's the thing about numbers in Ashes as well. Is if people are using their numbers properly. Bro, it's so hard. Like, I could beat 10 rangers in staggered 1v1s, like fight one, kill one, fight one, kill one, fight one, kill one. But you put 2 rangers together on me at the same time and I'm probably not going to be able to 1v2 it. Like, as long as they're playing semi-properly in any way, shape, or form, that is, that's going to be a big thing. But I feel like numbers are so fucking strong. For a while, I was trying to figure out how I could 2v1 mages. Short answer is you really can't unless they fuck up. I did get lucky a couple of times when they did indeed fuck up. But not frequently at all, if I'm being completely real. Not very frequently at all. So, I kind of throw that out there as a disclaimer. Rogue also, like I said earlier, largest counter to Rogue is more numbers. All you need is a few extra people with some peel, with some CC, with some extra burst going out to counter that sustain and that CC from the Rogue. I feel like it's easier to deal with than people think sometimes. I'm gonna head towards the tropics. We'll shoot the gap over this way into Halcyon, and then we'll head south. Strike weight or rooted when I open it, call me good. Yeah. Just that second person that's looking with abilities can be fucking massive. Yo, Red, what up, my boy? What are we doing? I am currently running through the anvils, headed over to Halcyon, then down into Jova. And over there, I am going to craft my Lego Glory Bound with Mr. Keefington. I just got back from TwitchCon earlier today. So I am tired as shit, dog. I'm exhausted. I'll be real. But I'm happy to be back, and I wanted to get a banger stream out before bed tonight. So that way we could at least catch up and have some fun. Because I was streaming like 30 minutes a day out of TwitchCon. I don't like IRL stream much. I'd much rather video game stream. But we kept the streak alive, and it's now 8:45 in a row, and we are up freaking tremendous. So, we'll have that bow up. That'll hopefully get me up to like 285-ish fizz power. If I'm lucky. Maybe even 290. Could be a pretty large jump. So I'm happy about that. Give me a little bit more max HP. I'll be able to sell or hand down my heroic to somebody. So that's also something that maybe would be best served to sell after the update to quality. That could be probably the play on that, if no one in guild needs it. I'm gonna practice more PvP. Listen. As long as you are improving in the long term, all is well and the trajectory is correct. Struggles putting the pause on me. Struggle to put the pause in sometimes, but also takes a pause. Newbie just came in just in time for some Arc Raiders time. Oh, really? Now, explain Arc Raiders to me. What is Arc Raiders? Like, it's an extraction, right? Like a 3-person extract type beat, but like pew-pews? How much are you selling heroic to guild for? Like 15 gold, I think. Probably be like cheaper than crafting. Extraction, 3rd-person shooter. Interesting. I've accepted for the early access for that. Maybe I should have Machines PvE as well. Right, so you've got like PvX extraction, 3rd-person shooter. That's kind of cool. Extraction shooter, but post-apocalyptic AI everywhere, and you can specialize your build. It's kind of unique. I played an extraction a while back that I did actually enjoy a lot. It was a 3rd-person action combat, kind of like class-based action, Jesus Christ, extraction game. It was Legacy, Steel and Sorcery. Legacy's fun as shit. The thing with extractions is I feel like you have to suck at extractions a little bit to get the most out of extractions. Otherwise, you're just gonna get juiced. Legacy that slapped. Do you ever see my Legacy clips? Bro, I farmed motherfuckers on Legacy. Like, I hopped over there and went absolutely sicko mode. Time and time again. I played with you. When? How recently? At what point in time? Wait, who was I playing with for this? I don't even know who was in my group for this, but this is like an old short that we had. Where's my sound? Hiya. This shit was so fun. They had a little grapple that you could like put on people, and their healer was in the sky. They got hit with the Grapinski. It brought me over to them, took the cleric out of the sky, and then we ooga booga them with movement abilities. Kill one. Other one is ranger class. So I'm getting my shit cooked. I stemmed myself there. I had to drop back down underneath, wait for my stealth to come back up.
Incredibly rough for me.
Try to stealth, take a little bit of damage from his AoE there. Dodge another AoE there that would have killed me.
Sold my bag.
Try to make a play on height.
Unless I can just like full cook him, but I think I just ticked down here.
What are subtitles on? Am I blind? How did my subtitles get turned on here? And then brother just got absolutely fucking womboed. Poor lad.
No!
Poor lad. I loved that shit. Oh. Bad things have happened. Very bad things have happened. Why would a blind person want subtitles? You know what? You're right. Maybe they would want Braille subtitles. That would go hard. That would go hard as shit. Braille subtitle text would be so accessible. Shroud said Arc Raiders over Tarkov because it's not all about money. It's about getting things out with things you need. Getting out with things you need for a specific build. Oh, really? Interesting. Interesting. So you're trying, but like, what about when you farm the things in excess that you need for your build? does that just mitigate the entire risk reward of like the extraction? Because that definitely feels as though some PvE mechanics that fuck even top FPS players and arc raiders. Yeah, but new mechanics also fuck over race to world first people in WoW until the mechanics are solved, and then every mechanic is solved. So like how do they prevent that from happening? Because mechanic-wise, like, there's always going to be shit that once it's solved, and then anyone with hands can replicate exactly what was done. It's like the same concept as a new speedrunning route being discovered. It's called Get Good. Well, so getting good is the problem. Yes. That's the issue. So, like, how do they keep mechanics and extracting with loot interesting once people get good? That's my biggest question. Because if I have mechanics down, if I win gunfights, what is there for me in the long term? That's always been my issue with extractions, is just like, if I can just complete everything, it feels very fucking boring. Very boring. There's secret drones that see you and make audio cues for the whole ass map, plus call other robots too, so you can just take fights without penalties. That's cool. I do like that concept. Do you just kill the seeker drones though? Just like pew pew those bitches? Wait, check this. Check what? What up, Strugmo? What you got? Blind people can hear Braille subtitles. You're high. Yeah, but what if they want the visual experience as well? Like, what if they like subtitles? Because some people aren't deaf and they like normal subtitles. My shoal skipper be up. Jesus fucking Christ. It looks like DJ Khaled flopping into a pool. I don't know why I instantly got that vibe, but definitely shaped like DJ Khaled. Can we get the Japanese double the stream? Someday Twitch will have the technology. Bro, if they keep introducing more AI slop to their Twitch coding, then, you know, maybe someday we do get AI translations real time. Who knows? Although, when I was at TwitchCon, they had, like, the meta booth set up where we could check out, like, meta glasses and stuff, like the smart glasses. Those shits are wild. You could look at a plant and be like, Meta, can you identify this plant? And then it would like beam the information into your fucking skull. And it would be able to tell you exactly what type of plant it was just from looking at it. That shit's crazy to me. Absolutely wild. So that's kind of cool. But I'm sure you could do something along that line. Any see-through X-ray mode. I actually didn't try that out. I didn't have the thought to do so. Because, like, the salesman was a respectable lad. I don't even know if he was a salesman, but the meta rep, I don't even know if they're selling anything. I just went over and I put the sunglasses on and checked them out for a little bit. Or, not the sunglasses, but the glasses on. And then I took them off and I was like, thank you. That was cool. And then I walked away. I don't know if we're supposed to buy them because we're, like, all super rich, you know, multi-billionaire partners or something. But, I just demoed those shits. They were nice, though. I love the new AirPods have the live audio translation built in. Wait, is that a thing? The fuck do you mean? Like if somebody is talking to you in a different language, or if you're listening to stuff in a different language? Because isn't context really important with certain things? Because I'm sure out there are a non-zero amount of translations that roughly translate to like, I'm going to bone your mother. And it's actually like, where is the restroom? Heard the live translation is kind of shit. I feel like that'd be really hard. Translates from what you hear to your language. But what if there's like crossover phonetically? Would that then confuse it? And also context. I go back to like, I don't know. I feel like context is so important. Because it's like, ow fuck is different context of fuck than like, I don't know, oh fuck, I forgot something. Or like, oh fuck, my life's in danger. Or like, oh fuck, that's incredibly cool. It allows me context and nuance, loss, and translation. Yeah, I agree. That makes it rough. First publicly available tech like this, but I'm super excited this stuff is starting to be publicly available and not just for the rich. Question. Does it do, like, dog translations? Do we, at this point in time, have bork bork to I would like food human? Because that would be hella convenient. Like, your dog just comes in, he's like, bork bork, and you hear, I gotta take a piss, bro. And you instantly know that the dog's gotta go out. No, like, oh, you gotta go out? You gotta go pee, buddy? Show me to the door if you gotta go pee. Show me where you gotta go. None of that. Just straight up, oh, you gotta piss. I see you. Firm daps, and we go on our way. I feel like that's one of the most... Oh shit, we're cruising. We're getting closer to translating dogs through AI, which can now differentiate between the types of barks. Oh. And identify a dog's age, sex, and breed from its vocalizations. What? Researchers are developing algorithms that break down barks into components and are identifying word-like patterns through a real-time conversational translator. Though a real-time conversational translator is still some time away. Wait, so we're deciphering dog language now? How? What the fuck do you mean? Just train them to push buttons. Yeah, but they would just associate the button with the reward. I feel like that wouldn't actually be like the language itself in a native route. I feel like deciphering the language is a lot different than associating a reward with an action. If you give me a sub every time I go, woo, then I'm gonna start doing that multiple times a day, so that way you give me a bunch of subs. And like, if a dog learns how to push a button to say food, then the dog's gonna go, food. Food. Food, 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 food. Out. And it's gonna hit the out button and you're gonna go, you wanna go out? And then the dog's gonna go out. Same as bark. I disagree from like a psychological standpoint, because completing an action and receiving a reward as a learned behavior is a lot different than communicating your needs through language and communication. So essentially, like, being able to go up and say, yes, I would like some chicken flavored kibbles and bits today, please, with extra gravy, would be a lot different than being like, I am hungry, I have pressed this button 100 times, and 82 times food has come. My best chances at survival are pushing this button, because every time human has food, I push this button and food comes down. That's not communication through language, that's conditioning and a learned behavior. Which I always think is really intriguing, is that we can teach learned behavior to just about anything. I have pigeons that every single day come and get fed in the mornings, and they were waiting for me when I got home today, and I fed them. Some of the pigeons over the course of it have learned exactly when I go out in the morning and stuff like that. Some of them have learned that I will literally hand feed them, and that if they get hand fed, there's less competition for the food. So through me feeding them every morning, more pigeons have started to show up because they understand Crazy Pigeon Man feeds us. So they're not communicating like, ooh, like I need food. They're out here just sitting on a fucking roof. I throw seeds on the ground and then they come down and eat the seeds at the same time. So that's not communication through language, even though I go, yo, y'all hungry? But that's more of a, like a learned behavior. You did that really well. Do you call them? I'm working on deciphering pigeon language. So far, all I've got is, I'm hungry. But we're getting there. Look what I crafted. Now working on my night reaver. Oh, wait. Oh, god damn. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby at all. Yeah, I'm really excited to get my Lego Glory Bound. That's going to give me a little bit of fizz power. A little bit. That'll give me like 1,000 fizz power on my Glory Bound when I get that bad boy crafted. Which is going to be very welcome. Very welcome. Want to see my cute little bow? Yeah, I always want to see your cute little bow. I'm about to make my bow over in Jova with Mr. Keefington. I'll have to figure what I want to play in Fellowship. Fellowship was pretty fun. Also, just kind of has like, I don't know, replayability issues for me. Thornstrike. That's just expensive, though. Dude, it's so expensive. It is nice. It's very, very, very nice. But holy fucking Christ, it's expensive. And the cool thing, in my opinion, about iLevel 26 stuff is that iLevel 26 in Lego is equivalent to iLevel 29 in Epic. So you're saving a fucking voracious amount of cashola simply by not giving in to the iLevel 29 Lego meta. So unless you've got the clams to like full dump on 29 Lego, personally, I'm cool with my iLevel 26 Lego. I'd be cool with an iLevel 29 Epic, but like I'm vibing with where we're at. Favorite easy button for dogs is a bitch button. Bro, you imagine if they learn how to actually communicate with us? My high go Dreadwake approaches. Nin, what do you still need for your Dreadwake? Cause that shit's disgusting. Like, you fish. Oh god, don't say it too many times. Don't, or Fubo's gonna show up and then consume the server workers again. Fishing, not catching is such a crazy guild. Bro, I literally think Willy Nailer and Rotten Crotch. I'm pretty sure they just grab artisan boards and then fish. I think they just fucking vibe. Dude's level 18 off of like actual vibes. That is massive. It's 1602. Banyan? Oh, 1062. I mean, that's still a fucking lot. That's what, 4 gold plus per? Boop, boop. Essence. And that's turquoise. Alright, we're good. Fortunately, I have a lot of Riverlands essences. We're gonna stop at 26 Lego. I know maybe for Ranger going higher is better. It's too much work for a solo player. Oh, yeah. I mean, bro, honestly, like, I'm stopping at level 26 Lego for now. And I'm just going to then go into armor. Because people are not factoring in enough what having better level 29 armor is going to give you through, like, additional set bonuses, through the base rolls on gear, through the main stats on gear. Like, every piece is definitely important. 2 hours of Banyan a day. Jesus Christ. Jesus. And do you just have a spot that is like absolute mass Banyan farm? That's stopping at 26 weapons without food nerf coming? Oh yeah. Yeah. Especially with the white rumors, but it's all lots of Lego Ash. I have some good Ash as well. I got a lot of blue plus, but I'll probably give it to people in guild to help with their shit. Or at least like help with it. Here, making a high Lego with heroic starfish. Lego everything else. And quality. Nin, how much Banyan is that? That's all you need for Banyan, right? I don't fuck cause food. What to be you looking at? If we go Dreadwake, what is it, like the Dreadwake Undertow Longbow, crafting calc, dried Banyan boards, cacao boards, bop yardages, heroic fish, 2100. Yeah, that's not very high. Be farming this bow until betas. Cut is. I mean, like, it's great. Really good bow, really strong bow. But again, for that input to get that output, bro, I'm gonna just make 26s. I'm so happy with where 26s are gonna put me. Especially as a tank, I don't feel the need to have 7 million power. Like, I'm melting people at fucking 270. Like, I'm a 1000% just sticking with my 26s. Not until beta this year, minimum way. I think we're more than a year out on beta. I think we're way more than a year out on beta. I think we're probably like 2 to 3 is where I'm at with it. I think there's a lot of game left to come, my boys. And as a result, a whole lot of time for us to keep pumping. Do you understand how long it's gonna take if I go for Lego Starfish? Oh god. Oh, forever. Forever. If people with +7 Thorn Strikes are strong now, imagine when they nerf food. What are people at power-wise on the high end of things? Highest power in chat gets VIP. What's the power? That's the question. I've heard of people at 360 plus. 300-ish. 300-ish is what I'll be at with 26 Legos. If I had a Lego Night Reaver and I had a Lego Glory Bound, and keep in mind that's not even like power whoring, I'd be 300 plus. No, Timolo gets 365 with the food buff. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big chunk. All of that just to reflect and die. Chances cheaty. I mean, 2 OP. You want to know what's crazy? So many people try to say enchanting didn't actually fucking mean anything. And every level of enchanting was intended to be 1% scaling for the power. But because rolls were so low in terms of their numeric values, it worked out to be significantly higher in previous phases. And that 1% scaled up disgustingly because it was 1% or minimum integer 1 back in P3, back in P2. So 7%, 8% power scaling is a fucking lot on a weapon. Like, that is huge. Huge. How the fuck did I beat you? I had to go to Halcyon, and then I ran the wrong way as well. I'm not gonna lie. I ran the wrong way. Each siege gets a winning team 16k worth in scrolls. Siege should be attacking each other 24/7. What do you mean by 16k worth in scrolls? Because the enchanting scrolls are RNG. But I would assume any journeyman enchanting scroll is a name your price at this point. If I'm being real. But yeah, sieges should be fundraised for and decked on cooldown in my opinion right now. And it's 5 gold per person if you get all 200 slots accounted for. If you can only get 100, then it's 10 gold per person. Realistic. Very, very realistic. People are paying 200 gold plus for each. For each? What the fuck do you mean? Nah, that's disgusting. That's actually absurd. What the fuck? Can we do a little bit of win trading? No, because win trading is why the siege rewards got disabled in the first place. Thanks, Polar. Just like 1 or 2. If you just put the tip of your dick in win trading, then you're still win trading. You're still win trading. That doesn't make it better, Nin. I wish it did. I'd love to win trade a little bit, but we cannot. We must be good soldiers and good citizens. I waited for Intrepid to give the green light to craft mine. Yeah, that's... I'm kind of disappointed with that decision, if I'm being honest. I really wish they would have upheld, like, unintended gear drops into the economy are unintended gear drops into the economy and will be treated as such. And it feels like this was just a little bit of a flippy-floppy in terms of the decision-making processes. Which is kind of unfortunate. At this point, it's like, it's too late to go back and do anything about, I think. But you know, it is what it is, man. It 1000% is what it is. I would have rather them disabled the recipes immediately and then gone from there. Like, disable recipe upon bug being announced. And then from there, go through and evaluate and remove the pieces that were put into the economy. But I feel as though the recipe has been kept in too long at this point and is far too impactful on the economy. That's where I'm at. If the response time had been quicker, like, they see when the journeyman table is built that it's fucked up and they're like, oh, okay, we'll take care of that. They disable it immediately before the Carfin emblems are even in like the 1 month leading up to Carfin emblems being in, by the way. Because I'd like to point out, this recipe didn't just exist after the Carfin emblem update. The recipe existed before the Carfin emblem update. Right? And it was visible before the Carfin emblem update. But it needed Carfin emblems. As a result, people weren't able to actually craft the shit. So, knowing that, we can say pretty confidently that this was known for weeks, like couple weeks, few weeks, probably. And, you know, nothing was really done about it. Before, and it was crafted before with decon kits. Oh, fuck, because you got decon Carfin gear. Oh, shit, wait, that's so right. Yep. So people were crafting it even before then. That makes sense. Damn, dude. Yeah, I mean... like, it is what it is. But I definitely feel as though... disabling that earlier would have been sick. What up, love? I would love something to eat. Are you making something? I'm down for literally whatever. I feel like we also have like frozen pizza and stuff in the freezer out there. Check the freezer out there. You stuffy? Sounds stuffy as shit. They're about to decon 70 pieces of gear because the emblems aren't a guarantee when deconning. How many emblems do you get per decon though? We need like a decon calculator for this. That is, that's the next step. We must decipher exactly what we need. Not gonna be a good experience for anyone going into the November patch. So the thing about it though is I don't think a fresh start is gonna be a good experience for players going into the November patch either. That's, like, I don't think a fresh start solves it. Especially with the problems that we still have, like, econ-wise. I feel like any changes that are put in for today's econ will also need to be tested in the Harbinger econ system before freshes are actually brought in. I feel like it's just gonna be rough for a little bit if I'm being completely real. I could argue it's a better experience because we did all the work to build the towns already. Towns are built. Eventually this stuff will be craftable, by the way. Towns are built. Areas are unlocked. Crafting. I just choked on licorice. Crafting is supported, sorry. Like, yes and no. One thing that I want to point out too, though, is that with MMOs, you always have elements of incoming and outgoing players constantly. There's always people that are quitting. Always people. Oh shit. You can throw them both in and then just chow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm down. You always have players who are coming in and players who are leaving. And I think that we need to see how incoming batches of players are actually going to, I guess, assimilate into the current economy and get squared away. Because without that information, Intrepid's gonna have no way to actually tell, like, if catch-up mechanics and things like that are working as intended or not. Which will be really rough. Then I completely agree, but I was thinking about it. Intrepid won't release a big patch and wipe into it and delay the feedback for 2 months for people to gear up. Yeah, no, I don't think there will be fresh arts. I've been saying for a while that I don't think there are going to be fresh arts. I think that, personally, especially with a player-driven economy, we have to realize that very frequently in player-driven economies... Oh, I need to make my braid wood and timber. Very frequently in player-driven economies, you have bouts of like, oh, I actually need to make my moon bells too. Fuck me. I am not prepared. I'm the worst. Do I have a weaver that can make moonbell prepared yardages? Or nah? Random question. Because that would be, it'd be kind of swaggy. That would be kind of very swaggy. Wait a second. This motherfucker right here. Oh, you can do it? I would love that, personally. This is all you need, right? You just need 9 of these. Those bad boys go back in. You can't? Wait, who do we have right here then? I need a motherfucker that can actually weave this shit. Because we're down horrendous. Otherwise. God freaking damn it. Oh wait, Alzito. You can do it? Oh. Gosh freaking dang it. You need him for a bow? Yeah. I just need the prepared yardages. Journeyman Weaver. Are you in Jova? Because I would be absolutely appreciative of you. Thought you had yardage in Mira now. Wait. Mira. No. No, I do not. I have a Winstead. No. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing much. I don't think so. Oh, you have to craft there. Oh, fuck. Alright, so I gotta go elsewhere for it. Gosh, freaking heckin' darn it. Oh, God. Alright. Weaver and Jove's gone. Me either. Yeah, I'll come over. I'm gonna store the rest of this real quick. No more Corcusies. I got all the Corcusies a man could ever need. Thank you. I consider myself to be quite lucky with all these Corcusies. Okay. So, over to Miro we go. We're on our grind. What rarity yardage you're making? Lego. Yeah. Lego yardage for a Lego bow for a Lego guy. Yes. And then we are doing Epic Ash. And then Lego Braid. And then with the 2100 qual, that'll be enough to pump us out. Actually, a really solid legendary, if I'm being real. I was factoring in heroic split. Or sorry, rare plus split for my wood. And at 2100 qual, this is giving me like a 7459. So that's nice. I'm really excited about that, but super inconvenient right now. Bro, honestly, if we think this shit's inconvenient right now, it's gonna be even worse as it goes on. It's just gonna get more and more fucking chaotic. Based on their info on Margaret bringing up a convo about it in Discord. Margaret literally was just like, okay. So people threw that out of proportion wicked fast. Wicked fucking fast. Personally, I think context clues were missing from people. This looks like a dick. So does this. Context clues were missing from a lot of the people that were just saying like, Margaret said fresh starts, blah, 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 blah. Earlier that day, Margaret posted in the Discord, it was like, hey guys, we have multiple people from the community team out today, so you're gonna be seeing a whole lot of me, get ready, right? And personally, I very much caught on that she was gonna be active in the Discord from that message. So she comes in, and she's essentially walking into a room being like, so, how about those fucking Red Sox? And then everybody was just like, Steven Sharif is buying the Red Sox? Steven Sharif in baseball instead of MMOs now? Like, Margaret was literally just like, so, wind's blowing. And everybody just fucking blew it out of proportion like goddamn crazy. And instantly started fucking going into a panic about everything. She was just asking people questions that would get people off the subject of Polar because the entire chat was on one of their We Hate Polar kicks. She was literally just trying to make conversation with the Discord. Yes. She would have never mentioned a fresh start if there wasn't consideration for it. She didn't mention it in any speculative way. She was trying to re-divert a conversation to simply bring up a different conversation that would spark something. I think there's always consideration for things, but I don't see a world where a fresh start benefits anything more than it hurts stuff. I'll be real. I'll be completely honest. I think a fresh start right now would be more detrimental than anything else. I think that the problems that exist right now are always going to exist to a certain extent in terms of their core problem. The best players will always be the best. If you're not the best playing the most, you will be broke. Your gear will be worse, and you will lose. Welcome to a time-dependent MMO. That's always going to be the thing. Whether that's this patch, next patch, the patch after that, the patch before launch, 3 patches after launch. Unless there is a way for you to swipe your card and get around all the progression of the game. If you are doing anything other than participating in the top communities, doing the sweatiest of grinds, and doing everything that you can to organize an efficient operating machine, you will be behind. That's the biggest thing. After a long time, you can't catch up unless it's an artifact. What do you mean you can't catch up? There's a ceiling. The problem is right now, people haven't given it long enough time for people to actually hit their ceiling of things. Like, everyone can catch up. Every single person in the game can get legendary gear. Can't. Oh. I typed quick. No, that's okay. That's okay. We're thinking the same thing. Okay, that T just snuck in there. No, I feel you there. Yeah. And like, that's honestly, I'll segue that anyways. So that ceiling, like, people get legendary gear. The first people are definitely going to be ahead. Everyone else is behind at that point. Congratulations. You've now got an entirely different set of circumstances. They're advertising for the game, and the new players won't give good feedback when they're being briefed by people in max gear. Have you played Ashes? Genuine question. Because I would love to know how much high-level players griefing low-level players in their max gear is occurring. And I'm also wondering what you consider max gear. Because that simply doesn't really happen. Like, in what form would high levels be griefing low levels? killing them non-consensually and corrupting and losing their max gear. Okay, you get the person's gear if they die when they're corrupted. Like, that doesn't really happen. Like, and in terms of a marketing campaign, you also have to remember, I guess my question to you is, what do you think their marketing push is going to be, and based on what? Because they have said there will be marketing for Ashes, but marketing can be anything from a multi-million-dollar budget to a free campaign that you run with content creators that are in your directory that costs them nothing. Marketing can be a cinematic trailer. Marketing could be Steven appearing on the Today Show. Marketing could be sponsored streams. Marketing could be Ashes merch. Absolutely. Marketing could be anything. But I also don't think the first stage of marketing is wham bam full cinematic trailer while the game's in an alpha. What would the cinematic trailer even be about? Join a world where towns get built up by you smacking shit and then everybody complains in Discord? Like, they would literally just show Discord, like, footage of Discord moving like crazy. I don't know. I don't see a world where like a big cinematic trailer is a play. I don't see this huge marketing push or anything like that. Harbingers, maybe? Maybe, but like, what? Is it gonna be a fucking comet falling from the sky and they're like, fight the Harbingers? Like, a marketing campaign in that regard could also be a cool cinematic trailer for the Harbingers, and then they market it by like promoting it on YouTube. Like, you could do promoted content to try to like run it as, you know, a YouTube ad. Maybe that. But also, that would then create weird expectations of like, this is an update that is bringing in, you know, something to a live service game instead of this is something that's being tested very early on. So I don't know. I don't think we're doing good. Only people that are crying about the wipe were either wiped by Intrepid or the people that are top of the mountain and they deserve self-confinement for being snobs. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think that we need to see long-term progression of a server, and that long-term progressionary state is something that needs to ebb, flow, change, and self-correct many times over the course of it, right? Just very simply put. It needs to. And there is no way that anything else can happen other than data going into an ongoing stated server. What are you doing? I'm going over to Miraleth. Because I need to go get this, I need to get my Moonbell prepared yardages done. So I have that. And then I need to go over to Mira. Come to Jova. Jova doesn't have it anymore, right? Or did chat bait me? Yeah, we can't do it in Jova. This motherfucker right. I forgot. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta go all the way to Miralith. I was like, I'm not fucking up unless chat baited me. But I think they broke that down while I was gone. So we're trying to bring in new players into an already settled world without a fresh leveling experience. Marketing campaigns don't necessarily need to be targeted around like new players though. Like, sure, but you also in an MMO, again, we talked about this earlier. Any MMO that is successful has new players joining the already solved server state. And you will also be capturing a lot of returning players as well. So new plus returners, that overall engagement. But with MMOs, you need to have your catch-up mechanics tried and tested. You need to have multiple iterations of leveling experience tried and tested. Your initial leveling experience when there's no Oakenbane, there are no POIs. You need to have the POIs tested as a leveling experience. Summoner is going to have a lot of people going back to play as, you know, lower level characters. So that'll be a huge opportunity. And again, with the world state shaping so much, I don't think it's weird to bring players into an already settled out world. And my question about already settled out world, in what world is this already settled out? We do not have access to all forms of... What is that? I would steal one. Like, there are goodies. I also want pizza. Trying to scam me out of pizza. Scammer. You eat it. Fine, I'll eat it. I'll chow. Yo, Roxana, what up? Targeting new players? Right. Even if it's targeting new players. This server state is not completed. It's not solved. We don't have access to all crafting. 0 governable settlements. 0 governable settlements. 0 governable settlements. 1 governable settlement. Brother, this server's still a baby. This is so early in server progression still that I think it doesn't make a ton of sense to say that new players wouldn't be able to come into this in a good state. What's the most valuable metal, Gemma? It's not fucking Thraxite. What the fuck is it? Oh, is it lithium? Still, it's lithium high. No wipe, bring new content. Also, the second level cap goes up, it's essentially a wipe. People will still retain server progression, character economy, and stuff like that. But level cap increases. Server is essentially brand new. We don't need wipes every time something goes wrong. We just need to let it self-correct. WoW is a way more static price-based economy than Ashes will be. And even WoW needed time for its econ to establish and set up and ebb and flow and went through periods of price manipulation, price gouging on goods, inflation, deflation, whatever it may be. Welcome to the state of MMOs. Welcome to a long-term econ. That, my friends, is I think what we need. Is that long-term self-correction process. How will the economy adjust as new players come in and buy up all the previous mats that people are no longer using for crafting? How will the economy itself settle off of that? Will the top 0.1% get even richer? That's what I'm thinking. And I think all of that data is extremely, 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 extremely important for Intrepid. And also for us as communities. We got to figure out how to actually scale up our guilds, catch people up when they're coming on board, as we call it. We got to get people ready. And more opportunities to do that is huge. I'm so scared of that moth. Big ass motherfucking moth. Someone buy my Lego level 23 bow. Why a Lego 23? You scam yourself? 150 gold? For a 23? What the fuck is the power on it? Brother, isn't that gonna be like 3k power? I use all Lego mats. Right. But if I use all solid gold to build a car and it's a Honda Civic, then that doesn't mean I get to charge solid gold prices. I charge Honda Civic prices. Your bow's still a Honda Civic. If I'm selling somebody this for 15 gold, why would somebody buy your Lego level 23 for 150 gold? That is the question. Depreciation be a bitch. It'd be a real bitch Someone buy my high heroic Akadira belt. Oh no. Oh no. What did you do? Yo, Cars! What up, my boy? How are you? What the fuck is this? What the hell? Right? Right? Is it just me or did I not get a buff for that? Because I don't think I got a buff for that. When he made it, those mats also weren't that inflated. It's also fair. But I made it cost like 110 to craft. If you made something for 110 when it was eye level 23, bro, honestly, anything that I've used, a 50% rule. If I'm able to get 50% back from something that I've used and is no longer meta, then that's what I public sell that for. Yes. But I'm also broke as shit. So maybe taking econ data is not, you know, something you should do for me. That wasn't me. Alright, I need my weaver. Where my weaver be? Because then we get this bow made. Didn't consider that, so I'll probably do like 50 to 60 gold. I think that's fair, honestly. Cause like, there is the Lego tax, so to say. Where people will pay more for higher rarity simply because it is higher rarity. So, absolutely. I just think the comparative state of like eye level tier jumps. It's like, fucking epic eye level 29 stuff. Somebody puts in all of the materials to craft an epic eye level 29. Only to have a legendary eye level 26 be cheaper and easier to craft with the exact same output. So Lego 26 is going to be a fraction of the cost. It's going to be identical to your Epic 29 like stat thresholds and your breakpoints. And you don't notice a fucking difference. Moon prepared yardages. Yeah. So I think bolts into yardages, if I am not tripping. Yeah, okay. Cool. Looks better in your inventory too. It's Dwippy. Would Ash's creation database site like Wildhead benefit Ash's players? We already have one. Ash's Codex was made by Taken, the same person that does New World Database. Incredibly good website. So like we have Nice. So Ash's Codex is very good for a lot of like item stuff. And then Ash's Wiki is kind of like a community-made wiki about like, you know, system questions and stuff like that. But this is very like Wowhead-esque. New World Database, NWDB, another one that Taken made for New World. But one really cool thing about like the, you know, the Codex, you have your build planner, you have your database where you can search all the weapons of the game. And then you also have your crafting calculator. Your crafting calculator allows you to take any piece of gear in the game and then look at all of the material inputs for it and input the rarity of every single piece that you're putting in, and then it'll tell you the approximate stat outcome of those things as well. How many yardages do you need total? 3. I appreciate you. You're a legend. But yeah, so it's a really good resource, especially with how many variables there are between all the material inputs, between like crafting quality rating. All of those things cumulatively will make a huge impact on the output. So they're going to disable the APIs for Ash's Codex soon and direct people towards Wiki. Right now, Ash's Codex has some APIs provided by Intrepid Backend. You said backend. That's not ideal, though. Is there a way that Codex could function without violating Intrepid's backend? Because, like, I do take that very seriously. Like, backend violations are... Burn to the game if you like to hear a newbie perspective. Oh yeah, I'm always down to hear people's perspectives. If I had to guess, questing sucks and is too non-linear. Drop rates are kind of scarce. it's not exactly clear on where to go with gathering, refining, and crafting. It's fun once you get the hang of it, and the combat system itself is really fun, but you want a little bit more on-rails guidance and a little bit more reward for your time early on. That's my guess. I'll be right back. I gotta fill up my water. Un momento. Because those are all, by the way, those are all absolutely correct. Be right back. Boys, good day. Steven said he wants the game to be old style, where having certain knowledge will give you an advantage. Ash's Codex isn't fitting into this. No, that makes sense. I respect that. That makes sense. But I do also feel as though... where is the line between, like, Ash's Codex being too much of an advantage, but Ash's Wiki not being too much of an advantage? Because, like, Ash's Wiki still compiles the drops. Like, if I go to Ashes of Creation.wiki, I can still type in Kimmit. I can still type in Glorybound anything. Glorybound Longbow. Oh, sorry. Too many fucking keybinds going off at once. Glorybound Longbow. And it gives you literally all of the information about every single roll threshold. So it's still the same thing, it's just like less optimized. It gives you the mats, it gives you the information. Maybe it's because like hand input versus like API pulls or something. But I definitely feel as though Ash's Codex is a massively powerful tool for the community. So it'll be community driven and is hosted by Intrepid so they can regulate what they want to see there. The wiki's not hosted by Intrepid. What? Isn't the wiki is community made. Wiki's third party. It's not? I don't think it is. It's a community wiki. Chat, can someone verify? I'm 99.999% sure.
Welcome to the
Maybe it is? Modded by them? Hold on.
Ashes of Creation Wiki. The goal of this video is to introduce new editors to the wiki as well as provide...
This is 6 years ago when they made it. That didn't sound like Maggie though. Codex is? No, Codex not. Codex is not. Because Codex is made by Taken. Codex made New World Database. Wiki seems Intrepid based. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure that Wiki is not maybe? I could be wrong, but it has its own separate Discord. It has a Discord bot. It has... like, it's all in its own standalone with no references to actual ashes. Disclaimers? Yeah. The Ashes of Creation Wiki is a fan-created site and is not affiliated with or endorsed by Intrepid Studios in any way. It's a third-party site. People managing Wiki have special role in the Ashes Discord. So why is Codex being targeted? What's going on there? Is it just the API pulls that are problems? I'd love to get more information on this from Taken. Because Taken made New World Database as well. And it's a very, very, very useful tool. And I'll be completely honest. My community is one of the communities that will get the information regardless. These changes, like if Codex goes down, if that shit is restricted, that hurts other people, not me. Just to don't know the entire topic, but does the Codex also feature a bunch of data mine stuff? Maybe they don't like that. I think they've cut down on the data mining. I'm pretty sure they cut down on the data mining because PTR info wasn't like posted before it actually went as a live patch for this most recent round of PTR changes for P3. So I think the data mining was an issue before, but to my knowledge for the start of phase 3 that was resolved because Taken put out a disclaimer that they wouldn't be posting any phase 3 stuff early. So I don't know. A lot of the info on that website isn't even in game, such as name mobs and items can't even craft yet. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So is the data mining stuff the issue? I feel it's at least endorsed. I do agree. People need to stop saying things they don't know anything about. So I got post a video of Chart's finances and he had literally no clue what he was talking about. Bro, no, hold on, Rural. So I'm kind of passionate about this. I hate MMO tubers with a passion. I don't like most other streamers, I'll be completely real. Because a lot of people, and it's not just Ashes, it's every game, will just spew some twisted game of telephone without any verification of anything. And will say, I think it's right, so it's immediately right with no, like, challenge or second guess or verification or anything. And that is a very core problem with me. Is that like confidently wrong that a lot of like MMO tubers and stuff actually have. And personally, one thing that's important to remember with the YouTube side of things, like, oh, I stream on Twitch daily. I multi-stream on YouTube. I don't really post on YouTube because YouTube is a different realm of content than Twitch is. Twitch is, if your content sucks and if people only want to watch your content for a few minutes, they're only going to watch your content for a few minutes. Like, then your viewer count's going to drop again. You need to retain people over here. On YouTube, you watch my video, you can't unwatch it. If I post a super clickbaity thing and it gets a shitload of views, just because of the clickbait. GG's. Can't untake those views, or you can't like take back those views. So everything YouTube is always going to be built around, I need to get somebody to click this, right? You're not clicking it, tuning in for the apps. You're not tuning in for all that stuff. It is legitimately just like, I need to get you in here by any means necessary. Even if I have to like scream fucking penis at the top of my lungs in the middle of a crowded area. I just need your initial attention. That's YouTube. But nobody likes the guy that screams penis in the middle of a crowded area. It's just fucking annoying. And from the standpoint of somebody that's just trying to exist and actually make the content around the game in an honest way, talk about the goods, the bads, the indifference, it is so fucking annoying to have to deal with MMO tubers just going MMO to MMO going, penis! Penis! Just trying to get anybody to fucking look at them. Dude, I hate it. MMO tubers are a fucking plague on the MMO world. Dude, it's so bad. They just like, penis! I played 6 hours of this game, penis! Like, why, bro? Why not just be like, hey, I'm reviewing this game. Played, you know, maybe 100 hours or so. Take some time on your content for once. You're talking about canon, are you? Listen, when I say MMO tubers, I mean every motherfucker that does that. If it applies to somebody, then it applies to somebody. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. I'm saying it with nobody in specific, but an entire genre of content creators in specific. If you have ever watched a YouTube video from an MMO content creator that says, I played 20 hours of this game and here's my review on it, then they are actually selling you slop to take your money, because 20 hours is not enough time in any MMO that exists right now to have an informed decision about anything. That's like me shadowing you at your job for one day and then providing a feedback list of everything. Also, Master Chief, what up, my boy? If I start streaming Ashes, you're gonna hate me? No, why would I? No, just make good content. I don't like people that bring in shitty, stupid, dumb content, if I'm being honest. Like, I hate people that bring in bad content and try to, like, bring in clickbait and shit. Like, it's just stupid. If I'm being honest, it's bad content. You answered it? Is your goal to make dumb, clickbaity content? Because if that's your goal, then that would be bad. That would be bad. But I think anybody that comes in to the directory with the intent to give Ashes a fair shot is always welcome to come in, right? Yo, Rural, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Also, I gotta check out your message as well. But like, anybody that is coming in with the intent to make good content, this isn't like my directory. I don't run Ashes. These aren't my fucking streets. Like, I'm not gonna stop a motherfucker from streaming. I'm not the biggest content creator in the world. I'm not even a big one. Like, I just happen to be here full time because I'm very lucky and fortunate to have a community that does that, right? So, essentially, I think Ashes needs more content creators. I think what Ashes doesn't need is a bunch of people coming in with the sole intent to extract as many views as they can from a title that has had its fair share of trials and tribulations already, with the sole intent to just try to clickbait. I think that's the biggest thing. I personally feel as though if anybody's coming in to give Ashes a fair shot, I will help them. I will send my community to support them. I will give them information. And I will literally give them any feedback from my end that they could ever want. That's just how I am. I think more hands makes building much easier, right? And more content creators make spreading the word about Ashes much easier. But where I get very, like, standoffish is an uninformed opinion being screamed incredibly loud because I am here every fucking day. Playing through the ups, the downs, and the loop-de rounds. Like, every single day. We're here. We talk about every aspect of the game in depth. And there are so many instances of fucking uninformed content creators just dropping opinions on shit where it's either that's planned to come into the game, that's been actively addressed by the developers and is being fixed or has already been fixed, or this is you just complaining about an alpha in an alpha state. And again, I say this a lot. The it's an alpha is used by a lot of ooga boogas in the Discord and stuff to try to cope about things that aren't in a good state. It's okay to talk about when things are not in a good state in the alpha that have been implemented, but people's unrealistic expectations of, well, why isn't questing finished? Well, because it's an alpha. That's not to say that questing's not going to be finished, but questing now into, from December until now has improved a lot. Most things have improved a lot. So, I feel like people, and it's like, it's content in general, man. It's all just a vulture mindset. It's all just a clickbait mindset to get superficial views. And nobody is trying to outwardly grow a long-term community, it feels like. And they just want to hop place to place to place and kind of like pick everybody up in the car that they can along the way and hope that nobody wants to get out. So, I don't know. It is what it is. Did we talk about the gathering changes? I actually have not. I haven't had a chance to catch up on everything patch notey. And I've been tired as shit today. So, I haven't heard all about them. I have missed pretty much everything from the last 5 days as TwitchCon had me flat out busy with very little sleep and a whole lot of fun. So, fortunately we're back and I can get caught up now, but yeah, I have a lot of catching up to do. Harbinger's going to be the first expansion for questing. Yeah, Harbinger's going to be great. I think Harbingers will hopefully bring in a lot. Jet lag or propeller lag? What do you mean propeller? I didn't take a boat. I live in Maine. Why would I take a boat? The hell you mean? When I wouldn't be on a boat at all. I traveled across like all of the land masses in the country. Unless like, do rich people get like boats to go places now? Is that the meta? 5 minutes on the threads and starting your bolts. You're a legend. Small planes have propellers. Are small planes a poor person thing or a rich person thing? I've only been on planes like 5 times. Doofus. Brother, I didn't fly until last year. Poor? Oh. So, while I am very poor, I'll put up a donation goal for TwitchCon, dude. I don't have the money to go to TwitchCon myself. Like, fuck that shit, that's expensive. I'll put up a donation goal for that. Chat paid for it, so. Yo, Sandylion, what up? Oh, wait. A Sandlion. I called you Sandylion like the fucking flower, like a dandelion. Will sport fishing and saltwater be available in the Harbinger update? Saltwater and freshwater, yeah. And then they're also going to be bringing in another pass to the boat system. Interactable ladders, second type of boat. Hopefully some more functionality with those bad boys as well. But with the sport fishing, you will have areas that need to be like chummed. So you and your friends will all gather your chummies and you'll bring them over to the water. And then you'll put your chummies in the water and all the fish will come over and nibble on your chummies. And then while your chummies are being consumed, you will sport fish. And then if you're in the, if you're in the saltwater area, like the ocean, keep in mind that the Turquoise Sea or anywhere like off coast is going to be a lawless force flag PvP zone, which would flag you up for PvP. So if you do have a big old fishington on your back, you may be leaving yourself very susceptible to getting got out there. So that's where the freshwater sport fishing will come in as well. So you do still have all of these riverways that are like inland. So anything that is within the the boundaries of a settlement or one of these towns, that's not going to be lawless. So this is all normal area. This is all lawless area. So anywhere you're fishing in here, even with sport fishing, it'd be safe. I just want to start drilling for oil. I would love some oil princes in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck. If anybody has struck oil, bro, feel free. Just send a whole lot of gifties and shit over this way. I'm more than down. If y'all got the tech, you hit me up. You hit me up. But yeah, so like, I'm not poor enough to fly first class. Sorry, I'm not rich enough to fly first class. Nor am I rich enough to honestly fly on my own. So thankfully, I asked chat. Chat is rich enough to fly economy without any legroom upgrades. So while I may be very cramped, I am also very grateful that I'm even in a spot to be cramped in the first place. So I fly on, I don't know if it's big plane. I think they're small planes. I believe the one that I flew on for my flight back was an Airbus A321 or something like that. Which I think was like a small plane. But again, I sit in the cheap seats. I squeeze in. My knees just immediately hit the seat in front of me no matter what, because I'm so tall. It's not the most fun. But it's okay. I survive. My knees are still fucking crampy too. That shit sucks. But yeah, so normal flights, no sketchy flights. That's cool. Although Carla did recommend a cargo plane for a flight to save some money. I don't know how much I trust that. I don't think I trust it at all, if I'm being fucking honest. In-game? Where would we go for that? Like the desert? What would be the #1 oil spot? I feel like it'd be the desert, because the desert has a bunch of like bones and like decay and corpses and shit in it, right? So that'd probably be fire. I don't really know the conditions for oil though. But I feel like you need to have a bunch of like fossil fuels and shit present. Maybe the anvils, because the anvil's old as shit. But I also feel like there are so many mountains that there probably wouldn't be oil underneath, but maybe that's just what they would want me to think. June Dark? Why the June Dark though? Because the June Dark's gonna be like a volcanic runoff area. Prehistoric vibes? That is true. That is true. Yeah, we need to see the lore of like how old the areas are, I guess, to determine that. What the fuck would we use oil for? Bro. New trade skill idea. Siege vehicles come in. We get engineering. And with engineering, you have to have a mechanic that goes through and like... Oh. Don't mind that. You have to have an engineer, like a mechanic that goes through and like fucking greases the wheels and shit. That'd kind of be fire. Whatever you fucking grease. I don't know, maybe your steering wheel or whatever. I feel like solo PvP, there's always someone at June Dark Harbor. What? Who the fuck is just sitting out at June Dark Harbor PvPing? What the fuck do you mean? Just out in the middle of June Dark Harbor? Just PvPing? Okay, rural said you're close on some. Some people are delusional. Absolutely no high-level players killing low-level players. Game's extremely fun and well thought out. Simply like more quest variety, non-linear. That's about it. The inflation of the economy has no effect on me because it's all I've ever known. Seems just like people whining because prices are cheap. Overall, really good game for an alpha. Don't even mind how expensive crafting is. Just needs more time to put into it. Shouldn't be able to pump with the best weapons in the game all the time. From a new player's perspective, it's great on level 10. I'm glad you're enjoying it, by the way, Roll. I just got around to scrolling back and actually reading that real quick. I think that's really well articulated, honestly. And I think that that is something that I try to preach to new players a lot. Like, and again, one thing that I mentioned earlier is I started playing this game as my everyday back in December for Phase 2. Questing in December was laughed at because it was a brand fucking new system. Questing in May would take you up to about level 8 or 9 efficiently before it kind of fell off. Questing now can get you to like 12 to 15-ish before you're just like, all right, this is cooked. And that progression is good. I think we'll also get some nice questing passes, especially with the anvils, hopefully receiving some implementations in the anvils, that second starting area for the November update. Like, I think that there is a lot, of course, still left to come, but there's a lot of tangible progress over longer periods of time. And while it takes a little bit of like, you know, looking back and extrapolation sometimes, if you put a line of best fit on the overall progression of the game, it is moving, you know, positively. So that's really all I ask from my standpoint, is just like, is it improving? And does it feel like it's leading to something meaningful? And in my opinion, it does. This phase as well, one of the most heavily contested things in the player base, like you mentioned, is the crafting costs. So in terms of those crafting costs, one thing that I always try to kind of like point out to people is with Ashes, they're very communicative. They want the intended point of balance to be not 1v1s, but 8v8s, 8-person groups for everything. And in my opinion, that also is something that carries over from, you know, the PvP aspect to the entire PvX, which would include groups of 8 meant to grind the best stuff and the most incentivized stuff. People of, you know, groups of 8 working on gathering and trying to lineate those tasks within the gathering to make it much more efficient to put together a piece that would normally take somebody multiple weeks. They're now able to do it in a couple of days and put together multiple pieces in a couple of days because everybody just has their spot that they go to and they farm up all the mats that they need individually and then combine them. All of those things, in terms of the community aspects, I see those occurring very heavily right now, and it is a nice thing to see. This is a much more involved community-based crafting state than I think we have seen in either phase that I have been here, and it actually makes it feel like having the community input and output of like a lot of people gathering, refining, and crafting to benefit the entirety of the guild. It does feel like an incredibly cool community output. That's the biggest thing. I like saying in Ashes, everything that we are doing, like every action matters, in the sense that whether I am gathering, refining, crafting, mob grinding, I am PvPing, all of it actually builds towards something for the community and feels very meaningful. Very meaningful. Thanks for removing my XP debt. If you're gonna XP debt, just throw Lego mats in a cook. Ayo, wait, how much XP do you get for that? I agree with crafting being a needed gold sink, but it feels like horrible. It feels horrible leveling artisan skills, especially at the beginning. Nearly someone who has multiple journeyman profs. Like, yes, but I also would counter with the fact that not the fact. I guess that's a bad way to put it. With the, I don't know, just devil's advocate stance, so to say. That if you are somebody who is really into crafting and you want to see a reward on that, the best way for that to happen is by it feeling really fucking shitty to level, because then only the strong survive. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry can compete with you as a multi-journeyman crafter, then that's going to not mean shit for you to actually go through that leveling process, because everybody's going to be able to craft whatever. And 200 qual is not going to be enough for most people to pay a crafting fee, go out of guild, all of that stuff, right? So from my standpoint, as someone who's actually not a crafter, but has many in the community who worked very hard to get ahead of the curve, we see the value in that because of how hard it is. We as the community, like, put ourselves in the spot collectively where we can all work at, you know, knocking out those goals and those incentives for people in an easier way. You don't necessarily have to face the brunt of it yourself if we're funneling type shit, right? So, especially the spaces at the time you couldn't even sell for small profits since drops were awesome. Can agree with the sense of accomplishment. Still suck though. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. One cool thing though, early on, I think that if a lot of us knew how the econ would be earlier on, people would have taken some time, especially artisans, to run some crates before people were like going too crazy with it. As soon as towns were leveled, people would have had mats stockpiled to make crates, ran crates. People would have been selling their glint earlier on to get some play money instead of holding glint because they weren't really sure if it was going to be used for anything. I feel as though if people were to evaluate their early game progression and then figure out, you know, what they did wrong and what they could do better, I think most people would play entirely differently and probably econ a lot better because of it. Just for the threads, almost 20k. Oh my fuck. Wait, that's actually juicy. That's Insano style. So what's the total time to craft? Oh, is it done? Damn. You're a legend. Oh shit. Wow. I gave him wood and moonbells, and he made an elixir out of them. That's fucking talent. Absolute talent. But yeah, I think like we also as a community had to multiple times funnel into people to help them support, whether it was a few gold here and there, you know, anything. So what's processing is you just pop Legos, process Legos, pop scroll, and it jumps up a ton. Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then crafting's the much more arduous. 15 minutes left on the bolts. Oh no. And then we got to go to the prepared yardages. Oh shit, wait, so that might be a sec. Okay. How long are the prepared yardages gonna be? Probably like a couple hours type shit? Or like, what's the time on those bad boys? I underestimated how long it would take. I might have cooked myself. Keith, I'm so sorry. I love you. Keith ran down from Kaltorum for me because I thought everything was done. And then I looked in my storage and I was like, oh, I fucked up. I've been gone for 5 days. Keith! Fucked up. I'm the absolute worst. Says 7 minutes and 30 seconds per. Alright, so we got like half an hour on those bitches. And then we gotta run it back. Alright. Word. I mean, that's not the worst. That's not the worst. So what we doing until then? Should I just run back across the map for fun? I could go get some braidwood probably, actually. I know a spot that gives some pretty fucking juicy braidwood spawns. Or at least it used to. So I'm gonna fucking pop a cleanse and get active. And then we ball. Then, my lads, we take over. Why am I getting stutters? Do I need to update my NVIDIA drivers again? I also need to get water. All right, hold on. I'm going to get water and I'm going to get braidwood. Chad, I'll be right back. 1 sec. They're fine on the rack. It's okay. Love you. Good day. We arrived. Hiya. Like I said, I did level 1 to 25 just gathering and processing. Yeah, that's fucking absurd, by the way. Like, 1 to 25 just gathering and processing. I feel as though that is borderline despicable behavior. And while I respect the shit out of that, that is concerning. Also, Soom came in during one of my yaps about his weapon XP. Yeah, talk. I figured you knew that I was gonna be traveling for a little bit to TwitchCon, and I was like, I don't know, like, how long he's waiting on this weapon. But I'll get him XP when I'm back. I'm just not gonna be there for it. So, I mean, you can sleep soundly at night knowing that at least I still owe you 1 weapon worth of experience. Someday. Someday. And I'm happy to pay up on my debts. I'm an honorable man. But I was really fucking confused. And also, I tried to get some that night, but people weren't there. That was quite sad. We couldn't get people up there. I would recommend it. So, what would you say, like, the biggest benefit to committing to that was that early? Like, did you come out in a spot where you were actually happy that you did it? Or were you just like, fuck me, I should have just leveled and then gone back together? Because I feel like it would be the latter. Because you can probably do everything a little more efficiently at a higher level earlier, and it's probably just less to worry about. But also in a long-term aspect of it, like, you are filling multiple buckets all at once. Like, it's so hard. There are, honestly though, in my opinion, that is one of the things that I really like about Ashes, is that there are multiple different methods that are all going to be beneficial. They may not all be synonymous or like equitable in terms of their output, but nearly anything that you are doing at all times is beneficial. I am waiting for processing to be done so I can then go craft my legendary bow. And while I'm waiting for that processing, I'm going to be running around and looking for some braidwood, because this area used to have really good braidwood spawns. I don't know if they have all died over time. I don't know if they've been relocated, but it used to treat me nice. This was like one of the best, like, talk to me nice areas of braidwood that I ran into. Please get up. Oh no. Oh no. We're fine though. The same thing on New World. On here, maybe only 6 levels by POIs and the rest farming. Good fucking god. Yo, Miley's. What up, dude? I hope you're having a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful fucking day, friend. It was wonderful to see you at the con. Have you already made your journey home? Let me tell you, I made mine today. I had a nice little red-eye flight. I'm a tired-ass motherfucker right now. I was driving home and I was like, no, you've got to make it. I swear to God, if Carla wasn't in the car as well, shit, I would have taken a quick nappy nap, man. I could have just set the cruise control. I could have put like the lane assist on, had myself a little 30-second shut-eye on the highway. And then by the time I was home, I probably could have caught like an hour of sleep while I was driving. But unfortunately, risking innocent lives isn't cool. Someday that'll be meta content though. We've had texting while driving streams. We've had I'm only sleeping streams. Why not pioneer a new meta? I'm sleeping while I'm driving streams. Boofsy does it in his Tesla. Allegedly. Maybe I'll just fundraise a Tesla and then do it. Brain, I cannot imagine though, having to go just, I don't know how you have the discipline for that. Although, I say that, and people come in and they're like, Dusty, you've been mob grinding for 72 hours, what are you doing? And I'm like, yeah, no, you're right, I enjoy it. We all like what we like. Some people pay to get their balls stepped on. You know, everyone's got their own wants and their own needs in life. For me, I was getting ready to say it's the same thing. Okay, but at least the mobs hit back. Like, what do you do? Just sit there and fucking punch a wall all day? No, you go and get in a fucking bout of fisticuffs. You get in a fracas like a goddamn man with a curly mustache. Trees no hit back. I need the risk of death. I need the element of everything, like, on the line. There are no braidwood over here, by the way. This is also a big thing. Like, you know how dogs that were like working 9/11 were like getting depressed and shit? That's how I get when I don't find braidwood. I run around and then I get super fucking sad. And then I'm like, man, I should never get braidwood again. Ever in my life. And then it's back to work the next day. I need to have like braidwood plants that are going around. Apparently you haven't had a tree fall on your head after you cut it down. IRL? I've cut down trees IRL. I live in Maine. I can operate a chainsaw relatively efficiently. I believe the goal of cutting down trees is to not have it fall on your head because you will quite literally fucking die. And I do not want to die. Like, as you can see, like 30% of my body is my neck. I have a hoodie on right now, so it's still somewhat covered, but like, I'm necky, bro. If I have a tree fall on me, I'm 4 inches shorter immediately. I'm down to like just about 6 foot flat without my fucking neck. I look like a goddamn bobblehead on this shit. I'd have to get a whole new camera angle because my seat's all the way up right now because I like to be able to almost dangle my feet a little bit. Unfortunately, I cannot dangle my feet a little bit. I try to no avail. But as far as I know, I'm not supposed to fucking compress my entire skull with the tree. I might have been doing it wrong, but the guy that trained me is still fucking alive. So, also in Ashes, you're completely at mercy of however the server develops for starting as a crafter-gatherer. Yes. Yes. And while you are at the mercy of server development, the demand for the goods that you're producing are going down incredibly fast. Because everybody is going to be out leveling what you are putting out. That is, in my opinion, one of the most important things to keep in mind with crafting. A lot of people are just like, oh, I get, you know, a small loan of $1 million, and then I start my simple crafting business with that. Unfortunately, you're going to be taking that million and just burning it with very little to almost no return on your profits. Oh, my guild's not at war. That's fucking massive. Thank you for the update. And if you're trying to profit off of that, you genuinely have to be so early to the party that you are like... Server starts. You have an army of hooligans that are all going around gathering immediately. And then you try to craft at like neutral stations. And then if you craft at neutral stations with mid to high rarity, mayhaps you're able to make it work. Why does this seem like a cluster? I have a feeling this is a cluster of date palms of a higher rarity. I don't know why, but this looks very sus to me. Kablam. All right, swag. I'm fine with this. I'm happy with Lego Date Palm. Is this all Lego? Because I don't know what we're using Date Palm for in this bitch. Okay, nope. Well, I'm sad again. Man, I thought we were really onto something. So, that one had like the fat bottom like this. If no fat bottom, is it not Lego? Or is this going to be Lego as well? Because that's green. This one is fat bottom. So, are we looking for those like fat bottom date palms? Those big like reverse hourglass build type shits? Apprentice gathering tools and bags, etc. Why did I hit that one random Lego? The fuck? Did Steven like beam into my brain to tell me to hit that one random Lego? The fuck? Like, I knew that date palm was looking sus, but I didn't think it was actually going to be like a standalone single Lego? Question mark? Is this also Lego? Wait a minute. That one has maybe 4 trees Lego and the rest are mainly green and blue. Interesting. So, what are our thoughts on statics for singles? Are they still in? Late night? Always a late night for you, John. It's a major fucking key. Have good relationships. Keep your face clean out there. Carla taught me at TwitchCon that there's like a transparent powder that you can put on your face if you're sweaty and oily, and it makes you look less oily. Invest in some of that for yourselves, kings and queens. That shit fucks. Because San Diego was hot. I was a sweaty boy. I didn't look sweaty in the pictures. Major key. Major key. Good old goon knowledge. Some say it was in the original gooning manuscripts of old, and she's simply as the double goon herself, adapted them over time. The massive knowledge being dropped for free right now for all of you. Pretty much can't make money till apprentice. You have to be the one of the first at the level with mats ready to put stuff out to sell ASAP. Also, recipes. I'd be willing to say that if you are trying to push apprentice, your best bet for actually making money is going to be getting, like, Forsaken Blade stuff. Your eye level 19, that highest threshold within that apprentice bracket. And then trying to capitalize on that. But for that, you would also simultaneously need, like, recipe farmers that are going to be progressing through Steel Bloom to farm up your Forsaken Blade set. Funnel that over to you, and then you get the materials for that through your gatherers. Banking on the event that you get Forsaken Blade stuff to craft and sell. So then you also have the risk reward of that shotgun start. Do you get the mats? Do you get the recipes? Do you get the benches that you need at the time that you need them to actually start up that crafting process? If all of the above is yes, are you the first to do it? If you're not, are you in an area where nobody else is doing it? If also, best case scenario for you, then you can make a shitload of money. People will buy your stuff. We also have to keep in mind the power of 5 gold day 1 of the server. Your eyes are red and you're 5'6" and bald, you pussy ass bitch. Also, I have a theory, Stomps. I'll pitch this to you in a sec. So anyways. Squeaky toy. Bro, I swear to God, Stomps was following me around at TwitchCon with a fucking squeaky duck. And I hated that shit. I hated that shit. But yeah, if you are able to secure yourself 5 gold early, that is going to be like massively scalable, I guess, is how I'd like to describe it. It's something that has the potential to buy you so much power in your wealth early on, and then secure you so much like material gain, whatever you decide to convert it into, which can then make you more money. Because the power of wealth is all relative to total server inflation. So if the highest personal bag on a server is 52 gold and you're holding 17 gold, well, you're immediately probably in the top 10%, if not higher. So that's going to be something large to keep in mind, whereas my 15 gold right now is probably nowhere near the top 10% in terms of just like personal held bags. It scales very, 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 very hard early on. And then once inflation and wealth actually accumulates on the server through faucets and not everybody participating in sinks, you see the wealth go up. You see that total number go up and you see that total number increase. So the buying power early and capitalizing on that from a crafting standpoint, I feel like is something that most crafters also don't do well. And those that do get so far ahead that it's like sus how far ahead they are. They read the metas and then they just have infinite gold on lock spouting out for whatever craft they want whenever they want it. And that is quite possibly the single thing that I am worst at in games is the actual like econ side of things. It kicks my ass very, 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 very heavily. So we need a little bit of everything over here. 22 minutes on yardage. Fuck. Was gonna level tailoring and decided it would be best for me to just do all gathering. Bro, that's how I am. I have my lumberjacking at 20. I have my lumber milling just about at 20. I gotta get that up with a couple more jobs, and then that'll be double 20. And then I will have my mining eventually go up. And I'm not too worried about that, but I'll pick away at it. And I just run around and I'll look at trees. And if I want to hit trees, I hit trees. I farmed up enough oak and ash for an entirely like secondary glory bound longbow. So I'll be selling my heroic, and then I will also have my ash surplus that I can get out to somebody else in the guild for another craft. So we're up tremendous. And it's all just about, I think, everybody playing their role and contributing to making it easier for everybody. Made Alton level 11 out of the 22 artisan skills. Yeah, you're fucking absurd. You might be mentally unstable. Bring 200 plus ducks this year. I'll tell TSA you have a bomb. I'll say that it's a bald cap and that you've essentially strapped the bomb under your head. I swear to fucking God. Do not bring ducks. You, my friends, are overstepping some boundaries. You already had enough trouble at the airport, don't make it more. Okay? Okay. Capiche? 400. Oh, bro. I'll phone a friend on your ass. Carl and I made great friends with the help desk agent at the San Diego airport. Because, like, the kiosk fucked up and we couldn't print our bag tags, so we had to go see him. And then Carla's ticket had her birthday one day wrong and they wouldn't let her through. So then we had to go see him again. He was chill though. Very, very, very helpful guy. Got us everything that we needed and sent us on our way with a smile on our face. So that was beautiful. One thing I'm really excited for about next phase, got a ton of experience with econ this phase, haven't done any in prior phases. I think that's the coolest thing with fresh starts from a community standpoint. Cause like, keep in mind I brought cats over and we had like 5 people. So we have, as a community, seen a shitload of overall community growth. While I've also seen personal growth on my end as a player, right? I understand more. I've been able to help the community understand more. We have a lot more people who understand more, and as a result, our entire community is much better off this time around than we were 2 phases ago. Next phase, or not even like, you know, when we go into betas, relevel for betas. Also, we'll have more information. If there's a wipe, if there are fresh starts, we will then go into that wipe and that fresh start with, you guessed it, more information. Players will always take breaks along the way. Some of you will die. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make because we're going to be here the entire time. We're going to be pumping and we're going to be growing the community. And people, while they take their breaks, will always, always, always keep their eyes on things. I got all the response from Twitch to work. I think you can break this off, cut yours off. I took off like the chitty ones. I saw the block party one because it's like plasticky, and then I have like the TwitchCon one because I got home and then I slept and then I woke up, showered, and got on stream. So I kind of tried to speed run that shit a little bit. So I haven't had time. But I think what I'm going to try to do is break like the plastic clasp on the actual TwitchCon band and then keep that and then cut off the block party one because that one's just plastic. I don't really care about that one. It's cool. I don't know if Carl wants to like scrapbook with it or something, but did you make the bow yet? What up, Penis Rogue? I am waiting on my prepared yardages, and then we will be crafting le bow. We will be up fucking tremendous. It is all thanks to you and whatever weapon you need leveled next. Because you picked the worst time in human fucking history to make that deal. Not down horrendous. We're up tremendous. We're fucking blessed, brother. I'm running around trying to look at some good wood right now. Unfortunately, I don't know what a man like me has to do to find some wood in these parts. So, you know, I'm surrounded by trees and I don't have any of the ones that I'm actually looking for. So what we're gonna do is just kind of do a little loopington, little loopski, and see if I get lucky with any braid. If I do find a braid, I'm going to hit that, and it's going to be legendary. And I will be very happy and very appreciative to our sandaled overlord. Not planning on playing much more until / if there's a wipe. So what if November hits and there's no wipe? What do you do then, Penis Rogue? Because like, it's up for discussion. Of course, nothing's confirmed. But dude, I really still feel like we're not gonna get a wipe. Or a fresh start. I could be wrong. I've been wrong so many times before in my life. But I feel as though We need more long term. Stomp seemed like a fun guy to party with. Really fun out there. Leon, pop out next year, dude. It was a fucking blast, bro. You should have seen us at there was a TwitchCon after party that had like a couple of really solid DJs and one of my favorite like Twitch DJs out there doing a set. And that shit was fire. That shit was fire. It was really, really, really good. But Zine wore the wizard fit out there. And apparently Zine knows how to boogie. Stomps knows how to boogie. I need to learn how to boogie. Because I do not know how to boogie other than a mean two-step that I broke out at the Kendrick concert for literally every song. You can two-step to anything. As long as people aren't next to you that actually know how to dance. But two-stepping looks a lot less good when people are actually like fucking hitting full goddamn dance routines and shit. The dude was actually like fucking Fortnite emoting. I've never seen anything like it. Zine dropped more than I thought. Zine threw up. Zine dropped his lunch in the toilet because he danced too much. Wait, really? Yes! After his first round of dancing, that's where he disappeared to. He danced too much in the wizard fit. He got too hot and overheated, and then he went to throw up, and then he came back and was like sweating with the wizard fit. Like the beard was pulled down and the hat was off. We're like fanning him, and then he went back out to dance more. It was so fucking good. That's why you take breaks? Dude, there wasn't a way to take a break. He went out and just hit every single move in the chamber. Like he was doing a fucking plyometric bodyweight routine while he was dancing. It was absurd. Absurd. He also went for 0 to 100? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, he maxed out immediately. He put pedal to the metal and dude just fucking button mashed a bunch of like solo dance moves together. He was hitting everything and just hoping it was relatively on beat, and it was. It was. Majority of Ashes players will take a break on May 2026. What's in May 2026? So, stack up. Yeah, Streg was fucking gone. I have seen loud Canadians when they're drunk, but Streg may have been the most like prim and proper drunk Canadian that I have ever seen. It was fucking adorable. He was just sitting there like so content. We were like at a club just chilling and like having drinks and stuff, and Streg just looked so happy in his own little bubble. He was just chilling all like proper, a little smile on his face. Occasionally he'd check his phone or something. He was so content. It was like when you walk by, we went to the Japanese like friendship gardens in San Diego before we left. And we walked by a spot where it was like in the sunlight and there was a cat that was sleeping there, and it was literally like, that's what Streg was doing basically, but up in the club. Streg stay nice and chill drunk? Oh, Streg I think gets nicer the more drunk he is. Honestly. I feel like he is just ingrained to be a kind person. There's not an angry bone in the body. GTA 6? I'm gonna be completely real. I don't know that the carryover between MMO players and GTA players is that huge. GTA is a massive fucking title. Massive title. A zillion %. But I also don't know that the carryover from MMOs to GTA 6 is going to nuke a huge percentage of the populace. I think that it'll get some, but will it get all? Judgment. Good day. How many of them are there? Cause like... we could. But I just want to get my fucking bow. How long until my bow's made? Alright, you know what? Fuck it. I might be able to get something sneaky off the top rope type shit. Hiya. Okay, we got one. Alright, we're up. We're so up. You get back here, sir. Yep. Okay. Hiya! Okay. I want not your van, just the PvP. Alright, that's all. That's all. I don't want to kill the van. I just wanted to fight. Hiya. Alright. And we're off. This guy's probably so fucking confused right now. They just told him keep driving and don't worry about anything that he's seeing on the road at this point in time. Just keep your fucking head down and keep moving, soldier. You don't open that door or stop that caravan for anybody. Good fights, good fights. I can't wait to get my bow made, man. It's going to be even better. I love just being able to actually get somebody in a combo and pick them apart. It feels so fucking satisfying when it actually goes well. And then sometimes it goes very poorly for me, but that time it happened to work and I'm thankful for that. Photo dump and IRL pics is happening, by the way. Oh, massive. Heads up, Zine got very sick on the plane. What do you mean very sick? Random question. Cause like, he got throw-up-y sick, or he got like COVID-y sick? Cause if it's on the plane, then that might be late enough for me to avoid it. But yeah, we need to make sure we're sleeping enough. It might not help like too much, but we might get cooked. Have they got a time frame for level 35 release yet? Not quite yet. We have a few things that are going to be like before the level expansion. In my guess, we got Summoner on November 18th. That's confirmed as of right now, so to say. Could change at any point. After that, we have the ranks that are coming into every archetype's ability trees. I believe that's going to be subsequent to Summoner before secondaries. So those will bring in every archetype tree, not just having like the I select or deselect this, but also having, you know, multiple ranks about all of the abilities. So you'll be able to customize both your active and passive abilities with ranks to, you know, play your archetype how you more want to. Outside of that, we will have the secondary archetypes coming in after that. I don't necessarily know when secondaries will come in, but I do also think that secondaries and level cap increase will probably be synonymous. Secondaries are supposed to be accessible at level 25, so it wouldn't really make the most sense in the world to have them accessible with no real points to build off of with them. So I've got kind of a hunch that those will be together. Again, I've been wrong a lot before, but it's definitely possible. Y'all sleep too much and too chill? We do need to pace ourselves. Personally, I don't know. I don't know, man. Wait, what do you mean? You say we sleep too much? Because I feel like we need to sleep more. I didn't sleep shit. 4 minutes? Massive. Absolutely huge. I don't know if Keith's still on or not. because it's been a second. I might hit him up tomorrow. What's today? Today's Tuesday. Chat, we're not getting an update pushed until when's 0.17? Next week? Or is it later? How long do I have to get my bow crafted before 0.17 comes in and borks it? What are the fashion specialists? Oh. That's just the certificate upgrades. Level expansion will happen when the second archetype comes out, so probably Q2, Q3, 2026. Yeah, I could see it being late 2026 as well. I think that looking at the pace of the level expansions, thinking not the level expansion, sorry, but the major updates, thinking that it could be, you know, a 3 to 4 month update cadence on major updates, I think is quite possible. And with that, we'd be looking, you know, 2026 quite doable with that. But also it just depends on how many bumps are in the road, right? The longer we extrapolate, the more variance there is. Could be tomorrow or next week for 0.17 shrugs. Don't give me that cryptic ass shit. Like it could be, but you give me a fucking fupo ass response right now. God damn. It's fucking world against Dusty. Better get on that Akadira. I don't fucking care that much, honestly. Like, Akadira goes... Oh my god, what are you? What the fuck? Akadira goes hard. But also, I feel like if I don't give other players an advantage over myself, it's going to get boring for me. I need to be less geared than everybody else, or game will legitimately just be too easy. Is my personal thought on it. So maybe I don't go Akadira and just take a stance forever. Full Akadira tank is unfair. Like, I would just go a 5-piece at most right now. I don't like full heavy. It's just so magic squishy. It's so cooked. Siphon OP as fuck. Did they fix the healing output from it and mirror it? Because before I left, it was not healing for the full output of like what it was supposed to heal for. The damage, however, was good. I don't know about the damage is good. Yeah, oh, the damage is phenomenal if you have something, or if you have nothing else. Yeah. Like, strike is better pure damage. Which, there's not really a strike there, but... One piece of heroic Akadira giving 1,000+ armor is nuts. That is true. Saw Toner get an 1152 proc on Zop with cognizant gear. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. When I was playing on PTR, like, back before Phase 3 dropped, these are cryptic notes. I have a Siphon 5-piece and Bulwark 3-piece, which is Blood Runner and Forge Guard gear. And the Bulwark 3-piece is a 10% chance on getting hit to get 10% damage mitigation for 15 seconds with the 60-second coolie. Links permitted? Yeah, just don't post weird shit. Appreciate you asking, by the way. But yeah, so the Bulwark is 10% damage mitigation, just flat to both. It's on a 25% uptime if you don't have a 5-piece. If you do have a 5-piece, then it's on a 50% uptime. So, kind of fucking huge. There are many options. But yeah, the damage pop from Siphon. Bro. I have cooked. What the fuck? You got XP deck cap? Wait. At level 24? Arnold, why didn't you get 25 first? Brother is level 24 with 100% XP dad. No! Oh no, dude, that's so sad. I mean, shit, if you're not in a hurry to 25, that's nice. Snipe critical and Siphon, so nice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You want to know the absolute insult for like mages and rangers? You cast bar me. Reflect. Akadira Max set bonus is bugged at the moment. It procs more often than it should. Oh, really? That makes sense. I just ignore tanks? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you have to. Can't do shit. You can't touch me. You fucking rodent. You know the PTR scrolls for XP debt. Bro, those would be absurdly helpful. Thank you for your time, sir. I know it is not much, but I'm a firm $1 a drink tipper. If you're just bringing the table drinks. I appreciate you. You were a legend, a gentleman, and a scholar. Excuse me. Thank you so much. All right, we're up tremendous. So now, the goal is to link up with Keefington. Back over in Jova. And get squared away. Is Keef on still by chance? Or no? Fungus casting PvP tournament in EU, and they restricted people from wearing the full set because of the bug. Oh, really? How bad is the bug? Because I know Might used to be bugged on the 8-piece as well. Where it would give you, instead of like 10 plus 10, it would give you 10 times 10 for the power scaling. Hee, that's 100% power. I was fighting actual Thanos motherfuckers. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that makes Akadira even worse then. That makes it even worse if it's bugged. Fuck, that makes so much sense though. How have I been rolling people like this without Akadira? God damn, maybe I really should craft some. Oh wait, it's this guy again. Wait for it. Who's over here? Come on! Hiya! I got him right where I want him. Got him right where I want him. Shield, what are you doing over here? That is my question. Whoops. Bruh, how did that not hit him in the back? I call Kizzy Cappington, if I'm being completely upfront. Rude. Come here. I've got something for you. You're really going to love it. Come here, brother. Brother does not like the, pokes. Alright. So anyways. Now he dies. Brett. Shield with the assists on the pulls is crazy. Shield's playing for them. You got resources in your backpack? I'm not gonna die. It's fine. It's a fucking cleric. I'm not killing his caravan. I was just in it from before. Yeah. I pulled up on them before and I PvP'd the bard and the cleric. And then I killed the bard and the cleric. And then I left. And then I killed the cleric again there. And then I left. The cleric was easier to kill last time though. He kept winging over the goddamn caravan on that side of things. Oh. Good day, sirs. What is this? Not worth. Run! Oh, fucked up. All is well. Fortunately, nobody plays right now. Everything is perfectly fine. Nothing bad is happening. Bro, what if I just get swarmed from like fucking Lionhold level 6s? They just smell the mats on my fucking breath and pull up. Alright, well. If there were more people on, I'd be slightly concerned a little bit. But like... I think we're fine. I think we're vibing. All is well. Seems relatively safe, seems relatively empty. Chat, what do we think concurrent player base is right now? Hundo? Definitely more than that. At least we're still seeing other people running their caravans and stuff. 55? No, it's higher than that. It's still a few hundred. Even at the end of phase 2.5, when shit was dead, I was still saying that, like, I don't really think we dropped under 500 as like a daily concurrent, but coming here in chat. Not that many people on stream from the actual player base, I'll be real. Chat, social experiment. 1 in chat if you are actively playing Ashes right now. 2 in chat if you are not playing Ashes. Gift 100 subs if you like the content. I'm curious, like, what our percentage of people playing versus not playing is. Also, Free Willow. Very Free Willow. Carla, you're not playing Ashes right now. Don't fucking lie to the people. There is no lying to the people. Huh? Are you playing Ashes right now? Carla, you've been offline for 40 days. What the beef Hellington are you fucking talking about? Looks like common. You look like common. Down to 99.4% XP debt. Dude, you're chipping away. Constant. Man. Snake, why you brought that shit in? Bro, those vibes destroy families. Playing New World at the moment. Oh my fucking god. Oh god. Oh, you better check and see if you have a Twitch Prime. That's fucking sacrilege. Oh, gross. What are your thoughts on Season 10? First time player or going back for it? Pizza? Is it done? Yeah, I was gonna run over towards Jova and Park, but I don't think Keef's on, so I can run over to Jova tomorrow and meet up with him. Yes, pizza. Same. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I spend so much time over there, and like, I'm hopeful for New World, but I went into it a little bit earlier, actually, about how New World's content cycle, I've just seen it too many times. And one thing that I talked about a good bit, because I still love New World a lot, right? I still want New World to do so well. I really do. But in my personal opinion, it's just another one of its dead cat bounces. Excuse me. Fucking full ass ad. So what you're looking at here is a 92.74% increase and the start of like month number 4 of their content cycle. But if we look back historically, October 2024 was a 374% increase and 3 consecutive months of growth. October 2023 was a 166% increase and 2 months of growth. October and November of 2022, massive increases over a double up and 4 months of consecutive growth. Yearly in October, it's New World season. Every single year. It is a once yearly major content cycle that lasts a few months and then they lose players while they work on their yearly content update. That is, that's the biggest thing. I have been in New World since here. I played here and all of this. And then I kept going. And I played up until... Oh. Why did I just get logged out? Weird. Played it right up until... Actually about here before I fully transitioned to Ashes. And then started streaming Ashes as a main right here with like Warlogging and New World till about here, I'd say. So I've been through many of these content cycles with New World and have seen it time and time again, honestly, where again, October, it's New World season. It's fun for a bit until it's not. They have never pieced together over 4 consecutive months of player growth. And a 92.74% gain seems really good until you realize that's the smallest of their October-November increases so far, unless they can maintain that for a 5th consecutive month, break their like concurrent growth record month over month, and try to hold on to that momentum. But New World has always had the struggle of momentum. So, I hope it's good. I really do. I'll probably level a character at some point just so I can warlog and have some fun if I ever want to. But like, it's just their bounce. It's their once yearly bounce. And I feel like New World's great for those once yearly bounces. But I really do enjoy Ashes a lot. I know not everybody will. Don't expect everybody to. But even in the state that it's in, man, we just have like a lot that we can do as a community that makes it a bit more fun. So I'll probably level at some point. I'll check it out. I'll see what's what, but we go from there. Boys, I am going to go eat pizza and relax for the night, and I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with a banger ass stream, and we'll be making our Lego bow to start the evening. So if you guys are out there and it's your first day in the channel, make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live daily. I do stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. No, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I have streamed now 845 days in a row. I am quite literally always here. So make sure you drop the follow, as Nov has done. Boys, it has been a fantastic evening. We've made good progress to things. Oh my god, there's an entire heroic Akadira set in trade right now. What the fucking tin? Well, I guess it's only a 5-piece. I want the gloves, and I want the bracers, and then I'd probably want like shoulders. Probably seems like the good trio for me out of that. Cause my boots, meh. My pants, better. Only 250 gold per piece. God damn. God damn. Is it fucking really? Yikes. All right, yeah, no, I'm just gonna fuck off then. All right, boys. I'm outie. I'm gonna go get food. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.